I don't have. Oh, now I do. Thank you so much. I just got some lipstick. I like that blue. That's that power blue. I love that for you. Good morning, IMTS 2022. That's right. I do my own echoes. Okay, if anyone's excited to be here, I'm going to need a woo or like a yeah. There we go. I got one woo. Can I get another woo? Oh my gosh, your hair. Stop. Who gave you permission to be that beautiful? I didn't get the memo. Okay. How excited are you to be here on a scale of 1 to 10? That sounded like a very sad 10, but he gave an 11 and a shred the gnar, so you win, orange shirt. Friends, make sure, I know the inspiration is going to be hot today. Make sure, as creators, innovators, all of us, get on Instagram, hashtag we are all creators, hashtag IMTS 2022. We have some live programming coming up where we'll be interviewing different influencers. Oh, don't be scared. You don't have to walk away from me. So, oh no, it's okay. The camera's on me, but it should be on you in that beautiful shirt, actually, to be fair. So remember, throughout the day, share your inspirations at hashtag we are all creators and hashtag IMTS 2022. I should have been at the Bears game yesterday. I'm feeling very sports announcery. Nice, nice, nice. Calling all influencers, please report to the Creators Lounge immediately. All influencers, those who influence and are influenced by influence, please gather at the IMTS Creators Lounge booth. This is my voiceover voice. I love your skirt and the cute flats. Good job. I went straight for sneakers. Get ready to be influenced by some inspiration. Ooh, we're on deck. I'm seeing some influencers. Nice suit, sir. Oh, look at this man traveling camera. Love it. We are ready to capture inspiration live. Remember to share at hashtag we are create. Oh, the influencers are coming. They've responded to the lighthouse beacon. They are arriving. Yes. Let the influencers gather. Morning. Is Scott? Yes. Fabian and James. You're invited to come into the studio as we're blocking the monitor. Calling all influencers. Megan to the set. We are live with Fabian Aelfeld, who is an innovator in incorporating additive manufacturing into operations. We also have the fantastic Mitch Free. Soon to join us, Charlie Matthews, Scott McKenzie. Join us for the influencer interviews. calling all influencers to the Creators Lounge. Megan, we need your brilliance. We have Scott McKenzie, the brilliant podcasting innovator himself. Not only does he sound fabulous, but also look at this hat. Who gave him permission to be this fly? I don't know.
It's dead sexy.
Dead sexy.
Right there. It's a bumper sticker.
You know, I think it's because you're so brilliant that you have to protect your brain. How do you feel about that?
Move around. Yeah, and talk at the same time.
Move and talk.
Right.
How about chewing gum? That would be too hard.
It's true. Yeah. This event is absolutely spectacular, right? Man smiling right there. Back at you, slugger.
Get your butt in the seat. Sit down with that fabulous vest. Come on now. Look at, he's like a beautiful butterfly. You can't contain a butterfly. Butterflies gotta roam free, especially innovators. Charlie Matthews. Charlie Matthews, we are less brilliant without you. Calling all influencers. Calling all influencers. She said she wouldn't be late, and she lied to me. And this always happens to me. But if you see a fantastic tall woman who empowers other women in the pump industry, her name's Charlie Matthews, and she's wearing a red blazer. Send her over here.
Yeah, I spoke to the marketing.
So, what we are doing this morning, you're like, who is the tall lady on the microphone? I am Mary Hines. I am the host for the IMTS Industrial Creators Lounge. Right now, in this beautiful glass case of emotion, we are bringing together all of our influencers. We'll be hosting interviews throughout the week of people to know in the engineering and manufacturing world. Please join us, follow our journey at hashtag We Are All Creators and hashtag IMTS 2022.
Let's go boom.
Yes. Gonna get my Explorer on. Where's my camera, people? I am nothing without the video to my audio. Where's my Thank you. I'll get you. I'll Venmo you later. We are live on the floor, the Creators Lounge, hashtag IMTS 2022. I have a microphone, will travel. You look fabulous. Good morning. There are so many handsome, polished, incredible humans here, sharing their passion, sharing their innovation. I love that I said handsome, and there you are. We are so excited to be at the first day of IMTS 2022, the first time in 2 years. We are all here. So fantastic, so exciting. There's like electricity in the air. It's kind of like if pop rocks were a feeling. That's the feeling, right? Ha! I got it, absolutely. Yes. So exciting. Everyone gets to finally share all of their innovations that they've been keeping behind closed doors and Willy Wonka style. The doors are open. Join us. I am your host. I'll be here all week. We are facilitating conversations about innovation and passion at the IMTS Creators Lounge. Hashtag we are all creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. I've noticed that the audio gets it gets hard. I think I might have hit the threshold of how far I can go. Because it's getting really scratchy. I don't know, did you still hear clean audio? Hey, for the branded vest. Look at you. I'm coming back right now. Where am I going back to? Studio, behind the scenes? That. Give me a go when we're ready for. Okay, so we're about to roll. Did you hear what he just said? We're about to roll an intro video. Yes. This soundtrack, though, right? I love the graphic of hair raising because that's what yes. So you're wondering what is going on here? What is all the buzz about? Well, this is the Creators Lounge that's brought to you by Industrial Studios. Industrial Studios. Mary, tell me more. Well, actually, Jim, can we roll that beautiful bean footage on Industrial Studios? Let's learn more. Oh, I was totally hypnotized by the amazing video about the future of branded content. We hope you loved that little charcuterie taste of everything that Industrial Studios is about. We are innovators. We are creators just like you. In a couple minutes, we are going to activate all of these fantastic innovators, and we're going to engage in conversation about connectivity and collaboration, brought to you by Industrial Studios. Hashtag IMTS 2022. Ooh, let's go inside the studio. Oh my gosh. Whoa. The room is so full of brilliance. We have the fabulous Charlie Matthews, a champion for women in the industry, particularly pertaining to pumps, not the shoes, my friends. Fabian Aelfeld is, pardon me, crossing camera, is an advocate for additive manufacturing. I'm so excited to learn more about 3D printing, and he is a champion for how to help people incorporate that. Scott McKenzie, not only is he beautiful, but he is also the voice of his own. What's your podcast again?
Industrial Talk.
Industrial Talk, which, guess what the topic of Industrial Talk is?
Clothing.
And we have Mitch Free. Mitch Free is an icon, a dynamic speaker. He is in demand as an advocate for your passions. Tell us more about your passion.
I am passionate about manufacturing, entrepreneurship, building business, raising up people. And I just think, there's no more important industry in the world than manufacturing. When you look around you, what's not manufactured, right? It touches everything, from the products that we're using to the clothes we're wearing to the trucks that transported it. It's what's not to be passionate about.
Oh my, whoa. That was just like a superhero landing, rah, go manufacturing. We have, is it Zemba? Megan Zemba is also, I'm so excited, as gentlemen, love all of you, but there's something about women in the manufacturing industry and how we are champions for each other. She is the founder of Mavens of Manufacturing, and we're so excited to learn more about her. And lest I forget, James Soto, the creator, the man behind Industrial Studios, all about branding new content. He, what else can I say? You can say things too.
Oh, I can. I can speak. I'm so excited about just being able to create original content to tell the story of manufacturing, and that's what's really inspiring. And everyone here is here to serve, to be of service to our country, our industry, each other, and to tell their stories. So I'm happy to be part of creating an environment for people who really want to get out there.
I did feel a disturbance in the Force, like we're missing an Avenger, and that Avenger is Wade Anderson. Wade Anderson will be with us soon, ? I think, Charlie's got a mic. Something that I'm personally really excited about is manufacturing. You think a thing, an inanimate object, something without feeling. But then this is so exciting and fantastic to see the faces and be with the people who are innovating things that we interact with on a daily basis. It makes I was going to say, I think that video that was up about the arm hair raised is actually my arm, because look at that. No, it is. Wait.
It literally is. It's.
Guys, we have documentation. Good morning. We are in the fishbowl of brilliance. Stay tuned. Hashtag we are all creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. Please share with us how we are inspiring you and any questions that you have for us and how we can engage you.
I'm just going to be waving at everyone.
No, yeah. I was hollering out for you. I put a little bit of a light hit on you. I was like, if you see a fantastic woman in a red blazer, we need her.
Yeah.
I'm here in the Creators Lounge.
So all day, telling you a little bit more about what we're going to be doing. Each one of these influencers is going to be interviewing other innovators in the industry. So I'd love to know, Squad, Avengers, Manufacturing Avengers, what are you the most looking forward to about the pending conversations? What are the things that you feel really charged and excited about? Charlie Matthews.
Well, I love seeing all the digital technology that's out there. There's so many different ways that we can improve manufacturing. And so, yes, we're going to talk about the people later, but just seeing all of the machines and the smart technology that's out there is really amazing. So that's what I'm excited about.
What's something you've already seen this morning, just in the short time we've been here, that made you go, ooh?
Well, I went over to Universal Robots, and they told me that they were the first to come out with the cobot. And so I just felt like I was in the right place and honored to know and meet the people that started that. So
I love that you followed your inspirational nose to the source.
I did. I think that it was amazing that they were the first. So.
Okay, wonderful. Same question for you, Fabian Elfeld.
What have I seen so far?
Yeah,
Is that the-
or what have you seen so far that excites you, or just something about the day that you're feeling really charged about?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there's so many people at this conference. And that's probably what I've seen that excites me the most, is everybody coming together to celebrate manufacturing, but also to discuss how we can advance the technologies that we're enabling. And to me, manufacturing in itself is awesome, but what's even more interesting is the technologies it enables. Right? The space race, new technologies such as fusion technologies that can revolutionize power and energy, and all the other cool, interesting technologies that it enables.
I love that. So as an improviser and an actor, we have a phrase at the Second City that I really love. It's called "bring a brick, not a cathedral." You are not responsible for the entire structure, but you are responsible for bringing your brick one piece at a time. So that's very exciting. And now you were saying earlier about all of the people. Did you have any like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in 2 years, how are you moments yet today?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Of course you did.
Yeah. Crossed this guy, he's like, hey, where do you think you're going? Oh, hey man, good to see you.
I love that harassment is the love language. Where do you
Yeah,
think you're going?
exactly,
Get over here and give me a hug.
exactly. Yeah.
I love that. So exciting. Megan, what about you?
I'm really excited about the Student Summit. So I have a
Ooh,
bus
yes.
coming
Tell
in.
us more about the Student
Yeah,
Summit,
I have a
please.
bus coming in on Wednesday from the high school that I graduated from. And I actually
Wow.
personally invited them last year when I did an event at the high school and asked if they would be interested in joining IMTS. And every single student raised their hand and was really excited to come here and see what they're going to be doing in the Student Smart Summit.
I love that. Oh my gosh. I'm so tall, I was blocking the camera.
That's
Isn't
okay.
that fantastic? That's the story of my life.
That's all right.
I love that. And,
Yeah.
and what, I think it's so wonderful to fuel the roots of the tree, right?
Right. So there's this huge skills gap that everybody's suffering from. And, you know, to be able to hit the next generations, we really have to understand what their core values are. So they're not going to be interested in the same things that you or I have been interested. They're going to want something exciting, something of value. They want to be a part of something bigger than themselves. And they really can't do that, especially if they're in smaller communities and they're not confronted with companies like Akuma or Mazak or Haas. If they don't know these brands, if those brands aren't within their communities, they're not going to know that they exist or what big changes they're doing in the world. So coming to a show like IMTS, they're able to see all of these major brands that they're using the technologies that have at their school, or if they're not using them, they can start asking questions, hopefully get inspired by someone, and hopefully, you know, get a potential job interview, or, you know, in their head, this is the future place that I want to
So
work
fantastic.
at.
So access to curiosity is
Yeah.
what I'm hearing you say. Like
Absolutely.
access to not even understanding, like you're expanding your world and you're expanding your network and you don't know what you have access to until you, I always say that innovation starts at the edge of your comfort zone and you have to go there to get there. Unfortunately, we're not able to we're going to learn more about Scott and Mitch later, but
I was all geared up.
we are just about
man.
to start the programming. We hope that you are feeling inspired. Hashtag We Are Creators. Share what you're excited about as well.
So can we talk?
Good job.
No, because he just got it. He just went in my ear.
Taking the chase.
This is why we're doing this like every day.
She's
It's so funny because I felt like he was in my ear and he was like, we started the subject too early. But in my head, I was like, this was we were there. That's where the conversation was going, right? Like, yeah.
She doesn't want to keep it.
Also, I don't think there's anything wrong with
Save the best for last.
That's right. No, she
I would
doesn't.
rather follow the curiosity. Great, thank you.
So basically, this is it.
Good morning. Welcome to day one of IMTS 2022. There is so much electric excitement in the air. This is the first time we have all been able to gather internationally for it's been 2 years and we are all here. The energy is so electric, and especially in this studio that Industrial Studios has created. That's the Creators Lounge. All week we are assembling the innovators, the influencers, those who are most passionate in our industry. We're going to get to meet them, talk to them, find out more about what they are passionate about and the future of manufacturing. I am Mary Hines. I will be your host for the week. Wow. So exciting. I'm joined on my left by James Soto. He is the man behind the vision for this Creators Lounge. Give us a quick hello, Mr. Soto.
Hi, everybody. This is awesome. I'm so glad to be in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. It's all about giving manufacturers, creators, and so many other people the opportunity to tell their manufacturing story. So enough about me. Just such a great opportunity, and look forward to the week.
And also the fabulous Mitch Free, just a dynamic rock of the manufacturing industry. And would you say a little bit about yourself, Mitch? What are you excited about today?
Hi there, Mitch Free. Excited to be here at IMTS. I actually am the new host of MSC's Tooling Up series, as well as I have my very own CNC machining business. And so I am here to create content, talk about the industry, promote the need for American manufacturing and for new talent to come into this, as well as look for new machines, tooling, systems, everything to make my business more efficient. And I did a quick stroll through, and I've already seen a few things that I have my eye on.
Gosh, and we just opened. Oh, there's so much more floor to see and so many more things. There are also so many more people to meet. Scott McKenzie, the podcast aficionado himself. He's dedicated to educating, collaborating, and innovating through his podcast, Industrial Talk.
You're reading those cue cards. That's fantastic.
I know. I did my homework.
Well done. Yeah, I hit on all those. No, you know what's fascinating about this is you walk in. If you've never been here, if you've ever been to the Grand Canyon, right? The awe, you just see it for the first time and you go, whoa. And it takes your breath away. The same thing. This is the manufacturing Grand Canyon.
It's absolutely phenomenal.
It is.
It feels like the Olympics.
Huh?
I feel like it's like we're at the opening ceremony. Well, yesterday felt like the opening ceremonies. Like when everything was being loaded in and they were getting everything ready to go. My heart rate. I feel like I just
massive.
finished a high intensity workout the whole time. Like
When I walked in, I thought Disneyland, and I want to ride every ride.
ride every ride. Yes.
It is. It's massive. Check out the stuff we got. We've got Akuma. We've got JTech. We've got a couple of things on the table here. One's 3D printing. The other one is machine. And it's just, they're little, but you can recognize that there's tremendous technology, innovation that goes into those tools. And that's just a little thing. They make big things that are every bit as impressive. And the technology, the innovation just continues to roll.
So leaning into that, I know you were talking about the 3D printed device. I know, Fabian, your expertise is in additive manufacturing and 3D printing.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell us more. Tell the people what they want.
No, I mean, you touched on it. Additive manufacturing itself is a tremendous technology that can really enable people's creativity, right? And that's probably the biggest thing it can do. it takes away the manufacturing restrictions and then opens up so many new possibilities to create new applications that have never been seen before.
Wow. So it basically gives people access so that their ideas can become reality without restrictions of location, funding, etc.
Yeah, and design restrictions.
Design
probably
right.
the biggest
Yeah.
restriction that we have in manufacturing oftentimes. And that enables innovative technologies that really change the way that we live on this earth today, right? From the new space race to new energy generation technologies, all the way into revolutionizing mobility with FTOLs and other vehicles.
And
So-
what a fantastic asset that really, there's no limits to your creativity, and additive manufacturing also takes away some of those limits to the actual manufacturing of your
Exactly.
innovation.
Yeah.
Whoa, words are fun. I love them. Megan, we have two fantastic champions of empowering women in the marketing industry. Megan, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Megan Zimba. I'm the host of Mavens of Manufacturing. Which
I'm wearing the
is-
bracelet.
Yep, I have bracelets available, so come find me.
If you want bracelets, come to the Creators Lounge
They're
booth.
hot pink, rock the pink. But it's just a
Yeah,
live.
Hot Pink, she wants a bracelet.
I got one.
We've got one for you.
I got one.
Come back. We're on air right now, but come back and we'll get you a bracelet.
I'll come find you. But yeah, it's just a live video broadcast series that focuses on the women in the sector and shares their stories, because I'm really trying to inspire the next generation. And there's a lot of girls, I think, who are really interested in engineering and manufacturing, but they're a little afraid to come into the sector because of all the misconceptions that are still surrounding it today.
My father is now a retired chemical engineer, and he really transformed the industry of pulp and paper. And he actually ended up solving the solution on how to make 2 and 3 2-ply toilet paper, how for it to run fast enough to meet the consumer needs. And I remember going to the manufacturing floor with my dad with a really big, and I was like a 10-year-old sweet little girl, and he just was like showing me all the equipment, and I like made friends with all the guys on the floor. Again, arm hair raising.
Right.
And I just remember it was so, from a young age, my dad was like, yeah, girls play with machines. So I think that's so fantastic and important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Charlie Matthews, tell us more.
Yes, I wanted to say, Megan, you inspire me. So it's not just the future generation; it's the current generation that's working that you're inspiring.
Yeah.
Most me and the women and men walking by need to know how important manufacturing is. That we have a diverse community. We were just talking about it and saying, this is how innovation actually happens. We bring all of our ideas to the table, and it's fun and inspiring. And just like everyday life, right? We can look around and say, okay, these are the parts that we need for our everyday life to be comfortable and wonderful, to be honest. And really, I'm excited about the technologies and seeing everything on the show floor, because that's what inspires the next generation and ourselves, is because we don't get to see this. We don't get to walk through the plant. So it's really fun to be here.
And it's so great. I love that. It's also how one thing leads to the next thing. So even if your idea, maybe if that's like your first draft idea and you don't really want to marry that idea, me having that idea gives Megan that idea, which gives Fabian that idea, which gives the by us following the fear, by us doing it anyway, we are building that cathedral one brick at a time.
I think you also said curiosity earlier, and I think that is what we're doing here. We're just like a playground. Let's feed that curiosity and see what we can create. Wonderful creators here. I'm just inspired to be sitting here with all of you, excited about what we're going to create this week. It's going to be amazing.
It feels like we're in a petri dish in a super secret lab. I mean, I don't know, Scott.
Just right there, yeah. What I've noticed is that there's a lot of people who are follically challenged like me. So I feel like I'm a
Follically
part
challenged.
of an ever-expanding
Yes.
group. So it's like, yeah, okay, same barber. Yep, same barber. So I just keep on calling them out.
I
I'm
love
not like
that.
Mitch with his flowing hair.
Thank you.
Mitch does have some volume. Also, there's some great hair in here. I do
I
have to
agree.
say myself.
There is.
Friends, if you are feeling inspired, excited, and invigorated as we are, and we hope that you are, please be sure to hashtag, share your photos from the floor, share your thoughts, share your feelings at hashtag Creators Lounge. and also to hashtag IMTS 2022. And we would be nothing without our innovators, the industrial team behind the scenes. Let's see them behind the scenes in the secret workshop.
You will see it. It's okay.
They're there. It's an absolutely fantastic booth. It's very impressive. The booth behind the booth is really where the magic's happening. So thank you so much to everyone making it happen. I'm looking at the camera and crew. We love you. Yeah. Speaking of camera, I'm gonna go roam the floor. Thank you.
Are we breaking?
Yeah, we're breaking.
It's
Team,
always
wait a
tough to
second.
break. It's like, and break.
Stay there.
Well, you don't move because you're next.
No, I
No,
got my,
you stay here.
I hear
Who are
you.
you interviewing?
I'm going to the floor
Chris.
because
Oh.
that's
Really?
what my boss is telling me in my ear.
Pollock,
Do we get to still talk
he's
in
the
here?
senior.
Yeah, why not? Until yes,
No, he's
yes,
out there. I don't know him.
yes. Stay. Listen, you have a mission,
Okay.
okay? Stay here and talk. Can you handle it?
We
Can you
can.
accept
That
it?
sounds difficult.
That's really hard.
Yeah.
Pass the mics and keep talking.
Yes,
Here
pass
we
the
go.
mics and keep talking. Mary Hines to the
all
floor.
right. Yeah.
All right, guys. So this is going to be
Wow.
fun. What are
That
you
was
going to do today?
amazing.
What's like
I'm
the
feeling-
first
it
chance
feels
you
like
get to get away
electric.
from the Creators
What are you
Lounge?
What are you excited
What
about
are you
here
gonna
today?
do?
So there's a panel discussion in the job shops area on the South Hall ballroom, I think it is. It's going to be Andrew Crow and Nicole Walters, and those are the only two people that I really remember. I know there's a third person there, but I can't remember his name.
Steve.
It's probably pretty important. I don't think it's Steve.
It's always.
And
Guys,
then,
Swank
and
with
then
the bags.
the Women in Manufacturing organization is doing a Women Make Manufacturing Move reception. That's later tonight. So that's open to everybody. I feel like everyone should come out, mingle. It's a great organization. There's going to be a lot of women there. So I think it's going to be exciting just to see more women than men in a room.
We do exist. Women are in the industry. Come check it out.
You know, when we put this together, it was super important for this to represent what we want moving forward, and as well as what we need to recognize that's already here in manufacturing. So if you don't know about how this came together and you're watching our live stream, the goal was to really look at who was out there advocating for manufacturing. And the first folks I reached out to were Charlie and you, Megan, because of the work you're doing with empowering women in your conference and Mavens of Manufacturing and what you are doing. And but I think the missing part that everyone's going to get to see this week is the choices that y'all have made, everyone here, and who we're interviewing, these creators that we're speaking to. So so as we kind of talk about it, like as you think about who you're interviewing, who are some of the people that you're most excited about? We'll just start with Mitch and we'll go around. And these are folks that are really, they're key opinion leaders. They're leaders in technology. They're creating their own original content, and they're out there making a difference. So who are you excited about, Mitch?
I'm excited about talking to David Modig Machine Tools. You'll see at their booth, they don't actually have the machine there, but they have a graphic of it. They have inverted machining. It is such a cool, productive concept where instead of the spindle coming overhead and overhanging, which gives a little bit of accuracy issues and droop, he's taken the spindle and put it on the bottom upwards. Total innovator, rethought machining from a productivity standpoint. It's freaking genius. And so I'm interested in talking to him about how his mind comes up with that. Hopefully it's not involved in anything illicit, but his genius is amazing, and they've certainly stood the industry on its head, so to
Probably
speak.
one of those ideas where he woke up at like 2:30 in the morning. It was like, I got it, and then wrote it down, and then it.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
shower
just going to
idea.
flip it
Sounds like
upside
shower,
down.
yeah.
And then I've got this afternoon. I'm talking to Jason Ray from Paperless Parts, which is a great story as well because they're so focused on digitalization of the work stream, and that's where a lot of efficiency can come from. Is if we just digitalize everything in the work stream, it reduces errors and it puts people's time back in people's day where they can focus on the bottom line productivity of actually making the parts and making the things, free them up from admin tasks.
And soon we you have about 10 minutes minutes, and my microphone is now on. There we go. And about 10 minutes to wrap up here, and then we're going to send you to go play on the floor, play with all the new toys, make good choices, meet people, network. Yes. James, I see you have ideas in your eyebrows. What ideas are there? There's smoke coming out of your ears.
Well, I want to just give everyone an opportunity really quick to get to know, we've gotten to know everybody here a little bit, but we want to get to know these passionate projects you have, these shows that you've created. So Charlie, Fabian, Megan, Scott, Mitch, I'll start us off real quick, so I'm going to be super short. We created the Industrial Strength Marketing Show and podcast, and it's centered on helping manufacturers, the leaders, the marketers, the technologists in all of these businesses make marketing the strength of their business and do marketing that makes a real impact on people. So that's our mission, and we believe the marketing function should be really one of the strongest parts of a business. So tell us about your show, Charlie, and you've got a lot of things going on, and then we'll go real quick.
Thanks, James. I'm the host of the Empowering Industry podcast, and I have a mission to connect women in industry for sure. And so I love to be able to connect with all of you, share those manufacturing stories. We have some here in our Influencers Lounge, if you will, but we also want to go out there and capture those stories and be able to tell and get excited with these manufacturers because they're doing some amazing things.
Yeah, I run the Additive Snack podcast, and my name is Fabian Ahlefeld. The Additive Snack podcast is a podcast about 3D printing, additive manufacturing, with the whole intent to educate. Right? Additive manufacturing is a niche technology. It's 0.1% of the whole manufacturing industry. So we still have a lot of work to do to grow. And the biggest piece of work that we have to do is education. So we talk to industry leaders, cool people who really have shaped the industry until today, and we really try to pull that experience and knowledge out of them and package it in a nice way where people can snack on it.
I was just gonna.
I did it!
There we go. I was waiting, but you got there first. It's okay. It's your podcast. You can have that.
Yeah, and then I'm Megan, again, Mavens of Manufacturing, and pretty much Mavens is a live video broadcast series where I'm focusing on women and their amazing stories in the sector. I'm not just focusing on one area, though. It's all the way from the shop floor to the C-suite. I've interviewed students who are in engineering majors. I've interviewed CEOs, authors, kids who are in elementary and middle school. I've interviewed the original Rosies because that's where my branding comes from.
Wow.
It pays tribute to the Rosie the Riveter. So I've actually interviewed a couple of them who are 93 and 100 years old. So those,
The original Mavens.
Yeah, it's all about representation. If you don't see yourself somewhere, you're not going to want to participate in it. So I'm trying to get as many different people to come onto Mavens, share their stories so that, the next little girl who might be, the next Elon Musk, but the female version.
The Elania Musk, if you will.
Elania, there you go. She's going to want to come and join this sector.
My name is Scott McKenzie, host of Industrial Talk, and it is a platform that celebrates industry professionals all around the world, even you that just walked on by.
Especially you.
You too.
And you guys.
Yeah, and back there. We're celebrating you guys because you're manufacturing professionals and you deserve celebration. Anyway, and it's fun because it's the human side of industry. We always look at the technology, but there is just a major human side of industry that must be celebrated because you're making my life better, which is important. And then you're making the world a better place. And again, you got to put this particular event on your bucket list. It's absolutely spectacular. Yep, it's me. I'm talking right there. Slugger. Look at that sport. Anyway, that's me, Scott McKenzie.
I'm Mitch Free. I am a serial entrepreneur. This is my fourth business that I'm currently running, a CNC machining business, serving the aerospace and defense industry. I've been in the aviation business, software business, internet business, and all related around manufacturing. And started my career as a machinist. I tried going to college for a little bit, but it wasn't for me, so I quit, went to trade school, and found my way into machining, and I absolutely loved it, just getting my hands dirty, and it just made sense for me, and it's fueled one heck of a career. And so I'm the new host of MSC's Tooling Up show,
Love
which
it.
I am super excited about. If you think about the MSC website, there are just tens of thousands of products there that are yet to be discovered.
Ugh.
And when you go look for whether it's a drill bit or an end mill or anything, it's how do you know which one? How do you know what's unique and special
But we have
to your application?
we have you to help us understand owning that individual specialness. We also, speaking of special, you have met the thoroughbreds of the influencers. They are in the horse box. They are primed. They are ready to go. They are ready to hit the track, otherwise known as the trade show floor. We're going to set you free. Go run and play, frolic in the pasture, make good choices, make friends, post everything on social media. But we're not releasing all of them. We are keeping Scott McKenzie because he's going to be interviewing Chris Pollock momentarily. So let's hit the floor and break. Remember to share your influences at hashtag We Are Creators, hashtag IMTS 2022. Here we go. Work the floor, make friends, tell stories,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
make good choices, play nice with the other kids in the sandbox.
You've got to give them your YouTube login information link for the temporary admin. They cannot do it without.
Coming up soon, we have our next guest, Chris Pollock, who will be interviewed by Scott McKenzie. Stay tuned. Maybe go grab a coffee, permission to go run to the bathroom, but you're not going to want to miss this at IMTS 2022.
Appreciate it. Trying to get out of here so you guys can do
No
some stuff.
problem.
infomercial approach, but more like the human side. Why is it important? You know, we can geek out on the old the technology. It's all good. So, and then I'll take some notes. If I go down and I take notes, it's because I'm not as sharp as you, and I'll just sit there and Industrial Talk, the number one industrial-related podcast in the universe, and we're in a fishbowl here at IMTS. It is absolutely the Grand Canyon of manufacturing events. I mean, the stuff that is here is, I don't know, stunning. Right, Chris?
Oh, absolutely.
You cannot take your eye off of it.
For sure. And
Even
I mean,
the little stuff.
This building you're in here, though, this is where really all the fun happens. This is where you see the cool stuff.
Yeah, because
everything else is great, but
yeah,
the machines in this building, I mean, just will blow your mind.
It is. If you've never been to IMTS, the reality is that it's probably the size of a small state of just technology, innovation, solutions, and it is, man. I'm sitting here and I'm just geeking out, and I haven't even begun to just sort of wander the halls.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you could take days to maze your way through this place. I mean, absolutely days.
You know, we're going to be doing technology speed dating here.
We are.
Really? We're going to go to booth to booth to booth, and we're going to say, "Hey, what's your technology? What problems does it solve?"
Sorry,
That's
I gotta
cool.
go.
because were you here 4 years ago?
So I've been doing this show since 1998.
No kidding.
And I've only missed.
Did you have hair
I only
back
missed
then?
one.
Whoa.
I did have hair back then, but not a lot.
Well, I understand. I understand completely. But you've seen a lot of changes.
Oh my God. Yeah, absolutely. Just in what industry can do, the technology within the machine tools, and now there's this whole digital twin concept that's a big portion of our product portfolio. I mean, it just blows my mind from cranking around a Bridgeport in the 80s to what you can do now. I mean, 5-axis, it was like a thing of the future. Now, if you don't have it, you're not a player.
See, that's amazing, huh? Yeah. I mean, my ears were bleeding when I heard 5-axis, and then when you see it, you're going, "Oh, I don't even know what that blows my mind." Okay, before we really get rolling,
sure,
right?
Absolutely.
I mean, we could geek out all day long. You need to provide the listeners with a little background, a little 411 on who Chris is,
okay,
and then we'll venture into what Siemens is doing, and you get the routine.
Yep, no problem.
And then when we have to break, we just have to break, and then I'm just going to have to cut you off and be rude.
That's fair enough.
All right.
I can talk forever, so you just shut me down when you want.
Swing for the fences, Chris.
So I've been in the industry for obviously a few years, not to date myself.
Yep.
Have a manufacturing engineering background, but I apprenticed as a machinist, and then I got my tool and die certification. So I was down on the floor in the trenches. My career moved into working for a machine tool OEM for about 15 years. And then from there, I segued and started working for Siemens. So I've been with Siemens now for over 10 years, and it's been a great ride. So I get an interesting position. I get to manage a team of guys that they go out and work with any machine tool OEM that is building machines with our control systems. I work for the CNC control side. Additionally, I saw a little bit of a gap in us reaching kind of the anonymous market space, we like to call it, right? Those job shop mom and pops out there where you just don't have enough feet on the street to get to them. So I built our own YouTube channel. We call it Mr. CNC. So I am
There it is, note to
Mr.
self, Mr.
CNC. So we've
Trademark.
had, I think we're 1.5 million views. We have like 6,000 followers. I mean, it's not as fun as
outta
watching those
here.
silly cat videos, but it's pretty
Okay,
cool.
I got to ask this one question: is when you first started out and you were venturing into that profession, and the first time you had to sort of program a CNC machine, was it scary? Was it successful? Was it whatever a no-brainer? What was it?
So, I mean, it was a little of all. You know, when you're looking at a machine that's like double your yearly salary, you don't want to break it.
Yeah, it's true.
and what we call it pucker factor, right? When you hit that CNC
Yeah,
cycle
I
start.
know exactly what you're talking about, and I you can make diamonds there.
Yes, you can, for sure. But yeah, no. So I've transitioned.
But when you did it,
yes,
and you got it right,
oh, I mean,
and it spit out a thing
like
right?
you're on the top of the world.
Yes, exactly.
And at that point, the machine was a 2-axis machine.
Yes, exactly.
So we come a long way.
No, heck of a long way. All right, so here we are.
Yep.
You've got Siemens. You're just saying, hey, we found this gap. Explain to the listeners. You're in the digital transformation sort of area of the CNC. Paint that picture.
So, from a
Without
product,
being an infomercial, Chris.
right?
Just
Absolutely.
FYI.
From a product portfolio standpoint, Siemens, we've been really a market leader in technology since we started. I mean, that's really a big driver. And we've been producing CNC and NC controls since the 50s and 60s in certain variations.
Amazing.
And our go-to-market is really we want to drive technology forward. So for us, probably even 15 years ago, we saw this need to digitalize the machine tool floor. How do we take processes that people are doing organically, right? Analog. I'm setting my machine, I'm validating all this stuff. But how do we make it more proficient so the machine tool can stay running longer, right? That's always the key. As long as my spindle's running, I'm making money. If my spindle's not running, I'm not making money.
That's a good point.
So,
you get more that asset, or you get your asset running at a higher rate. Okay, go continue.
So we kind of adopted this concept early on where we were trying to figure out, well, how do we take a machine tool and create what the industry now calls a digital twin? We had a digital twin before that term was cool, by far. But it's been a long road. And what we're showing here at IMTS is we've now been able to get it between all our solutions because we own NX, or NX is part of our product portfolio. That's a CAD/CAM programming system.
Is that a Nancy X-ray? NX?
A Nancy X-ray.
Okay,
so I don't know
good.
if you've ever heard of Unigraphics, UG, back in the day. They were like the premier leader of 3D modeling. I mean, they kind of created the concept in the 80s. Well, UG is what eventually became NX.
I got you.
So through the years, and then
Is there going to be a test on this?
There is. I'm going to check it out at the end. So what we've done is we can show in our booth under the entire CAD/CAM process chain of how I take a part from concept right through final manufacturing, but we're leveraging all of the digital technology now.
So really the driver here, when I hear you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that greater utilization of that very important asset, the CNC or whatever the machine is, but you're able to bring in all of the data. Is that what you're saying? And then being able to optimize that workflow?
That is part of it, but it's more than just data. Everybody thinks, oh, it's zeros and ones, and I'm just worried about this number or that number. No, we can actually digitalize the setup process. So a user can go to a PC, and he can say, I'm going to now set my job up on my machine tool. This is my fixture. I'm going to drop it in that machine. This is my workpiece blank. I'm going to put it in there. These are my holders. So we can create a 3D model of
Are you simulating it?
Yes.
It's just a simulation.
Yep. fully simulated, but it's being simulated with a piece of software that has the brain of the CNC in it, what we call our NC kernel. So that was always the problem. Third-party machine simulation by its own is great, but it's just going to show you mechanics, right? Is that tool going to hit that part? But they have no idea the decisions the control makes, which is really the key. And that's the difference between knowing exactly what's going to happen when I hit cycle start on the floor and having a kind of assumption that it should be close.
See, that's interesting. So the reality is that you're from concept to production,
cradle to grave,
cradle to grave,
yep.
Solution and view of that whole process, and then probably scrap, whatever the likelihood of it being accurate at the end, the probability is very high.
Exactly.
And that's real.
And that's key.
That's money.
Yep, that's money.
Wow, see that? That's pretty doggone cool.
Yeah, it's some neat toys. So I can take these toys and play with it on our YouTube channel and kind of get people up to speed on what we can do, how they can integrate it into their processes.
See,
and I just get to play.
Yeah, see, it's just like if you're into the Discovery Channel or if you're into National Geographics, this stuff is just it's just rich with excitement from my perspective. Maybe I'm one of 6,000. Let's put it that way.
That's right.
Now that let's venture into something that is really interesting.
Sure.
This is great. This is technology. This is innovation. You're seeing all of the changes that are taking place, and you see this level of velocity just with all of this. The question comes to mind is the ability to be able to train the people, bodies, and be able to do it in an efficient way so that you can keep on moving that innovative train forward. What are we doing?
And that's the big challenge, right?
Yeah.
As a country, as a nation, we kind of moved away from manufacturing. And we closed down a lot of our VOTECs. So we're undergoing a huge skills gap right now. And everybody's scrambling to figure out how do we get these people to be effective and train the next level workforce. So you have two ways that you can treat this problem, right? Yes, you can find people and get them interested in the trades, which we're trying to do all the time, and get them up to speed. But we can also make the machines simpler to use, so we can actually lower the skill level of the operator.
Ah, right.
And then we're also adding robotics, automation. So now where years ago it would be a shop of 100 machinists cranking dials, you can put out more work with a little more capital expense, initially a startup, with 5 guys.
See, you touched upon something that is really interesting. You see the necessity, because some of this stuff out here, as I look out, can be really complex.
Absolutely.
And I'm not trying to minimize it, but that's an elevated skill that requires more than a week of training, right? But if you can, from the technology point of view, simplify it, make it approachable, then you're achieving that result of being able to sort of keep on pushing this innovation forward. People are concerned about robotics, but you got to keep the wheels rolling. So you've got to have these solutions. But then again, you need individuals to program the robots. You need to, it's the same thing.
And that's a key portion, right? A lot of people think they're going to take our jobs away from us. No, as long as you stay with the technology, you're actually going to have better earning potential. Because now you understand these systems where there's a lot of other people that do not. So it gives you an edge. So don't think of it like displacing your job. You just got to continually learn, right? As long as you keep learning, as long as you keep growing your skill set, your growth is almost exponential.
Is there a negative, and I know is sort of a leading question. So there is this misconception of manufacturing. There's a misconception of this skilled capability out here that it's dirty. It's like, whatever. I graduated from, and I did. No. How do we change that messaging, right? How do we just say, no, you guys, this is next level stuff, and you're in it.
So, in my mind, I think we got to start as young as we can, exposing our youth to this industry. I mean, I remember even when I went through grade school right into going to college, I had never walked into an industrial machine shop. I thought machinists were guys cranking handles, boring out engines. And when I got exposed to that industry and saw this world that I didn't know about, it was like eye-opening. So I think you got to get down to the grade school level. We got to get in front of the counselors out there, and expose them to our industry. That's where we can really open the eyes of our youth that, you know what,
Right.
not everybody needs to sit behind a desk, and there's absolutely nothing wrong. I can bring you into machine shops where you can eat off the floor. Every machine's $1 million plus. You're telling me that's a low-end job running $1 million machine tool, working on aerospace parts? I mean, this is a prestigious position.
What's Siemens' role? Because, well, pretty much Siemens is in everything. Just
we
FYI.
We are in everything. We even make washing machines. Believe it or not.
I think I bought a gallon of milk with Siemens on it or whatever.
You may have.
But what's Siemens doing to help facilitate that workforce of the future? I mean, I would.
So simplifying our control systems, right? Making the technology more approachable, and little things like our touch screens are multi-touch. So what does that mean? Well, that means
I don't know. 2 hands.
the guy
I don't
grabs
know.
his phone and he pinches, right? He can put 2 points on the phone oriented. So now all of a sudden we have the control reacting like the guy's cell phone. So what he thinks about, right, what he does every day, he can now interface with the control that way. Something as simple as just making it familiar. We have applications that he hits to do a task. What do you do on your phone? You grab an app.
Yeah.
So that's one way we can try to make the technology a lot more approachable. And then this whole digital twin concept, we can now give educators, whether it be colleges, VOTECs, tools where you can now get the students in front of the machine tools without having to have a huge capital expense. Why should I have to have 30 CNCs on the floor for the kid to jog around and learn how to set up when I could have one in the shop, but I could have 30 PCs that do the exact same thing digitally.
And get that same experience.
And get the exact same experience.
Now Siemens provides that.
Yes.
That whole platform, that whole
platform. Yep.
Is Siemens involved in being able to provide these for VOTEC,
Yes.
for colleges, whatever it might be?
Yeah, we collaborate with education very heavy. Actually, I was just at Penn College, affiliate of Penn State, putting a new machine tool, a Track VMC7, into their machine shop. And they're revamping their entire machining curriculum, and they're going to have full PCs. I think they were talking about 30, 35 PCs with all these digital workstations on it. They have the real technology on the floor. So I don't want to use the term kids because they re-educate a lot too, but the students,
Oh, yeah,
right, the
absolutely.
workforce, they get a chance to experience the entire process. But before you had the digital twin, imagine to get somebody that one-on-one experience with the machine tool, you had to have 5 guys standing around one machine. Nobody got enough time.
Do you see that traditional, what we define as traditional education, do you think it's nimble enough to be able to, I mean, come on, you see the velocity out here. It's a renaissance, but it's a renaissance that's on steroids for whatever. It's just going crazy.
So I think the expectation of somebody coming out of a VOTEC program and being right at skill level is unrealistic.
It is.
But as long as they set the foundation, then as industry, we can get them the rest of the way. And I think that's what real shops are doing, right? They understand they're going to then take these new employees that are just new to the industry and the technology. They're coming in, as long as they come in with a good solid base of understanding, then they can educate them the rest of the way.
Is it necessary to begin planting those seeds in high school?
Oh, absolutely.
How far back would you go?
I would probably even consider going back to middle school.
I want shop classes come back.
You know, we still have great shop classes.
Do we?
In our local high school. Yep,
Do
in
you?
New York. Unbelievable. Actually, a good buddy of mine actually runs the shop class, my buddy Don. And I mean,
No
they
way.
have a CNC router.
No way.
Yep, they have a manual lathe, manual mill. I went in there and showed them how to use the machine, showed them how to do some programming.
Yeah, here's the funny thing with Chris. When I did speak to him on Zoom, he was down in his basement, and he has a machine in his basement, an actual CNC, right?
Oh yeah, it's a 4-axis mill.
Yeah.
That's my studio. That's where I produce a lot of my YouTube content.
That is amazing. Now, see, what's interesting about that's where industry, manufacturing, as a whole, was where I was inspired when I was in high school, and I was welding, and it's sort of, I think we need to go back to that.
You know what I like, and I've actually participated with quite a bit, is the FIRST program, FIRST Robotics. I think that, do you know FIRST?
No.
So basically, it was started by Dean Kamen and another board. Do you know who Dean Kamen is? He developed the Segway. He's done.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah,
so,
I know the Segway.
He wanted to be able to take manufacturing and make it cool, right?
See, there it is.
So imagine like the same following as a football game, but it's doing something in manufacturing. So what happens is you get a challenge. So you're going to have to take some ball and put it in a hoop and drive around.
Right.
And the robot that the kids are going to design themselves and build and then compete with at stadium level competitions is done within like a 2-month time frame.
See, I think that if anybody had an opportunity to come to an event like this, it would blow their mind. And I think that it's imperative that many of these, you look around and you're looking at these individuals and you can tell that they're just super duper passionate about what they do. And it's infectious. And I think that it would benefit many to be able, from a youth perspective, to come, be on the floor, take a look at this, look at the thing spinning around, feeding style, whatever it might be. That
Absolutely.
is good. And I think I'm glad what Siemens is doing. And I'll be more than happy to support anything that Siemens does from an education perspective, because I don't see how we as a world do not support that. And if we do not support that, then the machines are going to take over the world, because you got to keep the thing spinning, right? You got to do it. So don't do it.
That's right.
Yes. But the reality is that what I see out here, what is being featured here, is truly making our lives better.
Yes. Yeah.
And it is a passion I think that is one that is underappreciated. It is like you're a superhero with nobody really sort of saying, "Hey, check it out. There's Chris, man. Chris is a superhero, man." So anyway, so Chris.
Yes.
So somebody's listening out there, and they're saying, "Okay, I really like what Chris is saying." So how does somebody get a hold of Chris?
Easiest thing, go to the Mr. CNC YouTube channel, watch any one of my 120 videos.
Subscribe.
Subscribe, please. Like, subscribe. Yeah, definitely. But honestly, all of my contact information's there. So email address, phone number. I prefer you email me over call me, but anybody can reach out to me. It's the easiest way to get my contact information.
Yeah.
And then, Siemens being such a behemoth, as you mentioned.
Oh, it's a beast.
A lot of times I may not have the answer, but I can hopefully navigate you to the guy that might. So I like to be there as a facilitator and a resource for people for kind of all things Siemens. But at the end of the day, my specialty is operation and programming. So if you have a machine tool with our control, or you're looking at maybe moving into the technology that we're really good at, then reach out. I'd be happy to help.
And I hate to do this to you again, because I think that we got all geeky on that. How do they get a hold of you? What is that your YouTube?
Mr. CNC.
Yeah.
So just go to the Mr. CNC.
And that's MR CNC.
That's MR CNC.
Not MISTE.
No. MR CNC. Yeah, just type it in YouTube. You'll see any one of a million videos of mine. And then, follow the channel.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why did you start that YouTube channel? Just because you know that time and place, you're saying, okay, I got to start a YouTube channel.
So it actually started from a web series we were doing. So we started doing webinars, and we were direct marketing the webinars.
Yeah.
And so I had all this content. I'm recording all these webinars. We're putting them on our website, but I'm like, we need to access the broader market. If the market doesn't know we exist, why are they going to go to our website? They'll never find it. So eventually it was like,
brilliant.
Let's just start dumping this content on YouTube. So we created the channel. I had like 20 videos at the time already done. Everybody's like, you're nuts. They're an hour and a half long. Nobody's going to watch an hour and a half video. And guess what? They do. And I can tell you, I get people I have followers in like 50 different countries. I get emails on a daily basis saying, I am learning how to run a Siemens control by watching your videos.
Chris is the man. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much
My
for being
pleasure.
in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, because you are a creator. You're a YouTube juggernaut.
Well, I certainly appreciate it. I appreciate getting a chance to hang out with you. And honestly,
I'm trying to get
just
you to
get off my
stumble.
feet.
All right. Thank
This
you very
is
much for
great.
joining Industrial Talk and IMTS Creators Lounge. We are once again broadcasting live from IMTS, and it is I don't know, it is the Grand Canyon of manufacturing. Thank you very much. We will be right back.
Thank you.
My microphone. Wow. We hope that you enjoyed that fantastic conversation with Chris Pollock, who's standing right behind me, fresh from
All right. That was
and Scott McKenzie, talking about the inspiring the different innovators, planting the seeds for the next generation of innovators. We hope that you enjoyed and are enjoying our live feed. But we want you to continue to catch us live. IMTS on YouTube for Scott McKenzie, Industrial Talk YouTube, and Industrial Talk on LinkedIn. Also follow our Industrial Strength Marketing at Industrial Strength on YouTube. You have so many projects, so many assignments, and ways to stay connected. Your next assignment is to hang out and hang tight for a fantastic interview with Charlie Matthews, as she empowers women in industry, and the particular woman that she is empowering and interviewing, Amanda Holloway. Stay tuned. Hashtag We Are Creators, IMTS 2022. The floor is buzzing at the Grand Canyon. I believe we're in the Grand Canyon. Did you know we're in the Grand Canyon, James?
We're in the Grand Canyon of manufacturing, according to Scott. I think it's bigger than the Grand Canyon. Everest.
How many buildings of brilliance are actually involved in this? I believe there's 4 different halls. Is that right?
No, there's 9 halls.
Wow. I'm an actor and a host. Math is not my strong point. That's why I got this man right here. 9 different pavilions. We're expecting 90,000 participants over this week. I know, right? Jaw dropped.
For real.
For real. And in addition to the people that are actually here, it's you that we want to hear from. Tune in, hashtag We Are Creators. Share your insights, your innovations, your inspirations. Hashtag IMTS 2022.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Oh, and we are nothing without our stage manager. She's on camera. She's keeping everything together. Yay! It's so fantastic. I ask for anything, and it's right there. We're ready to go. Team innovators. Ooh, come here. Check out this. Look at them. Look at them in the beautiful goldfish bowl, getting ready to talk about innovation, creation, and empowering women in marketing, manufacturing, marketing, all the M words. 60 seconds to come back from the bathroom, bring me a coffee. Enjoy.
I'm all about it. You're all about it. It's about Hey everybody, and welcome to the Empowering Industry Podcast. I am so excited to have Amanda Holloway with me today. We have really a lot to share. I mean, it's going to be about you. And the intro was it's all about me or all about manufacturing, I don't know, but we're going to talk about you today. And we're going to talk about growing up here. And I think that when we think about the pump industry, which is my background, you've got the background too, it's one portion, right? We talk about the systems a lot, we talk about manufacturing, but coming to IMTS, wow, it has been amazing to see that, yes, there's some pumps here, but there's a lot of other things here. So I want to connect the industry, the pump industry with the manufacturing industry, and while we're really here, as creators, right?
Yes.
You have been one of those creators that I've admired, I've worked with for 10 plus years. It has really been amazing. So Amanda, just, you're with Xylem and
Yes.
you are a host of your podcast. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I had the pleasure of speaking with you earlier this year, and I love to be able to elevate what we're doing over at Xylem via our podcast. So, Xylem is a water technology company. We're headquartered in Washington, D.C., and I joined the company unofficially about 11 years ago and officially about 8 years ago. And I've had a bunch of different roles in the marketing and communications team, both global and domestic. And a few years ago, I created a podcast called Solving Water, a Xylem podcast, specifically to help generate content and elevate our people within the industry, right? We wanted to find a very comfortable way to gather their thought leadership and share the message. So started the podcast, very industry focused in late 2019, and then we all know what happened 6 months later, COVID hit, and it was great to have that channel set up. And I've just expanded the content well beyond just what we're doing in the Americas in our certain markets. But yeah, I've been growing up with all sorts of pumps.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting, right? We did have to take a shift. We had to adapt to how we're going to share content when we can't get to a trade show like this. I know we talked about it. We missed that 2020 show, IMTS, and people were like, wow, we definitely can't wait 4 years to get together. Let's get together. And this is, you can tell it. Everybody has great energy here. They're having, like, walking by this Creators Lounge and waving and excited. Y'all say hello, everyone, right? So it's been a lot of fun to see those trade shows come back, but also we learned a lot. We learned about creating content. So let's kind of go backwards a little bit. So my company is 11 years old this year, and so Empowering Pumps is what we started, and we created things like articles, white papers, and I know you were a big part of that for Xylem and the company before, because you have that agency background. So you're a creator, and so that's what we really wanted to bring into this lounge is people who have the experience of creating content. And it went from, like I said, the paper, the print, all the way into now podcasting. Tell us like your perspective of that.
Yeah, it's really evolved a lot, actually. I was just talking to somebody about this the other day, and I don't think that there's very many water technology companies or even manufacturing, any kind of more industrial B2B type companies that are embracing the podcast the way that they could. So it's a super low risk, flexible way to get their content out there. Like I said, we initially started it to generate content for specific parts of our business, and now it's more about educating and bringing people in. I get a lot of emails and notes on LinkedIn about wanting to join Xylem and learning more about the company, and so it's becoming really an information source beyond just trying to produce new content.
Right, and so we have so much content that we've already produced. There's so many materials out there, and so it's just highlighting the people out there in the industry doing remarkable things. So whether it's in your staff, if it's one of your customers, I've even seen your most recent interview was amazing. So anytime that and so let everybody know, Solving Water podcast, make sure you go and take a look at that. But anytime that we bring in people outside of our company and we're talking to people in space, for example, that was really cool that we've seen here at IMTS. But when we bring those people to the pump industry and share those ideas, we're innovating, we're growing because we're stretching across that norm that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're, you probably understand this more than most, but Xylem is one of the few manufacturers in the water space that's doing a podcast. So again, highly encourage you to just get out there and give it a try if it's something that you're interested in terms of another marketing channel. Like I said, it came in very helpful during COVID when, Zoom became the channel of preference, right? And so able to record them remotely and like
is
you
it
said,
hard? Is it really difficult to do a podcast? That's the question. I mean, today we're set up and we're doing some amazing live streaming and like some amazing equipment, but sometimes it's just about getting started. So, like, did you find it
oh my gosh,
like starting your startup?
I was
what was that
so
like?
nervous in the beginning, and if you go back and listen to some earlier episodes, you'll notice just things I picked up in learning how to be a good host and not to be so nervous. But it doesn't. It's really, the more you can make it like a conversation like we're having now, the more engaging it is for the audience and more fun for you. And we talked about this the last time we spoke about just having a natural curiosity and people's stories and their journeys, and also just our industry in general and the different ways everything intersects. I mean, that's part of what I love about podcasting is I interview somebody about our recreational marine division. I've interviewed people that produce water documentaries and other nonprofits that we're partnering with in other ways. Like, just there's so many different facets, and it's just so interesting to hear where people are coming from.
Yeah, and that's what we want. We want to hear those stories, whether you're a manufacturer or you're the end user of the product. Those stories are what brings it that humanistic side that you can remember. So storytelling is so important. And so we could go on and on about that. Me and you, we love storytelling. We'd love to hear your story as you're walking by. You can come back over and tell us your story. But one thing I want to talk about is empowering women in industry. Xylem is a sponsor for that event coming up October 13th in New Orleans, and I want to hear your perspective about being a woman in the industry. I'm so glad that we are here. So if anybody who doesn't think so, women are here in the industry, and it's not just marketing, even though we do have marketing in our background. So I'm excited that Xylem is supporting our women, and what does that mean to you to work there?
It's incredible. I mean, and I've seen such a transformation in the 11 years that I've been with the company in some form or fashion. I think that there's a concerted effort to make manufacturing and or any, again, B2B, water, technology, any of that more accessible so it's less intimidating, and then also really highlighting those positions and our people in that way. So I think it's fantastic that Xylem is a sponsor of the event, and I can't wait to go and check it out.
Yeah, so it is. It's important that our companies, all of our companies, pay attention to diversity, equity, inclusion, and this is just one way that they can show that they do care about their employees and giving them that leadership development that is just necessary for growth within an organization. And, to see your path, right, from coming in from the agency world, coming in and sharing those stories, building that relationship, because really that is what it's about. If you don't have somebody to interview, then it's not going to be a very good interview, right? So it's going to be non-existent, obviously. But that's the thing. You got to build relationships, and we've known that from creating technical articles all the way to a video. We have to be able to say, hey, jump on here with me. It's just a conversation with me. Let's go, right?
Right. And one of the things I'm very passionate about recently is the fact that, I don't have an engineering background, right? I have a marketing communications background, business degree. I'm not an engineer, and I work with very, very intelligent people who have engineering backgrounds. And it's just been wonderful how they bring you in and you don't have to you don't have to be worried that you don't have the right exact credentials, because everybody has different talents and different passions, and you bring that to the table, and you you break down barriers through communication, and you help those folks tell their message, and then you get to have a place in the organization too.
That's right. And we talk about that. Everybody has their own superpower, right? We need everybody to work together. And so that's why I love kind of the empowering women in industry. In industry, I wanted to stretch that and get outside of kind of that silo of the pump industry, and say, let's all work together. And what does that look like, whether you're a manufacturer or operator? Let's talk to each other. Let's, solve water problems for sure. And, I do have a big passion for water. I went to Uganda recently, and I really did love seeing that there's still work to do, right? It's hard to be in that space, but it's also, I know that there are technologies out there that can solve these problems. And so it's inspiring, and it's something that's worth talking about and getting excited about water. And so you get to do that anytime you want. Okay, if you all want to talk water, Amanda will talk with you.
Yeah, please
manufacturing
come.
As well, right?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, that's awesome that you went to Uganda. That's an amazing experience. I'm sure you were wonderful there. Yeah,
Well, I was going to say, I wrote a blog about it, so you can absolutely read all about it and see. One of the things I did was twirl a baton, out there for the children that were in the schools as they clapped and sang. And it was really getting out of your comfort zone, right? And so I think a lot of this, even this lounge, as we're looking around, we're kind of in this, I like what Steve said, we're in this fishbowl, if you will. But it's kind of fun to see and interact. So even just, I'm like waving at people, and, it's just kind of a neat.
Come on by and say hello.
That's right. It's very neat to be here. And so I guess next for the podcast, you are looking for speakers for that. But what have you learned from being a podcast host?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think recent happenings in the world has really helped me solidify what that is for me. So, for example, the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. I'm sure I butchered that, but that legislation that passed really put to light for me the kinds of ways that we're all connected. So I did a podcast with one of our sales directors about the Bridge Investment Program, which is part of the IIJA, and I was like, really? What do we have to do with bridges? We are a water company. Well, when you dig up bridges and build new bridges, you build them over bodies of water, you hit water when you dig, just a whole new world. So I guess what I'm learning is that everything is so much more connected, and it's just so interesting how we all touch water in a different way. We all are in manufacturing in a different way, whether or not we're making pumps or nuts and bolts, right?
Yes, and I always love that you have to have a pump in order to make a pump. But any manufacturing plant that I've been in, because water is a part of every manufacturing process, and we want to make sure that we reuse that water and really make sure that we're thinking about the most efficient way to run a system. I'm sure there's lots of talks around there. We were talking about robotics here a lot. It's easy to see that as you walk through.
It's really cool.
Yeah, and I saw that while walking through a plant. It was a motor manufacturer's plant. But being able for the robots and the humans to work together, it's just another way of just saying, okay, we all have to really think and communicate about these issues and these problems. And I think podcasting is one of the easiest ways to share stories that people can relate to. So as we see all of these people walking by, and yes, they're waving, I love it, that we think about how can we share their story to solve a problem. That is the thing. We're sharing that. We're telling how we did solve problems as well.
And we're also just helping get the message out and educating people, right? So you're talking about the need in Uganda, and what I've learned in the past year even is that there's a need here in the U.S. terribly badly there's 2 million people in the U.S. without access to running water. And we partner with the Water Boys, the Chris Long Foundation, the Water Boys organization. We partner with Dig Deep, just Georgia McGraw, just wonderful people, and really working to help people at home get access to water too. So if you want to learn more, again, it doesn't have to be intimidating. That's what's so great about it. Like, you can be anyone and just get in there and help.
Yes, and the other thing about kind of sharing these stories, they're entertaining to learn about how people get into the industry, and then what are they working on, and then the other thing I really like is how you can connect people. So every time I listen to a podcast, and I also think that listening to podcasts is one of the easiest things you can do, right? You can do it while you're doing the laundry or walking or running, whatever you're out. I don't know why I can't say this. Sorry, like physical fitness
Sure.
habit
Commuting,
is
whatever.
that's right.
Yeah, your
Commuting.
downtime.
All kinds of things that you can do, but it's easy. And so once you make that habit, you're learning. And I think you mentioned that earlier of just interviewing people is such a source of learning about the industry and outside of your industry. And then the other part is you can connect. So every time I listen to a podcast, to go back, is, okay, how can I connect that person to somebody I know? How can we bring this communication together? Eileen O'Neill was just on the podcast, and she's sharing about bringing in these water CEOs and talking about lessons learned. And that is so important to our industry. Because that's how we're going to solve these big problems.
Yeah.
And they're bigger than one company. That's what we've seen. And, even at this Creators Lounge, where we're all telling stories, and there's all these different interview influencers. So we have, we're talking about additive manufacturing and robotics, like I said earlier, manufacturing and CNC machines. Like, we don't normally just talk about this in the pump industry, right? We're talking about impellers. We're talking about, mechanical seals, so it's, okay, what are we learning while we're here? And I think part of it is the pump industry definitely needs to come connect and see what kind of some of this technology is that we can use. And so thanks for being here. I think that you are leading the way, especially taking that risk to create a podcast. And it was before the pandemic, I'd like to point out, had that foresight. Mine wasn't. It was after we had our Empowering Industry podcast. 2020 is when we launched it. But it was because I wasn't on the road as much and I had more time. But for you, being able to have that, this is where the industry is going, and creating that, you were ready. And so that's where we want people to be. We want people to be ready to go. We want them to come to the Creators Lounge and ask us about how to create content. If you're scared, let me know. You can do things scared, for sure. And it's not that hard, right?
It's really not, and especially if you love to talk to people, which I would guess most of y'all do, being at a trade show. That's like your ultimate time to talk to people. So absolutely, it's not difficult at all.
Yeah. So how can people get in touch with you? What is the Solving Water podcast? How do you reach that?
Sure. Well, Solving Water, a Xylem podcast, is available anywhere you stream podcasts, so Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, all the different platforms. You can also find our entire library dating back to 2019 on solvingwater.podbean.com, which is our host platform. And then also check us out if you're interested in seeing how that intersection of water and manufacturing in this realm can work together. Xylem.com is where you can find more information about what we do.
And tell us again where to find that podcast with the archives there.
Yeah, that is solvingwater.podbean.com.
Perfect. Well, I'm really excited that you created this resource that we can all kind of go back. Don't worry if you missed it. It's there forever. And that's what I love about podcasting, is that you can really spend time, like schedule some time. I want to learn about this. And then how can this apply to my job? And then also, like, you can just look and see the amazing influence or thought leaders out in our industry and say, like, hey, I would like to talk to you. And if they said yes to a podcast, they're pretty open. And so they're probably going to say, yes, I'm happy to help you. I will, be that person, that mentor for you. That's what I found. No one says, nah, I don't want to be on a podcast.
Right.
They're like, yeah, let me figure out when in my schedule.
And especially once you do it once, they're like, whoa, that was awesome. So for sure. I mean, I think people generally are pretty open to it.
Okay,
it's
so
good.
so thank you. Everybody go check out her podcast. I want to just say, Amanda, that you have had such a career, and so in the pump industry for one. So any marketers out there that are looking for guidance or a mentor, I think you would be great, a role model. You're definitely a role model to me, even though we've been in the industry a lot of about the same time.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think that's how it works. You inspire each other, right?
Absolutely.
So empowering women in industry, I'd love for you to be there. I'd love for your team, they're going to be a shining light. They already are as a sponsor. So we'll see you at WEFTech for sure.
Yes.
You have a booth there. So everybody come and check out that technology. That's going to be in New Orleans. And I feel like, so we're in September now. That is crazy.
I know.
But this is like the October of, what's next. And so come and check out that. There's a lot of digital technologies there as well. I'm putting you on the spot a little bit to ask you kind of what is there to see at WEFTech, but just give us a little bit about WEFTech.
Yeah, we have a great booth this year. We're covering all different aspects of solving water, right? So helping with strategy and operations. What does that look like? Partnering with our customers and clients to make sure that they have the tools they need to be successful in their jobs. So yeah, we'll have some equipment. We're really also focusing on services this year, which is that we're not just creators of technology and
the product,
but we're also we have great experts that are there to help set up, commission, service, aftermarket stuff. We do it all. So we'll have all that different stuff on highlight and have some fun little booth events too that come see. So
yeah. So again, if y'all want to get if you want to register, it's WEFTech. That's WEFTEC.org. So make sure that you register for that. It's a great event too. So we'll be seeing each other in October.
Yes.
But I just want to thank you for being here, being with IMTS, being in the Creators Lounge. So this is new for me this is my first ever IMTS, and then I get to be in this amazing Creators Lounge booth with all these amazing thought leaders, and you're definitely one of those leaders. So maybe next year you could be in a booth like this. We'll see. So everybody at IMTS Plus, I hope that you IMTS Plus is the digital version of this online, and I hope everybody that's streaming is paying attention and having a good time out there. But we're loving seeing everybody at the show, and thank you so much for being here, for sharing your story, and for being one of those innovators and leaders while podcasting and showing us how to do it. Showing manufacturers how to do it.
Well, thank you so much for thinking of me. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. Yeah, you inspire me every day too. So we do it together, and we'll see you at WEFTech.
Awesome. So Amanda Holloway and the Powering Industry Podcast, everybody. Thank you. I think we can get up.
Amanda Holloway, Charlie Matthews, The Creators Lounge, IMTS 2022. Stay tuned for more soon.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom.
I was dancing. Did you catch me dancing? I've been waiting for an opportunity to do the robot. We're not there yet, but stay tuned. We hope you're having a fantastic time, feeling inspired and excited. We also want you to be inspired and excited by Industrial Studios. They are the masterminds who have brought you this Creators Lounge here today, live programming. Hey, Jim, let's roll that sweet video everyone worked so hard on. Check it out. Wow. For branded content at the pace of all of these manufacturing feats, Industrial Studios is where to go. But now we have somewhere else that we want you to go, into our fantastic Goldfish Bowl of Brilliance. We have Charlie in her fabulous red blazer, Jennifer Rogers, Joseph Campbell Harris, Meta McCall from Universal Robots. Let's see what they have to talk about, shall we?
So thanks so much for being here. We are with the Empowering Industry podcast, and I was just so excited to be at IMTS.
I realized I had my...
And, you know, to be in the Creators Lounge is remarkable because I get to be called an influencer, which, hey, that's fun. And then I get to walk around the show floor and meet people that I've never met before, which is what just happened this morning. I was like, what are these cobots? We don't want to talk about that. We talk a lot about robots in our industry, the pump industry, but what is cobots? And I said, hey, Joseph, tell me a little bit about this and how are they redefined? So I'm going to let you introduce yourself and kind of tell us a little bit about the cobot world.
So happy to. I'm the head of marketing for Universal Robots in North America. For your listeners who don't know we are the founding company in the cobot space. We introduced our first commercially viable cobot about almost 15 years ago now.
That's what got me. I was like, I actually stopped at the robotics, room here, and it was the original cobot. Right. So I just felt like it was meant to be.
Well, we were founded by some very visionary engineers in a small university in Denmark, and they really had a different view of how they wanted the robot industry to develop. And their image was to have robots that could work side by side with skilled human operators. And they were very successful bringing that product technology to market, and that was the basis for UR. Today, we're the biggest cobot company in the industry. Depending on which analyst you follow, we have 40 to 50% market share. We've shipped well over 50,000 cobots into industry around the world.
And so for people who don't know what cobot is,
let's define that.
Yes, let's do that.
So a cobot is a collaborative robot. And what that means is it is capable of working side by side in a very safe fashion with skilled human operators. Right? Traditional automation needs to be caged, barred, protected, sensors. It is just not approachable in any way, shape, or form. Collaborative robots, you'll see applications, cobot right next to an operator, actually co-working on a given job.
I think that's fascinating. I mean, I've seen it in action a couple of times, but you have an amazing booth here at IMTS that people can come and see that. And you don't have to worry about kind of getting hit with that robot because it's programmed to make sure that it's not going to hurt the human that is around.
That's correct. We actually have 17 different levels of safety protocols that a plant can set to match their safety standards. There are safety standards, but every plant interprets them just a little bit differently. So what we've got is a big safety toolbox that allows a customer to kind of set up the cobot to operate to their standards. And it really is fascinating.
It is. And, I'm just thankful for you. Say thank you for introducing me to Jennifer. He's like, hold on, I've got somebody for you to talk to because my business card also has empowering women in industry in it. Yeah. And I'm really excited to hear about what you're doing. And, yes, I've been here and I've talked about this already in this Creators Lounge about we want to stretch outside of the pump industry to manufacturing, to industry as a whole, and let them know that women are working today in this field, and also to talk about the challenges that are out there that we need to improve to make a safer workforce, but also just developing our team, developing our women that work with us. And so I'd like to hear, Jennifer, if you want to tell us a little bit about what your ideas are and how they came to be. And first, kind of introduce yourself with the company as well.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Rogers, and I am a senior marketing specialist for UR. I joined the team about 6 months ago, and we have a great marketing team full of women, not just women, but very predominantly women, and it's been a great team to work with. We just recently had a master's class in Cincinnati, and we had a women in manufacturing panel. Jake Hall joined us, and he did a great panel, which has kind of led us to start thinking about how we can do more of that. And we plan to next year do a webinar series, women in
maybe with empowering women in industry. We'll
maybe,
see.
Completely possible. Completely possible.
Sure, completely possible. And yeah, to just feature women in the industry, because there are some very amazing and talented women in this industry.
Yeah, and I want to stay there for just a minute because marketing is so important. And we've talked about how marketing is important here at the show. This Creators Lounge is about our creators, the creators of content, to be able to share stories about this amazing technology. Being surrounded by women, it's a different dynamic, especially in the male-dominated space that we live in. But in marketing, it's not like that. There's a lot of women in marketing. So do you feel like coming into a male-dominated space, we also need to create that environment for women in those marketing positions?
Yeah, I think so. I think UR does a fantastic job of that. Teradyne, I mean, we definitely have made women very comfortable, I think, in the industry. And
say hello. You can see the wave. Hello, everyone.
Hi, John.
Yes.
Hi, John.
See, this is the fun part about being live at IMTS in the Creators Lounge. We want to interact with you people. We want to say hello. Manufacturing is cool. Fellow robots, competitors here. Yep. Heckling, is that what we're doing here? Anyway, that is kind of fun. This is what this is about. It's about telling the stories, interacting with people.
Right.
That's what we are. That was why that was really fun, right?
Yeah. I think in the industry as a whole, and I've got the benefit of hindsight. I've been in the industry a very, very long time. We have more women in the industry now, both in technical and non-technical roles, and that number is growing at a very high rate of speed. And I think it's really critical, right? Because we are struggling to hire enough people in manufacturing anyway, right? And the more attractive we can make it to a broader base of people, the better off our manufacturing community is going to be.
Absolutely. Then that is the kind of the reason behind empowering women too, is because we saw women being the answer to that skills gap, that knowledge gap that we need to solve. And they're not here in mass droves, but we can get them here, and they're doing the job on anyway. And so it's making it more attractive and just letting them know that these jobs are out there.
Yes.
Okay, Meta, I don't want to leave you out too much longer. Just go ahead and introduce yourself. I know you're running the show in a lot of ways behind the scenes. Tell us about your company and tell us what you think about this digital marketing world.
Sure. So I run McCall Media. So we do PR and marketing primarily for industrial automation companies. And here at the show, I'm with Universal Robots, and I help facilitate meetings with editors that come to the booth. We show them all of the new fascinating cobot applications that we have, and help write stories about that. And one of the other things I do, which is really a favorite part of my job, is I get to travel all around the U.S. and Canada with a cameraman. And I go into the factories and I tell the stories. What happens when these cobots hit the floor, you deploy them. And I tell the stories of all the benefits that these cobots create. And also sort of face some of the stigma that there sometimes is around cobots, and all of the people that say, oh, well, they steal jobs. And what happens when these cobots come in? Then people are out of work. And
you don't have to carry that heavy equipment all by yourself. That was one of the key things that I saw. We don't. Why in the world would we want to suffer like that?
Yeah.
If a robot or cobot could do that for us.
I know.
Yeah.
And I tell you the stories that I sometimes hear. I will have a line operator come up and say, you know what? We used to call them Thelma and Louise because we thought they were going to drive us over a cliff. And then we realized that, all of the work that they help us with now. Now I have people come up and say, where can I put a cobot next? Maybe we can have a cobot do this job. Maybe we can have it tend that machine. Maybe we can have it work first shift, where we can't staff. Who wants to work first shift, taking things in and out of a machine all night long? We can't staff that. The robot doesn't mind.
But
That's right.
That's the transition of the whole manufacturing floor, right? And what we see is really a demographic shift. Baby boomers, of which I am one, are retiring at a really horrendous rate, about 10,000 a day. The COVID crisis exacerbated that. It really made it even more difficult. But what we're finding is younger generations, be they Zs or millennials or whatever, look into the factory and what they see are dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs. And they do not want to do that. And they're not, right? They're voting with their feet and they're moving into other sectors. And so one of the jobs that we have, and Meta has been a huge help for UR over the years, is we tell the story about how cobots can improve manufacturing for everybody, not just the shop owner, the operator, but the people on the floor that are actually producing the parts.
Yeah, and I think there's something to that. It's that strategic mind that we need to solve problems. And if we're not doing kind of some of that work that these cobots can do, then we have the space to be able to think strategically and say, how do we want to change our plant? How do we want to make it more efficient? How do we want to, who do we need to bring to the table to actually solve the problem that's out there in the market? So I really love that. I'm curious though, because I went to your booth and I saw, all this big display. It's amazing, like I said. But is that just for big corporations to use? Like who can actually use robots in their production?
Well, that's also part of a big shift in manufacturing. Right? Before collaborative robots broke on the market, automation was pretty much limited to larger companies. It was more complex. It required a larger capital outlay. It really needed specialists who could program it and set it up. And with the advent of cobots, we're actually bringing automation to a whole new class of customers, and that's the small and medium enterprise, which is hugely important because about 90% of the manufacturing businesses in the U.S. have less than 100 employees. Right?
Yeah, and probably that transition went a little different, even more so after the pandemic, right? There's a lot of these companies starting. There's a lot of this shifting of the employment as well. And so I think this is fascinating. So if you did want to look at your small to medium size or large corporation that needs these cobots to come in and work, what does that look like? I mean, Jennifer, I'm thinking of you in marketing and that background, that role to kind of get that message out there. But how do you see what's their first step? Like, what do they need to do first?
Well, I think the first step they have to go through is to open their eyes up and recognize that this is a possibility. Right? And many of these companies have investigated automation over the years and determined it was not for them because it was too complex or too expensive or whatever. So the first thing we have to do is get them to open their eyes.
And Jennifer, do you have a plan for that?
Meta's
like, I've got a plan, but...
I think I'm off, actually.
It's okay. Well, Meta, you can talk a little bit about marketing while we figure that out.
Sure. So I think, and that's also where the case studies come in and become so powerful because we go into a little mom and pop machine shop in Texas and we show that they get the robot in the morning, they're cutting shrink wrap in the morning, and they're having production parts running in the afternoon. And that's an incredible, powerful story to tell. And it is not just like a PR fluffy spiel. We're actually out there on the floor with them at this little shop in Texas telling that story. And other people like them that can identify with that see that. They're like, oh wow, it's not just a press release where they say it's so easy. 'Cause everybody says it's easy.
Well, I'm definitely jealous. Just you telling me that you go to these plants and walk through them with the camera, I'm like, sign me up. Let me go walk with her. That sounds amazing. But I think it's that whole program, right? We talked a lot about the transition of marketing from technical papers and articles to video, which I think you do a lot with video, right? And then social media and this podcasting. I love podcasting, and just because you can say, hey, can you tell me your story?
Yeah.
So how do you see it moving forward?
Oh, we do. I was just going to comment that we do the same with webinars. A lot of our partners and our customers that have had success, they join us as well. And that's a great place for us to draw people in to see the benefits for them.
Yeah, and those webinars, those teaching tools, and getting people comfortable sharing their story, kind of who they are, and about the products themselves. I'm curious about what you think the next. What do they need to know next? Okay, yes, okay, I'm in. I'm ready to go. I'm going to commit to this. What's that next step after they're saying, okay, I believe in this?
Typically, we love to see customers get their hands on. Right, and if you look at our booth, we actually have live demos from all different applications. We've got cutting and welding and grinding and machine tending and machine loading. But what's really a breakthrough moment is when we put the cobot pendant in the hands of an operator or an engineer who has no experience. And in short order, they can understand how easy it is to master. UR's really pioneered the industry. We have an online training academy. We've trained over 130,000 people around the world in this online academy. And really, in a couple hours, you can master the fundamentals of programming and operating one of our cobots. And that enables people to see the future.
So, background-wise, if you want to, come and be a part of this industry, what type of background does someone need?
Well, I think any of the engineering disciplines are going to be helpful on the engineering side of the house. I think on the marketing side of the house, we've got a really diverse team. We've got a couple engineers, but most of us are communicators at heart. And the ability to reach into a different segment and communicate on their terms is really important. What we used to do 25 years ago does not work so well today. Right?
Yeah, especially in marketing. I mean, we have to reach different audiences.
Right.
I felt like you wanted to say something, Jennifer.
Oh, I was going to go back to the training. We actually have training here this week that people can step in for 45 minutes, pick up the pendant, and learn the basics to program a robot if they wanted to check it out, and they can sign up for that in our booth.
That's awesome. Yeah. So if you want to go and just play with your own robot, basically let it perform a task, which
Absolutely.
I think is the number one thing we want to do. Okay, I want to tell you to do this. Now, can they do that? Can this cobot really do this? I think this is amazing to first of all have that platform, right? So IMTS creating this, bringing everybody together. I know that there was a lot of people that said they really missed out for 2020 that wasn't here.
It was a very painful year.
Yeah. And being able to come together and just see your peers. I love seeing the people walking by and saying hello to everyone at IMTS. But what does that bring? That human side of things, right? You talk robots all the time, but tell us a little bit about the human side of what you're doing.
I think you can talk in abstract all day long, and we do, right? I mean, we do webinars, we do presentations. I mean, we're pushing every vehicle we possibly can. But I personally think trade shows are incredibly valuable because you do get face-to-face and you do get hands-on, and you can accelerate that transformation so much further and so much faster at an event like this, where it's really difficult if you're going to do it in a series of webinars or review of case studies or anything like that.
Well, I think this is the energy, too. When you come to a trade show, everybody's energized and ready to learn.
For the first few days, anyway.
Well, yes. Well, it depends on your outdoor activities as well. Like how, I say it all the time, like the energy for a trade show, you have to monitor that. I was telling, and this is kind of a off moment, but we have to take care of ourselves. We have to take care of our bodies throughout a week like this. So taking breaks, making sure you eat, is definitely drink a lot of water. It's important. And so I'm taking y'all's lunch break, but we do have lunch. You are having lunch after this.
Yep.
But I think that we are humans is what we're trying to say, and we need that energy, that connective collaboration. It's what trade shows bring to life. So I'll kind of give it back to the ladies over here. I'm all about empowering women. I've told y'all that, but I just love storytelling and how you got into it. So I'm a little bit curious on how Meta got into her kind of PR marketing side of things. How did you get into the industry?
It was kind of random. I'm born and raised in Denmark, just like the robots. So that's why I have this weird accent. I haven't been here 20 years, haven't quite lost it yet. And
we love accents around here.
And I had a friend in Denmark who was doing PR for UR in the Nordics. And it's actually interesting because IMTS 2022 actually marks Universal Robots' 10-year anniversary in the US. They actually entered the market at IMTS 2012 when I first did PR for them. So this is a little bit of a nice anniversary for us. having been
Absolutely.
here
Can we
10
celebrate
years.
for them? Everyone celebrate for their anniversary here. It's amazing. I can
Yeah.
hear it. Yeah, wonderful. Yes, yes. Well,
and I did
yeah.
not know anything about robots at that time. I was in Silicon Valley. I was doing high-tech software. I did not know anything about manufacturing industry. It was a completely new world to me. But I thought the whole idea of a cobot, running unguarded without safety, next to people working, helping them out with a task they don't want to do, was such a good story seen from a journalism perspective. I was like, I got to do this.
Yes, and I think that that's part of, getting into the industry. We threw Jennifer in, like, come on, jump on the camera today. You just got to the company, but let's go. And I admire you for doing that and jumping in here. But Joseph, tell us a little bit about how you got into the industry.
Well, you have to go way back in the time machine. I actually sold my first robot in 1979.
So can y'all hear that? 1979 robots were there. They're not brand new. Get on board with these robots and cobots.
It's been a long time coming. But I will say that the transition to Universal totally opened up my eyes. I'm having more fun than I've had in years. And I think the reason is we can watch how our technology makes a difference in people's lives, particularly in the small shop, but even in the large shop, right? It enables them to make progress in their manufacturing process that they couldn't make before. And that hits the bottom line, it hits them on a personal basis, and it helps their career.
Yeah, it makes me think of, when you're with your boss, you're with their managers and everything, and they're like, we need to see improvement, we need to see growth. And you're like, well, here's some innovative idea. Let me plug you into this technology you haven't even tried yet.
Well, one of the things I speak about a lot is connecting the CEO's business problems to automation, right? Because quite often the CEO or the plant manager or the owner, they're struggling with business problems, right? They can't get labor, they're short on floor space, they need to expand their customer base, but they don't know how to connect those problems to automation as a potential solution. And that's something that I really do talk a lot about.
So, thank you. I was just thinking about how I'm a CEO of my own business. It's my 11th year, so we'll celebrate that too.
That's a good celebration.
Yes, but there's those things that would make my life better are automated. There are things that I need done that I know I need done. And it would be really helpful if I had a plan, right? So being able to talk to you about that and being able to know that I have a partner in it, I think is a big opportunity. Now, I'm not making pumps. I'm talking about media. That's our media company. And the Empowering Industry podcast is a lot of fun because I get to talk to other manufacturers.
Sure.
And really just open up what they have to offer. And so it sounds like you have a lot to offer, both for employees that may be interested in your company, but also the products that you create.
Absolutely. And, one of the things we see, the dynamic in an area or a region, is a lot of the small and medium manufacturers know each other, right? And
we all just connect and move around.
They
maybe,
are.
but,
Yeah, they're all kind of connected. They share a lot of ideas, and it's really, really exciting to watch those ideas get hold in a given region and really take off. And we'll see it. We'll see in one manufacturing park, technology park, the first cobot goes in, and 6 months later, the guy down the street buys 2, and 6 months later, the other guy buys a bunch. It just happens that way.
Well, I think that's natural. Humans, they want to see something that they want to ask their peers about it. They want to make sure that, okay, we're all doing this together. Yeah. We're moving forward like this. And so I think that's natural. But I also think that it kind of makes me think of representation. So any of the leaders that can really focus on that diversity, equity, inclusion piece and be a leader in that space and bring the young professionals together with the baby boomers, like you said, I think that's the people that are really going to excel because they understand that we're going to innovate together. We're going to bring these ideas together. So that's why empowering women in industry, it was very important for me and to know that y'all are working on that and moving in that direction because of the need that's out there to bring women into our industry is really important to me. So thank you again for sharing that with me. Anything last words there that you want to say? Yeah? Okay. I'm okay. She's tapped out. Well, I wanted to say thank you because I told y'all I was new to IMTS. This is my first one. I've been to hundreds of trade shows.
Yep.
But to be able to see the magnitude of your booth and all of the different robots, cobots, and then know that y'all are also looking at the human side of things and how are we going to build our workforce and educate our workforce. That was really inspiring to me. So I do. I could talk about Empowering Industry podcast. I can talk about empowering women in industry. I can talk about empowering pumps. But today we're talking about universal robots.
I'll make one more offer to your listeners. Right, this is something that we love to do. If you're an engineer or anybody in our industry and you happen to be at IMTS with one of your children, boy or girl, bring them to the Universal Robots booth and we will have them programming our cobot in a matter of 10 minutes or less. And there's nothing to me more exciting than watching somebody's eyes light up when they realize this is technology they can master quickly. And so that's an open invitation to anybody who's here with their kid.
Yes. And I think in terms of talent attraction, that is also really the key. How do we get the younger generation excited about going into manufacturing? That's what everybody's talking about. Everybody's scratching their head trying to figure out how do we lure in this younger generation. So I was out at a sheet metal manufacturer in Ohio, and they say, well, we don't want to be known for making metal parts. We want to be a technology company that just happens to also make metal parts. And they do that by bringing in robots. And they say we really see a sparkle in people's eyes when they discover that we have robots on the team. They want to come work here. So it becomes a gigantic talent acquisition tool for companies as well.
Well, I'm excited about that. I think it's great for kids. I think it's great for women to go over there and prove themselves that they can do the job too.
Come on down.
And so everyone else, men, women, if you're here in IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, come by and see us. We're happy. So happy that you're here today. Thanks for sharing your story.
Thanks again.
What a manufacturing story, y'all.
Thank you
Much
so much.
appreciated. Take care.
I'm chewing a mint because mint breath is better than coffee breath. Isn't that so fantastic? Learning so much about how using robots, cambots into manufacturing. Super exciting, super fantastic. We are coming up next with, stay tuned, Megan Ziemba is going to be interviewing these two fabulous people to my right. But shh, don't tell anyone. But now, join me on the floor. We're going to go talk to people. Come on, let's go. Crossing the stream, crossing the stream. I'm going to ask people a question. What question? I don't know yet. I'm improvising. Ooh. They're having a conversation. We won't interrupt them. Amazing. Oh, can I ask you a quick question? So, hi, my name is Mary. I'm with the Creators Lounge. We're interviewing people about things that they're excited and inspired about. What's one thing that was really an ooh or an ah moment for you today so far?
All the automation stuff is pretty cool.
All the automation? Love it. Anything particular about it?
The collaborative robots.
We were just talking about the cobots. And what's your name?
Tim.
My name's Mary. Thank you so much. You're right on brand. We were just talking about cobots. Enjoy. Great. Amazing. Let's find another volunteer. Yes. What is everyone excited about? You look like you're in a hurry to get somewhere, but do you want to talk to me for a second? No? Well, I hope you have a great day. Innovating and creating and walking away from the tall lady with the microphone. Awesome. Let's see what's going on over here. This has been across the way. Okuma, I want to see what's going on over here. Are you on social media? On a map function. Wonderful. My name's Mary. I'm from across the way. I've been seeing all this exciting stuff going on over here. Can you tell me a little bit about those toys and what you're doing with them? What's going on over here?
Which toys? The Okuma product here?
Whichever one you want to tell us about, the Creators Lounge. What's your name, by the way?
Shadow Brian.
Shadow Brian. I've just told him to tell me about what's going on.
So we have an Okuma.
You can hold the mic yourself.
We have an Okuma turning center here with the Okuma Armroid, which is an automatic load-unload function to queue up loading and unloading parts.
Amazing. What are you the most excited about this innovation? What are you the most proud of about it? What makes you the most like, yeah, this is my project. I'm affiliated with this.
I would say automation in general is just more and more necessary. Skilled labor in general is very difficult to find. So companies are needing to resort to robotic loading and unloading in order just to meet production requirements.
So fantastic. I love that. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for all the work you do to make manufacturing easier. Yeah, look what we just learned. I love learning. Oh, I'm so sorry. We need like a crosswalk or something, crossing the street. Yeah. How are you guys doing? Are you feeling inspired and invigorated? You should let us know. Hashtag We Are Creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. Tell us about the projects that you are the most passionate about, just like Shad and his fantastic innovation with Akuma. Well, it is time for another influencer. I know you are ready. We are about to tap in to Megan Ziemba. Megan Ziemba celebrates women in manufacturing from the shop floor to the C-suite. In addition to being the owner of Z Inc. Solution, Megan hosts a live video show, Mavens of Manufacturing. Its focus is to salute the stories of women as they set new standards for American industry. So Megan is going to be chatting. Come, follow me. Megan is going, look at her getting set up. Get that headpiece on. And look at that fantastic haircut. I wonder, undercuts, haha, manufacturing and hair. So we have David Manti and Anna Wells. Yeah, look at David ready to go. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Enjoy.
What time did you?
Hey everyone, welcome to the IMTS Creators Lounge. I am Megan Zimba. I'm host of Mavens of Manufacturing, but today I'm hanging out in the Creators Lounge with David Manti and Anna Wells from Industrial Equipment News. How are you two doing today?
I'm doing good, Megan. How are you?
I'm doing great. So, this is the Creators Lounge. We're interviewing all creators in manufacturing and engineering. You guys have been in the game for a while. We used to work together back in the day. Now you're with IEN, or Industrial Equipment News, and you also have a podcast called Today's Manufacturing. So my first question to you is, can you give us a synopsis of what Today's Manufacturing is and some of the stories that you cover during your podcast?
Yeah. Do you mind if I start?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. Today in Manufacturing is a weekly podcast, and we cover the 5 most important or most popular stories in the manufacturing industry every week and kind of discuss how they're going to impact the industry going forward. Selecting content is pretty easy. We look at our websites, just see what has been the most popular with our readership of, hundreds of thousands of manufacturers out in the industry, see what they're talking about, and then try to give them a little bit more insight on it. I sort of introduce the stories, and then, for the critical thinking, I send it over to Anna.
Yeah, it's kind of a unique format for a podcast because we don't actually have guests. I know that's sort of a standard thing for podcasts, but the reason we like to do that is I think it brings consistency to the viewpoints, and the topics are always manufacturing, right? We don't invite anyone on to pitch their products or their services. It's all just, here's what we think about what's happening here and how it could impact the industry. We like to bring a lot of context into that. We do a lot of research on manufacturing specific news, and we cover everything from safety and compliance to new design trends, anything, as David said, that's kind of catching the eyes of our readers.
Yeah, we definitely thought it was going to be faster. Just like, we'll cover the top 5 stories. We'll talk about it, how it's important. And then it's like hours of research that goes into it every week.
Sure, yeah. You kind of have to know what you're talking about if you're going to do a podcast. The thing that I like, too, about your setup is, again, you don't have guests, but you have 3 hosts instead of 1. I think a lot of people who are here are familiar with Joe Rogan's podcast, and that was kind of the vibe that I was getting from your podcast without, some of the rated R stuff that he can talk about. Yeah. But, it's really professionally done. You have LED lights, and those change colors. And in terms of the stories that you dig into, what would you define as something that's important, though? Like, does it have to be edgy? Does it have to be innovative? Does it have to be community related? Like, what is it that really grabs your attention where you're like, that's what I want to talk about in our podcast?
That's one of the things I like about the format of the podcast. And actually, thank you for talking about the studio, because we've invested in a brand new studio. Eric and Alex and Rich worked tirelessly to get those LED lights to work. You should see when they malfunction. It's pretty trippy.
Like a disco show.
It's like a disco. Right. But one of the things I like about the format is that we don't actually have to make some of those decisions, because we run hundreds of pieces of content on our website every week. And this is what the industry has selected to be the most important to them. Every once in a while we have a tiebreaker, or sometimes there's a little bit too much doom and gloom in the news, and we switch it up. But we had major stories this week that we go live every Friday, and then it kind of goes out to the greater podcast audience on Monday. But we had stories on quiet quitting and how that's going to affect the industry. We had stories on robotics and the role they're going to play with the American workforce. Mm-hmm. That's one of the things I like about our format, Anna, is that there's not a lot of back and forth as to like, oh, we should cover this or we should cover that because it's important.
Right. Yeah, it's largely pretty objective. And then we have a segment at the end called In Case You Missed It, where we as individuals decide which story we think actually has a lot of legs, but no one actually read it. And then we try to go into a little deeper detail about those. And that, I think, is where we kind of bring out our personalities and what we deem to be interesting or relevant is in that segment. Yeah.
I think that's really interesting. But aside from your podcast, too, each one of you does like a short video series as well. And I want to take a little deep dive into that. what do you focus on for each of your series, and why that type of format? Why is video important for you as an editor in the trade publication industry? Why is video such a huge asset to how you're delivering the news and getting people to really learn about manufacturing?
Video is incredibly important. And I mean, honestly, you were a part of that revolution with us when we started it. It was, all of it started like 15, 20 years ago when I'm like, hey, you know, people are watching a lot of video these days. We should probably do that. You know, there are some things that we look for, things that are going to be more engaging, a little bit more, we look for things that have a lot of graphics, stuff like that. But every once in a while, it's just a big story, a big safety story or something. And it's going to be, we know that video is the most popular thing on our website every day. And so I think that we pay the most attention as to what we cover. And, we try and pick stories that are going to make the biggest impacts on the industry. I don't know, that's how I do it. Or if it looks fun.
Well, definitely. And I think, one of the strategies that we like to take with our content on all of our brands that reach manufacturers is we like to view our audience as not just people that are going to work every day and focusing on what they need to get done. Of course, there's a huge component of that, but they're also people, right? So anything that maybe we find interesting, they might also find interesting, whether or not it's specifically like a technical article that they need to complete a task, or if it's about a new and exciting innovation that is cutting edge and maybe nobody knows about. So for us, I think that's one reason, because that translates very well to video. But also, I think that people like to get to know you, you know? It brings a lot of personality to the content that we bring. We want to remind our audience that, again, we're not here to bring you something that's really dry and then you have to struggle to get through. We want it to be quick hits, fun, exciting, get to know us, laugh with us, have fun. Maybe we're asking weird questions about whatever it is that you're also asking, you know? So I think it brings kind of some more personality to some of that content that you wouldn't otherwise get if it was just in a written format.
It is definitely about building a relationship. You know, we've covered this industry for more than 15 years. And I mean, you would write maybe a potentially controversial column every once in a while that you would get some email, but every week people are reaching out, wanting to give their input as to what they thought of the stories. Another thing in case you missed it, that I like is that with the format of the newsletter or our websites, it's always like, no, this was important. You should have read it. Please read it.
You need to read this and click on the button.
It's our version of begging. It's sad, actually. But
That's so funny. Like professional begging, though.
Professional begging.
Actually, that's one thing I like about our podcast too, is that, you know, it's conversational. It's just, when we do the day-to-day stories, it's kind of like straight on 2 to 5 minute segment about a individual story. It's more like of a newscast. With the podcast, we're kind of just having a conversation that we would otherwise probably have after work.
Yeah, and we argue. Yeah.
I've heard some of your arguments, and I enjoy it. I just laugh every time because I think, but it's bringing that human to human aspect to manufacturing and engineering, and I think that is a really important message, especially this year with the skills gap and people struggling with like the supply chain issues and everything like that. We really need to start bringing the stories forward so that people can make that emotional connection to the manufacturers and engineers designing these products. Because if we don't, then why are people going to care? No one's going to. And I think what I like about your podcast too is you each have like your own personality, but it's kind of like dry, sarcastic humor. And I think we need more humor in engineering and manufacturing. And sometimes that gets covered up because engineers aren't really the social type people. Like we know that. That's why we help tell their stories, because some of them, they don't know how to tell their story. So what are some of your most memorable stories that you've reported on, whether it's looking them up on the Associated Press wire or another news wire, or just going to a facility and talking to someone? Like, what are some of your most memorable ones?
Oh, go ahead.
I think it's interesting covering the industry digitally, because we do produce so much content regularly, day to day. Some of these topics have been evolving so quickly that it's just interesting to me. Like, we spoke recently about the theme of job creation in manufacturing has been so strong for so long. And now we've almost gotten to this point where it's like, job creation, but what happens next, because there's this huge skill gap. And so if we keep creating jobs and we don't have people to take those jobs, what are we doing it for, right?
Right.
I got accused of being anti-job.
Anti-job. It was a crazy revelation on the podcast. Anna comes out anti-job.
Anti-jobs, yeah. That was a confusing moment. But my point is, I think that's why it's important to continually be out there, right? The days are gone of like putting a magazine out and it's in the mail and, you do that every 2 months and that's all you do.
Mm-hmm.
These topics, even one as simple as job creation, just the evolution of that just in the last few months is crazy. I mean, it's just it's a totally different world. Seeing what's happening with this, skills gap and now this huge labor gap and what are manufacturers doing to, as you said, create emotional connections for how, what kind of work they're doing there. So I think that that type of topic to me, as it becomes more and more nuanced and it's more than just let's make jobs, how do we make these jobs appealing for people? How do we keep people in the industry? Those kind of discussion points for me are very interesting.
Well, and we've covered a lot of different aspects of the industry, so we know to ask those questions. When a state comes out and makes a splash, this new manufacturer is going to set up shop and there's going to be 3,000 new jobs, and we're just like, I mean, maybe.
But why
Hopefully.
should people care about those 300 jobs? What is it that manufacturing's doing that should excite everybody in the community to care that they're there?
Yeah, well, and I mean, when talking about the stories that were the most impactful to me, we have a series called Made in America. And that's where we take we really take a deep dive. We go and visit the specific manufacturing facilities. We spend a day or two there, get to know the people, really get a good opportunity to tell like a 15 to a half hour version of their story. And I love it because I love everyone in manufacturing. I grew up in a manufacturing family, and I'm the black sheep because I can't do it. Like I have the brother that's the engineer, and I have the brother that's the plant manager, and I'm like, I work with words.
Yeah. I'm a writer.
Like, there you go.
Cool, buddy.
But no, I love coming to shows like IMTS because it feels like I'm surrounded by my family. And I mean, that's because some of them are here too.
That's really cool. It's funny because I think one of the first questions you asked me a long time ago when I was applying for the position at ABM, you were like, what engineering experience do you have? And I'm like, I'm a technical writer. I have none.
Which is more than most. The fact you said technical writer, it's like, I can show you my creative writing on my MySpace page. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do with that? So, how long are you guys here for IMTS? Like, what are some of the things you're looking forward to? And what are the upcoming trends that you're most excited about? Because there's a lot coming out, a lot.
Just being here so far today, there's a lot of really cool automation going on in the industry. I'm a sucker for 3D printing, so when I walk in and I see a 3D printed Martian habitat, I'm just like, yes, this is where I'm going to live one day when I abandon my family and I live in space. So I love that. I love all the different robotics, dancing. I love seeing. I have grown a new appreciation for machining, so I love seeing huge machines and just picture the chips, making chips.
Yeah.
So I love that about it, but I also love the smaller booths. I love the, there's always the destination in front or at the end of the aisle, but it's all the booths in between where you learn these stories of these like small and mid-sized companies who have been doing it for years. Like I had a meeting earlier, and he was just talking about like, we've been doing it since the 70s. People still don't know about us, and it's just because it's all word of mouth. And I really like hearing all those individual stories throughout the week.
Yeah. I haven't been to a trade show since 2019, so apologies to anyone in advance if I'm super awkward.
Yeah. Oh, I dropped my first business card. It was like, do you want to exchange cards? I don't know.
But yeah, the automation, like that's so exciting right now. We talked a little bit before about the skills gap, and with that has come a huge increase in the adoption of robotics and automation technologies, even amongst smaller manufacturers. So to see some of the stuff that's going on there is great. Like the cool, there's these robot companies who've been doing it for so long, right? But then you have all these other kind of startup up-and-comers that are doing super interesting stuff. And if you think about now some of the applications that are being created for smaller manufacturers that do more customized work, it's not just assembly line stuff anymore. There's just so much to see. So that's exciting for me. That's what I love about IMTS.
I'm really getting excited about not just like additive manufacturing, but like I learned a lot from injection molding because I had a client
yeah.
come to me and they needed an article on injection molding, and I knew more about additive manufacturing, but then all the different stuff that's coming out in injection molding. I just met a guy who he's from the Air Force, and he's doing some patent work with Inconel and like trying to make it harder, but then also trying to melt it down so you can actually 3D print it.
Yeah.
And it's just stuff like that where you're like, how is this happening?
Yeah.
And you know, we all grew up on Star Wars and Star Trek, and we're just like, no, that stuff's never gonna happen. And now
The future.
the future, and we're like living in it right now. So what can we expect from IEN in the future? Like, I know the pandemic hit us and a lot of people were still kind of staying in and not wandering out.
Yeah.
And I know this is probably one of your first trade shows that you guys have come to after the whole pandemic thing. So what can we expect more out of IEN? Like, what sort of stories are you looking forward to reporting on? Or
I think us getting out in the industry is going to happen more and more. Like I said, we really enjoy visiting facilities. So if anyone has a story that they want to tell, to please reach out, and we'll set it up. I'm really excited to hear about any new tech. I mean, let's be honest. We weren't super excited to go to a trade show. It was just like, ooh, I don't know if I have the shoes anymore. But it's also like, I don't know. People are watching. You talk about new technologies, and a lot of people are watching sci-fi these days. They're like, oh, one day. And you're like, actually, that already happens. They've been doing that for like 10 years. Yeah. No, I mean, in terms of our company, we're just going to keep increasing our digital footprints. Possibly, maybe one day scale the. I mean, we'll go daily with the podcast one day, right?
Oh, easily. Maybe
Easily.
hourly? Like
Hourly.
an hourly
24/7 IEN content.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great for no one.
Yeah.
Alex and Eric would not be happy with that. Well,
Nah,
maybe
I'm
Alex would if you gave him a case of PBR or something.
He'd be into it. Yeah, he's just like, I never leave. Fine.
Just set up my bed right here and keep creating content.
Yeah, we're always looking at getting into new industries. We do, IEN and MNet, manufacturing.net, those are kind of like umbrella brands that cover everything. But we get into some niche industries like food manufacturing, chemical processing. And I could see us getting into, taking deeper dives into other industries going forward too.
Yeah, definitely. We have industrial distribution as part of our group as well. We cover distributors. And as David said, food, cannabis, kind of everything. And so that keeps it exciting because we're constantly looking at all those different areas and how they're impacting the greater field of the supply chain, right? But yeah, we had some ideas for trying to maybe do some more one-off type podcasts where we would invite some special guests on.
Hinting some
right?
guests.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. If anyone's interested.
Yeah. I don't know, in the room.
And
It's like getting the band back together.
That's right.
It would
That's
be
right.
fun. And as you mentioned, video, we continue to do as much custom video content as we can, whether those are short form 5-minute interviews with industry experts or more news type content, or these Made in Americas where we're going on site and visiting manufacturers. I think video and digital is the way forward. However, we do have 2 print magazines as well that are still very popular.
That's what I was going to ask you about. So, like, trade publications sort of get a bad rep about things. And I know you recently did a presentation in Madison with Greg from Craft Marketing.
Yeah.
And, some of the stuff that they're doing is a little dated, I think, in my personal opinion. But, again, I think the story aspect of things is so important to get the news out there, word of mouth. So what is IEN and some of your other brands doing to kind of set you ahead of your other competing brands that might be in the trade publication? Because, not everybody likes to read anymore, and attention spans are getting shorter.
I think we're uniquely positioned that way because I don't want to say like digital first in like a negative way, because the value of print has never been stronger. I mean, it's popular to say print is dead, but it's not. Otherwise, we wouldn't have 200,000 people read our magazine every other month. I don't know. I think that I lost my train of thought.
He's like, come back to me.
It's coming back. I just gotta keep swimming. Right. Yeah, go ahead. I'm still swimming. What do you got?
Yeah, so I think for us, we try to offer something for everyone. There's still a huge swath of our audience that really likes the tactile feel of print. You spend your entire day on a computer, and then you spend half your free time on your phone. You know, sometimes people, I think, get fatigued with digital content.
I think that's a good point.
And so for that, we offer a print magazine that is, you know, we still have a lot of engagement with our audience on that, and a lot of people still send us emails. That's the only thing that they read.
Yeah.
For that other huge swath of our audience, we're going to continue to roll out new and innovative digital content. We're going to continue to reach them daily. As we spoke about before, this industry evolves every minute of every day. There's so much to talk about. So we want to be there for that and bring that to them as fast as we can. But for those of you who don't want to sit on your computer and read a flip magazine or whatever, you know, we got something for you too, you know?
Yeah. It's sorry, what I was going to talk about is expanding digitally.
It came back.
Yeah, I'm not even sure it came back. But with the podcast format, we've seen a huge interest in audio. So we've experimented.
Interesting.
Yeah, we've experimented with like reading stories and then offering an audio version of the story as well with some of our exclusive features. Just because that's something that I like on other websites, and not the one that's through an AI generator and it's just that robotic voice. But actually, like going into our studio, recording almost an audiobook version of the article, so that way when you open it up, you can listen to it as easily as read it.
Let me know how that goes, because I've met so many people who travel for work, and the number one thing they go to is listening to podcasts.
Right.
So that would be really interesting. I want to know more about that once you kick that off. So let me know more about that.
We've just like beta tested it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You just go ahead.
No. We were just, I mean, in the beta test versions of it, it's gone really well.
That's awesome.
Just got to figure out a way to roll
So
it out
that
a
might
little
be a trend for publications, is audio storytelling.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be really interesting. Well, we got a couple minutes left. So how can people get a hold of you guys? Where are you going to be at here in IMTS? Where should they go to find more information about IEN, and who should they talk to?
We have the world's most boring booth, if anyone's interested in stopping by.
I didn't even know you had a booth.
Oh, it's
do.
back there.
And it is back there in...
South Hall.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
And then there's some magazines there, and just some kind of blow-ups of our magazine. We can also send you those if you don't want to hike it back there. But yeah, we're going to be kind of traveling around and just checking things out. My Twitter handle is @IndustrialAnna. I'm on Twitter for the next couple days.
Yep.
Putting out there, commentary, photos and stuff. Hit me up on Twitter if you're here and you want to meet up. That would be a
Awesome.
great way to find us. Our websites are IEN.com and manufacturing.net are our biggest. You can find more about us there. How do they get the podcast, David?
The best way is to go to, you can subscribe to it anywhere on Spotify, Amazon, Apple Podcasts.
Okay.
You can also find it on the podcast tab of IEN.com or manufacturing.net. You can reach me at DJamesManny on Twitter. Same as Anna, I'll be here all week. I'm also really active on LinkedIn. So if you just want to reach out on LinkedIn, there's a lot of conversations going on there. And I don't know, I kind of like the idea of the, business casual social media.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
So go to LinkedIn for all of their connections. And I want to thank you two for joining me today at the Creators Lounge. Be sure to tune in all day. We have more creators coming in for the interview. Make sure you're following the hashtag IMTS Creators Lounge and hashtag We Are All Creators. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, for that fantastic segue. What a great interview. Also, something that really touched me about that is the power of friends and community over the years, and that you always have a tribe. You always have a community of innovators and creators to move manufacturing forward. That was Megan Ziemba, David Manti, and Anna Wells. Coming up, we have a fun Chicago trivia video, and then after that, Mitch Free is going to be interviewing Jason Ray of Paperless Parts. And we're actually going to give you, why are we going to make you wait and watch a video when we can go right to Mitch Free? Mitch Free is a serial entrepreneur and manufacturing industry maverick. He currently serves as the founder and CEO of Zicky, and he is going to be interviewing Jason Ray of Paperless Parts. Stay tuned.
15 seconds. Yeah. Hello there, I'm Mitch Free, and I am here with Jason Ray from Paperless Parts. Excited to have a good conversation and find out what you guys have been up to. So thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mitch. I really appreciate you having me here.
Absolutely. You know what, I remember a few years ago, I can't remember what year it was, you and I had breakfast or lunch in Boston, and I think that was sort of the early days when you guys were thinking about paperless parts.
Yeah, that must have been right at the end of 2017. I think we had just built out our marketplace, and we were trying to figure out, is this the right direction to go, or do we want to go more in the direction of a quoting solution? And I remember that. I remember sitting down for breakfast.
Yeah.
So end of 2017, we had 3 employees.
Wow.
It's kind of wild.
And what are you guys up to now?
We have 140 people.
Wow. I remember leaving that meeting thinking, wow, these guys know what they're doing and they're going to do it. But before we get into that, tell me a little bit about your background and what led you to paperless parts.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for asking. Before paperless parts, I was in the Navy.
Okay.
So I was supplying.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, well, thank you for your tax dollars. I appreciate it. I got a lot out of the Navy. It was amazing. So I spent a lot of time learning how to buy things. And one of the things that I noticed with our specific industry here, custom parts, job shops, it's really hard to buy things.
Yeah.
And that stood out to me. And I said, well, this is why. I don't understand. Are we bad at contracting in the military? Are we just a bad customer? What's that like? So I spent a lot of time while I was in the military going out, visiting shops, getting to see how they do business. And one of the things that stood out to me is there's this friction point right in the point of sale, right in the front office. Hard to get shops to want to quote you if they don't know who you are. If you look like a challenging customer, they don't want to work with you. And I tend to fall on the lines of, we live in a very physical world. I think this trade show, more than anything, shows how physical of a world we live. There's no metaverse here. This is in your face.
Yeah.
And so if we live in a physical world, innovation is going to be physical.
Right.
And in order for innovation to happen quickly, you got to be able to find sources of supply that can move really fast. And I mean, this is a problem you're intimate with. I mean, you've known this for longer than I've been alive, probably.
A long time, absolutely. Yeah. Well, so you came out of the Navy.
So I come out of the Navy, and I connected with Jay Jacobs, my co-founder. So Jay had
love Jay, Rapid Machining, legend in the industry, great friend.
He's been such an awesome mentor to me. So I said, Jay, I want to do what you did. This was 2016. I'm like, I want to buy a machine shop. I want to get into it, roll up my sleeves, learn the industry. I want to go out there and actually make physical things.
Yeah.
And so we spent almost a year looking for shops to buy, working with shop owners, figuring out, doing due diligence on businesses. And it just stuck out like a sore thumb. I didn't know how I was going to take over for a shop owner.
Yeah.
It was all paper-based. It was Excel spreadsheets. The prints were everywhere, the filing cabinets. And here I am. I'm not an engineer.
Yeah.
I'm not a machinist. And I'm like, I'm going to go into this shop. The owner's going to leave after 2 months, and this whole thing is going to fall apart.
Yeah, no digital thread in there.
Nothing. It was
and
amazing.
that's really common through the industry, unfortunately, right? And you know, as a lot of owners are retiring, wanting to get liquid from their businesses, I think it's one of the challenges they're facing in general is that they don't have things organized well enough where an acquirer can come and step in. They are too much of the business.
Well, it's really sad, too, because you get these owners that work for 20, 30 years building a business. You get to 7, 8 million in revenue, and then you get some financial person that comes in saying your business is worth 5.
Yeah.
And the look on their face just broke my heart. I mean, it was like you'd see how much blood, sweat, and tears went into building a business.
Yeah.
And then to realize because you only have 2 or 3 customers or because everything is brute force, tribal knowledge driven, the business is just really risky. And I can understand from a financial perspective why investors are like, this is going to be a tough one to take over.
Sure. Taking that tribal knowledge and digitizing it really increases the value of the business.
It does. And I think that's something Jay did really, really, really well at Rapid. He replaced himself as a key operator in the business, and he was able to do that with software, and he was able to do that with management.
Yeah.
So as you know, as we think about shop owners who want to sell their business and they're saying, "Oh, I'm going to think about this the next couple of years," start to run the business out of the business.
Sure.
Because
that's what they always say. Entrepreneurs should be working on the business, not in the business.
Oh, I fall into the trap all the time.
Yeah. So it helps them think about, you know, setting up for one day when they want to exit, but it also helps set them up for scaling as well, right?
Absolutely. If you can't extract yourself from the business, you're never going to be able to leave.
Yeah.
And then you get into situations where someone buys your company and they're talking about an earnout. And that's a horrible position to be in.
It is.
I think there are some really good partners who are out there buying businesses, but that model of earnout, well, now you're trying to hit revenue targets with someone else telling you how to run your business.
Yeah. And them setting the budget so which you have to live by. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a scary model.
So paperless parts was born. Probably it's not where you started when you said I'm going to get into business.
Yeah,
it's interesting the way these zigs and zags happens based on the information.
We pivoted a few times. So I said to Jay, I said, "Look, we're not going to buy a business. Can't do it. I'm not the right person. There's too much risk." And Jay said, "Hey, step back, look at what you've learned, look at the industry. How do we help American manufacturers?" He said, "That's what I'm passionate about." He said, "Are you passionate about it?" I said, "Absolutely." He's like, "How do we make American manufacturing more resilient? How do we open up access to the industrial base?" And so we wrote a business plan.
Yeah.
And that was the initial marketplace that we built.
Sure.
And it was really kind of interesting. So we raced through 2017. We built this marketplace. And we launched it. And you know how you're launching a new product and you expect fireworks? You're like, oh my gosh. Like, I remember we're sitting in front of the computer.
Is our server big enough?
Oh my gosh. Like, what do we do if 1,000 people upload a part at the same time?
Right.
And it was kind of like one of those party poppers going off. It was like, boop.
Yeah.
And it just kind of opened up my eyes to how hard it was to build two-sided marketplaces.
It is very hard. To get critical mass is something.
So here we are, August 2017. We've got this marketplace running, and there's dozens of orders going through each day. And it wasn't nothing that was ever going to scale a big business.
Yeah.
And we started to look at it, and I said to Jay, Jay, this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
We got to figure out something else. Like, we're not generating the kind of business we need to for these partners. It's not the kind of model where we become relevant.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're not having the kind of impact we want to have. And so we went in and we started looking at the data. And the crazy thing was the people that were uploading the most parts to our marketplace were actually the manufacturers.
Yeah. They were outsourcing excess overflow.
That's what I thought. So that's what I initially thought. So I get these guys on the phone and I'm like, so what are you doing? Are you outsourcing parts? Are you doing competitive pricing? Because they weren't buying anything.
Yeah.
They were just uploading parts to see the prices. So what they were actually doing is they were going in, uploading the parts, copying and pasting their price out of our platform into a Word document, PDFing it, and using it
What
to
an
quote.
aha moment.
Oh my gosh, I sat there and I was like, so you guys want a quoting tool?
Yeah.
And now looking back, I feel really dumb because I'm like, how did I not see this?
Yeah.
How did we not know that that's what they wanted?
Right.
And so about 6 out of the 40 manufacturers that we had on the supply side of the marketplace, they said, if you build a quoting solution, we'll pay you for it.
Wow.
So we raced September, October, November, and we launched it in December. Mitch, it was the worst quoting tool in the world. It was awful.
Oh, man.
You can only quote one part at a time.
Yeah.
It was ugly. I'm not a designer, so
Yeah.
that's not my skill set.
Sure.
But we had wireframed it all out. But something crazy happened. They started using it,
Yeah.
and it just
Well, when the value is there, people will walk over coals to get to it.
yeah, it was, and that's the thing I think I've always recognized. The only thing we've actually been right about is that there's a problem.
Yeah.
That's it. We've like kind of bobbed and weaved our whole way through building this business, and the only thing that we continue to come back to is this is too painful.
Yeah.
It's too much of a problem. And I look at what's happening today with shops.
Mhm.
So by our calculations, 30,000, 40,000 machine shops around the country,
Yeah.
CNC machining, sheet metal fab, finishing.
Yeah.
And these businesses, they're sitting there and they're being run by brute force.
Sure.
But they're also small. So you've got this industry where it's hyper fragmented.
Yep.
You got huge buyers on one side, and you have huge suppliers sitting on the other side. So what ends up happening? They get squeezed right in the middle.
Absolutely.
And from my perspective, I'm a big fan of fighting for the underdog.
Yeah.
Like that gets me up in the morning, knowing that I'm helping somebody or our business is doing something good that's going to change their lives, their employees' lives,
Yeah.
make it so their kids can go to school, go and take over the shop. Like that's what gets me going.
You guys are helping level the playing field.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. And that's
Yeah.
the goal. And I find that we have this core thesis at Paperless Parts. It's like our core underlying insight. And it's that inside of the computer-aided design files, the CAD files,
Yeah.
that information is the key to driving every decision downstream in the supply chain. So where am I going to get it made? What machines am I going to make it on?
Yep.
What material? What's the raw material size? What cutting tools do I need to
Mhm.
make a specific feature?
Yeah.
All the way down. But the key is, and this is where I think the industry really struggles, as you move further and further away from that origin point,
Mm-hmm.
so the designer is sitting at SpaceX or the designer is sitting at Boeing, as you move further down the supply chain,
Yeah.
the information gets more fragmented
Yeah.
and more analog.
It loses fidelity as it
I
goes.
mean, nowadays you've got people designing in AR, VR. They're looking at the part. The level of computers that are being used to design these components, you can design almost any complexity.
Oh, yeah.
But it's so far detached from the reality of what you can or should make.
That's right. Yeah, and you know, model-based definition is just increasingly gaining steam.
It is
And-
so. I mean, geez, the standard came out when I was in high school.
Yeah.
So it's nice to know that we're actually starting to make progress here.
Yeah, yeah, but it's a great because when you can put all the GD&T and all the notes in there, and then I imagine you guys have a way to extract that.
Yep.
That turn
So
that.
we actually just released that inside of our viewer. So now you can go in, you can load the files. Everyone in your shop can have access to the highest fidelity level file, and you can analyze and interact with all
Yeah.
that information. I think where we're seeing it the most is aerospace today.
Yeah, that's where I see it.
I'm hoping that as that playing field becomes level, because it's kind of a chicken and an egg problem.
Yeah, the shops need to be able to have the capability to view it, understand it, instead of it getting exported out to STEP and then losing that.
That's exactly right. And so what do? We default to the lowest common file format, which
Yeah.
is a PDF.
Right.
Everybody in the world can open a PDF, including a court.
Mhm.
Right? So you got the courtroom and they can open the
Yeah.
PDF. So if you're debating over delivery, there's some
Right.
problem, it's a contractually binding document.
Yeah.
The model-based definitions need to replace that.
They do.
Because it needs to be a computer-readable format.
Yeah.
But you guys have been talking about this for decades.
Long time. Hey, as you talked about integrations, right? What are some other partners that you're integrating with?
Oh, it's a great question. So we work with I think 17 different ERP systems today.
Okay.
So it's really critical. Paperless Parts sits in the front office. So we are a CRM, quoting solution, estimating. We've got intelligent pricing engines. And then when you win your order, you'll facilitate that order in Paperless Parts and we'll feed it into your ERP system.
Oh, fantastic.
So the idea here is, I think one of my favorite conversations with shop owners is, what's your win rate?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know what that win rate is?
Sure.
And what's your win rate by material?
Mhm.
What's your win rate by operation? What's
Yep.
your win rate by part complexity?
Yep.
We can go really, really deep on the
and
analytics.
That's so important. That way you spend your time, your effort, your marketing dollars, whatever you're doing, on the right customers, the right leads, and not just whatever comes over the transom.
Well, that's exactly right. And winning in quoting is all about triage. So this is a topic we talk to a lot of our customers with. If you get 10 RFQs today, where do you start?
Yeah.
Most people run it FIFO, right? First in, first
Yeah,
out.
that's right.
So you get a really big quote package and you open that, you're going to quote 200 line items. What about the 8 others that are sitting in your inbox that are one line item?
Yeah.
And you're going to go lose that work because now 2 days later when you pick your head up, start quoting those, those jobs have already been awarded.
And those could have been the ones one of the things I have found in my business and in my prior businesses, the fastest quote often wins.
And that's where it's really challenging. I think one thing I can say about the industry is there's just so many really good people.
Yeah.
And they conflate this idea of being a good person with making money.
Yeah.
So they think they're bad people if they make money. And so they want to do soup to nuts costing on it. They want to say, okay, well, let's figure out exactly what it's going to cost so I don't overcharge the customer.
Yeah, it's true.
And you know what?
It's a mentality, because it's good people not wanting to take advantage.
That's exactly right. They want to be good partners.
Yeah.
When in reality, the value is actually in the speed.
Yeah.
So how do you quantify the value of time?
Right.
If I'm on an aircraft carrier and the aircraft carrier is stuck in port with 5,000 people on it, a part is worth a lot.
Sure.
Not just the cost of the metal is trivial.
Yeah.
Same thing's true. Production lines go down. I mean, you read about what GM's production line goes down. It's $1 million a minute.
Yeah.
So what's a CNC part worth?
Exactly.
It can be really, really valuable.
Value-based pricing instead of time and materials pricing.
And that's the thing that I try to convince our customers of, because, and I use this analogy with a lot of our folks, it's, you would never walk into a UPS store and ask someone to ship a part overnight at the price of ground. You just wouldn't do that. That's they've established that time equals money.
You expect to pay for speed.
So what I try to coach all of our customers on is always offer different lead times with prices.
Yeah.
No matter what. They're like, well, what if I can't make the parts faster? It's like, all right, we'll make them slower.
Yeah.
Go the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But always
People love
include-
options.
That's
People love
it.
options.
And as buyers get younger and younger, what we're seeing from them is they don't want to go back and forth.
Yeah.
So they send you an RFQ, you send them a quote. If the guy down the street is a week earlier, even if the price is higher, they're not going to call you.
No.
They don't want to talk to you on the phone.
No, exactly.
They don't want to go back and forth. Now they're instead of 200 part numbers, they're managing 2,000.
Yeah.
So they're like, forget it. I got to get these orders on order.
Yeah. Yeah. And I remember visiting a customer one time, and we were talking about the value of speed. And we had quoted something to him, and we were a few days later than someone else, and he told me he had already accepted it and awarded it. I asked him, could you mind sharing the price? And he did. And I think for that particular part, it was like $1,500 more than what we were charging. And I was like, well, we could have saved you $1,500. He said, no, I saved 2 days.
Yeah.
What's that worth? It was like, wow, what an eye-opening moment.
You end up with an engineering team that's sitting there waiting for something. That team is really expensive.
Yeah.
And that's where I think I've seen there's a spectrum from total heuristic-based swag quoting all the way over to activity-based costing. And what's really interesting to watch in our customers is we have customers today that they'll look at it and they'll do 5 times the price of the aluminum,
Wow.
6 times, 7 times, 8 times, based on what they're seeing in the print.
Yeah.
And that is really fast quoting.
Yeah.
Now, is it accurate? And this is a question. I drive to shops that are like, well, I want to be accurate. Define accurate.
Yeah.
Is it accurate costing? Because from my perspective, accurate is the price the customer's willing to pay for the service you're providing.
Value-based pricing. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Value, value, value.
Yeah, that's excellent. But we could do something for the metal finishing industry. We're all struggling with metal finishers these days.
You know, here's the thing. We talked about this. As you get further and further away from the point of origin on the design, the fidelity gets lower and lower. So one of the things I always talk to our shops about is I say, hey guys, send them a model. What does a metal finisher need? They need the overall dimensions. Will it fit in my tank? They need to know if they can rack it. So does it have through holes? They need to know what the surface area is.
Yeah.
And watching some of them waste time trying to figure out the surface area on a redacted print.
Yeah.
And then they need to understand the displacement volume.
Yeah.
All of those things are so easily called out in a model.
It is.
And
it is. Especially you can highlight the faces. These are the ones that need to be masked, et cetera.
yeah.
Just make it easy for the finish. So speaking, one of the things once you win the job, or either as you're pricing it, cutting tools and consumables are huge. So are you guys helping there?
We're trying to. So I think from my approach, the goal is to put as much information as possible, as quickly as possible, in the hands of a skilled estimator. And we want to give that person access to all the resources that maybe they were breaking out and sending a random email for, they were having a random phone call, they were calling their cutting tool specialist, and they were saying, hey, they're trying to describe over the phone the feature they're trying to make.
Sure.
Now, if that's a really complicated feature, you can end up in a position where you either get a bad recommendation or you have to wait for someone to come out and visit you in person. So what we said is, when all parties, from the design all the way down to the end of the supply chain, when they're all reading off the same sheet of music, you get such a better outcome.
Yeah.
So one of the companies that we've been doing some work with is MSC Industrial Supply. They have an amazing group of metalworking specialists. And one of the things that they've done is they built an application, a tool, right inside of our part viewer.
Wow.
Now, this doesn't give them access to any of our customers' data unless the customer has a question. Now, the customer, what they can do is they can securely share the files with a specialist at MSC, and they can get recommendations for cutting tools. And it is amazing.
That's
to
amazing
watch.
to have that tech team backing you, because they've got a great bench of metalworking specialists that can save you a lot of time on figuring out what cutter to use.
Well, yeah, and I think the goal there is really, rather than guessing, you don't have to guess. Just ask a question. You're putting the resources. I think one of the things that I've found with estimating in general, estimators are like air traffic controllers. You're trying to land planes. You're trying to figure out the material pricing. You're trying to get the finishing pricing in, trying to understand if there are special tools required. You're going out to the shop floor. You're figuring out setups and machine times. And being an air traffic controller, that's like a project manager.
It is.
So the more we can feed right into the system to make that job easier, we reduce risk. And the goal is helping you not miss. Because when you miss, you underquote. And when you underquote, you always win. So
you're gonna win.
you disproportionately lose money on the jobs you underquote.
Exactly.
So we're doing that. We've got several partnerships that we're going to be rolling out over the rest of the year with trying to feed information right into paperless parts so you can get access to all the inputs you need for every job.
That's fantastic. I know a few of your customers. I talk to them like, how's this going? They're all evangelists for you. So your implementation, you're creating value there, obviously. So as you think about the future roadmap, what can you share?
Oh, yeah. Well, I want to go further and further with, so our core technology is based off of three things. It's extraction. So everything that we can pull out of a 3D model, out of a model-based definition file, off of a PDF. So we extract. Then we define. So we go in and we actually define what we're seeing. This is a hole, this is a pocket, this is going to be face, this is a bend, this is a fastener, everything that we can define. And then what we do is we've built this organization layer where every single shop is different, right? You've been in thousands of shops. They're all different, and they all think about running their business differently. So what we want to do is we want to give them really flexible automation and the ability to use everything that we've extracted and defined in their pricing formulas and in their automation. So our goal in terms of advancing paperless parts is always to be able to extract more, define it better, and make it accessible so that you can build paperless parts around your business. Because I think there's a lot of software solutions today that come to you and they say, change your business to work with my tool.
Sure.
you know? And I think it's a tall order when you're talking about a business
It
that's
is.
been running the same way for decades.
Yes, it's not going to work. People aren't going to adopt a solution if they have to change their business to adopt to the solution. So you visit tons of shops. What's the sentiment you're hearing out in the job shop market right now?
Things are on fire right now. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Our shops are packed.
Yeah.
Our customers, it now is a great time to be in American manufacturing.
Yeah, I see the same thing. Like for people that I talk to and from my shop, if you show up, if you answer the phone, if you return your quote, if you execute, there's all the business that you want right now.
And that's the thing. I think, so being a buyer, an industrial buyer, the job has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be blood from a stone, lower the prices as much as physically possible.
Yeah.
Now it's manage risk.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of buyers and a lot of companies have learned the true cost of not having the parts when and where you need them.
Yeah.
They get to feel it through COVID. So that's changed the math.
It really has.
I'm willing to pay an extra $1 a part to have it
Yeah.
made here, knowing that it's not going to be stuck on a ship waiting
Yeah.
to come in from somewhere else.
Right.
And that's a really interesting dynamic shift.
Yeah.
So I look at our customers and I say, guys, do business well. So whether you use paperless parts or not, send it the second you get an email for an RFQ,
Yeah.
reply.
Yeah.
We received your email. Don't be that black hole.
Yeah, we say I will respond within 24 hours. With
Is that
quote
fast
or whatever
enough?
it is? Yeah, exactly.
No,
And
let the customer tell
let 'em-
you,
let 'em
hey,
tell
we
you.
need it today. All right,
Excellent.
well, I'll get it to you today.
Awesome.
Building that relationship.
Tremendous.
One of the core.
So we got to wrap it up here.
Yeah, I'll talk.
Man, we could go on for a long time. Jay, it's been so fun, and it's been such a thrill watching you build paperless parts. I remember when it was an idea, what you've done, and I'm so proud of you and the team, and just can't wait to watch you guys continue to digitalize the industry and help so many shops get themselves in a position to scale, and even for owners to exit at some point in the future. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. All right. Good.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, thank you. That was awesome.
Yeah, I hope.
Mitch Free with the Creators Lounge and Jason Ray. And now, on the Creators Lounge, enjoy a little Chicago trivia.
go boom. Let's go boom. Boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom.
Good afternoon, everyone. We hope that you are having a blast meeting our influencers, learning more about the stories behind the tech at the IMTS 2022 fantastic celebration of innovation. So, hey, everybody. Hey. I was out walking the floor and I met a very interesting man. He's actually pioneered a brand new kind of tech, and I brought him in here to interview him. Victor Serberchevker. Hi, Victor. Come on in.
What's
Victor, have a seat.
what is the? I don't get
So yes, no, you just have a seat. There. It's chimicha. Those are chimicha. Camera, chimicha. Yes, that's camera 2, and that's going to be your front camera. No, you don't need to be. No, you don't need to be afraid of the camera. We actually have really great lighting. Okay, so I did forget to mention. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, Victor, remind me. Oh, there's water right behind you. Victor, can you remind everyone what country are you from? So, Victor is from the northeast quadrant of Gruti. It's actually an African country. Yep. And so, I really hope you wore a mask on the plane. Oh, you did. Always, yeah. Ha. Great. So, Victor, would you please tell the people what did you just innovate? What product? Yeah. Yes, it's the oscillating mic stand. Oscillate, rise. Wow. No, you don't need to be modest. Well, I mean, you've invented so many great things. So, Grokti is a shoes-off country. They believe in being grounded to the earth. Yes. So, yeah, no, that one is good. Yeah. He's saying hello to his home country. Yeah. I know. I got you a coffee because I thought you might be tired. So tell me, are you okay? Eagle means I'm good, is the translation. So, what's next for you? Yeah. You're going to go to Giordano's. Yes. I recommend the stuffed pizza. Yeah. No, it's okay. You're excused. Excuse you. Yeah. Oh, you're going to go on the architecture tour? I recommend going at night. The Chicago Architecture Boat Tour at night. And then it takes you down the river. Yeah, it's like peekaboo with architecture. Are you going to walk the floor? What is your... It's okay. Again, there's water right behind you, Victor. Mr. Wait, my main question, how do I... Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Sobachevsky? Sobachevsky? Victor Sobachevsky. Oh, I get the coughing and the sneezing. It's part. Wow, look at us learning at the International Manufacturing Show itself. So, Victor, what's the standard greeting in your country? When you see people, what do you say? So, we see your friends out there, what do you say?
Zimmerloff.
Blessings.
Zimmerloff.
Blessings.
Yes.
Are you enjoying... Yeah? Oh, too loud. Maybe you should get some earplugs. Yes, so I'm so sorry. We need to get back to your invention of the oscillating microphone. I'm so sorry. I got distracted. So how is it powered? Is it battery powered? Is it solar powered? And also, does it? So, say for example, I have the microphone stand, and if I'm done talking, how does it actually work? So this, up and then down.
Do you?
I don't know. Oh, Victor's hitting on me. No. No. Oh my God. Victor, if you want to take me out for a cocktail after the show's over, that's fine. I'm a gin and tonic gal. But you got to go walk the floor first. Okay, you want to go? Okay. Oh, thank you. Wait, let's do. Hold on. Can we? Okay. Your shoes? Are you gonna come? Thank you. Thanks for stopping by, Victor. Push the door. You never know what's going to happen here. What a treat to have that international manufacturing guru. Oh, we are all creators. # we are all creators. Well, Victor, that was an interesting interview. I love the word interesting because it's packed with anything that you want it to be. So I'll just end it at interesting. But apparently I do have a date tonight, so I'll let you know. See how that goes. You are in for an even more delicious treat from the floor, the Creators Lounge of IMTS 2022. We have 2 influencers and 2 interviewees. That is 4 fantastic minds in our fishbowl of interviewing. Look at us go. We have James Soto, the CEO of Industrial Strength Marketing, Scott McKenzie of the Industrial Talk podcast, Milan Kocic of Hexagon, and Cody Burke of Smart Parts. Let's meet them now. Here they are, and here's your microphone.
All right, and the show is on. We are here at the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge at IMTS 2022. Hi, my name's James Soto, founder and CEO of Industrial. You already met us. You already met Scott. But we're really excited to have some wonderful folks to focus on how we're driving innovation. So, Scott, I think we have a dilemma here.
Yeah, I'm not even going to. I tried before, and I failed before. So it's Milan. Say your last name right, the right way, not the easy way.
Not the fake way.
No.
Kocic.
Kocic. Did I nail it? Kocic. See, there
You
it
got
is.
it.
Kokic?
Kocic.
I think this is going to be this is going to be an episode about my last name. Apparently,
No, it's not.
Is this
because,
a Kokic?
Because you're
Kotic
sitting
thing?
next to a guy that has nanotechnology.
There you
and
go.
all of a sudden
There you go.
Kocic is just going to.
We're just going to have to move on, Milan.
Yeah, big
That's
time.
okay.
We're already behind schedule on the name alone.
And that's right.
So,
but what's cool about it,
yes,
is the fact that we've only met virtually. We've never met in person.
We haven't.
This is the first
No,
time.
This is the first
Yes.
time. He's much better looking.
He is better looking
Oh,
than his
he is.
LinkedIn
He's dead
profile.
sexy.
That's
Ah.
for sure. You're a handsome man, Milan.
Thank you very much.
And I think
There's a handsome crowd here, so
I
it's-
think our followers are going to blow up right now.
There
so
you go.
It's I'm so glad we're live streaming.
I do personal appearances. I do live funny shows.
I'm here
and-
till Friday. Thank you very much.
Yes. So Milan, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And we actually have a special guest, but by ways of introduction, Milan, you are with Hexagon Manufacturing Intelligence, and excitingly, 6 Sense.
Yes.
And the open innovation platform driving the next rounds of innovations and that next generation of innovator. So we would love it if you would introduce 6 Sense, yourself, and also your special guest.
I will do that. So I've been at Hexagon for a long time, but for the last year and change, we started 6 Sense, which is our open innovation program / accelerator, for the lack of better word. And we built it in order to build a better space for Hexagon to talk and work and explore opportunities with startups. So we just ran our first cohort, which ended in end of May. And with me is Cody Burke, who's the CEO of Smart Parts, which is one of the 2 winners of the first cohort. So that's kind of what we do.
Why did Hexagon think that this sort of 6 Sense approach is important? What was missing in the marketplace?
I think when you look at a lot of corporates, there's this kind of fishing expedition for startups. Everybody likes startups, but they don't necessarily provide a place where you can create outcomes to do things. It's also inspiration, partially. The other one is culture. Most corporates, innovation is more incremental in nature. They don't tend to do breakthrough, disruptive things because they're just not tooled up for that. Most of these companies here in these halls have quarterly responsibilities and shareholders and everything else, and that takes priority, which means that the disruptive innovation gets lost. So in effect, if you do programs, and we're not unique, Siemens and other companies do similar things, you do this to kind of take innovation a little bit outside, find what's really interesting, and then try to bring it back into the organization, kind of like Smart Parts. We would have never come up with that stuff on our own, but hopefully with a combination of technologies and products, we can kind of 1 + 1 = 3 idea when we do these things.
And Cody, so you're part of the first cohort. Can you explain your experience you had? Because we're focused on creators, like innovators and people that have great stories to tell. So you're almost like on the reality show of startups with 6 Sense. So what's your experience been like? And then wrap up by telling us what's the dirt on Milan? You know, what do we need to know about having to work with him as the head of this initiative?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So I'm Cody Burke, COO of Smart Parts. So we had a great experience working with Hexagon, and I think, like Milan said, there's a disconnect, I think, between large corporations. They want innovation, they know that they need that, but it's just not in their DNA, right? They can't move fast. And I come from Stratasys, the largest global public 3D printing company, where I was actually doing investor relations. So I'm super sensitive to this because we would try to throw money at projects sometimes, and you get kickback from the shareholders, right? Because they're after the quarterly earnings, quarterly reports, those numbers. So with Smart Parts, we're doing something really innovative. It's an embedded traceability solution focused on additive manufacturing first, but also conventional manufacturing. And ultimately, what we realized was Hexagon has the same customers that we want, right? Like it's these large OEMs, manufacturing organizations that care about traceability, care about quality management. But as a startup, we have limited bandwidth, limited resources, and so being able to partner with someone like Hexagon and say, okay, like how do we get some mentorship? How do we get access to some of these customers? How do we learn about how to sharpen our message so we can appeal to those customers? So that was just invaluable. It's a really great experience. And Milan was okay too.
So how was that? How was the reality show? So what was there a contest? There was a winner. Like how did that go down in terms of the selection process and
we did
Smart Parts?
We did additionally there's two sections to it. There's initial selection process where Cody and 12 other companies pitched the idea of who they are first, and then in that process, which lasted about 3 hours, we picked 7 companies, of course, including Smart Parts. And then we give them a bunch of homework over 10 weeks, which is we listen to what they do. We try to hone the message. We look at the opportunities of combination with Hexagon or opportunities to combine something with a customer of Hexagon's if it's possible. Now, to Cody's non-benefit, this was the first cohort. So I would say we did some things well and some things, okay. We learned it. So hopefully cohort 2 will benefit from that. But at the end, in May, in London, we did a big event. The 7 finalists all were flown in, and then they all got on a stage. And actually on our website, you can watch essentially the highlights or the full event where they came up, they pitched it. There was a jury that asked them a lot of questions. And then at the end of the day, we made some decisions as to who will be the winners of the programs. And it's because it's publicly available and streamed to Hexagon. The idea is to bring Hexagon people on this journey to get them excited about innovation or technologies like coming from Smart Parts.
Yeah, and I'd say the way that I described the experience to my wife was that it was like a combo of being on Shark Tank and Great British Bake Off. Because there was hard questions, but it was very much like the other cohorts in the startups. We all became, startups in the cohort. We all became really good friends, great relationships. And in the end, it was just a great experience all around.
Made a great cake.
Yeah, the website, real quick. What if I wanted to see the pitch? What's the website?
6cents.hexagon.com.
Is it 6 or spelled out?
It's spelled out.
Okay.
6cents.hexagon.com.
Okay. Now, your technology, the nanotechnology, traceability, all of that is fantastic. Why is it important? What gap were you filling as opposed to what was the market challenged with? Tell us.
Yeah, sure. So I've been in the additive manufacturing space for over 12 years now, and what we see happening in the additive space is as additive transitions from prototyping into production, you get a whole lot of requirements that come along with that, right? And traditional manufacturing, like a lot of the folks here at this show, there's established systems for traceability, for authenticating materials and processes. Additive manufacturing, because it's digital, you create all of these new challenges, right? And so you have situations where someone can spend like $3,000 on Amazon and buy a 3D printer and some material, and they could fool the best aerospace engineer in the world with their part, right? So you have the promise of additive is that it democratizes manufacturing, but that's also the danger, right? So you run into risks around counterfeiting, you run into risks around human error, the wrong material being used in something. So our sort of thesis was that we needed a way to embed traceability into the actual materials. So that's into the actual raw powders, filaments, resins, etc. And that makes the material and then the parts that are made from that material scannable. So from compounding all the way through to part end of life.
So in my hand, I have this this 3D aluminum printed item. Are you saying that your technology, your nanotechnology, would be embedded into this thing?
Yeah, correct. So what we would do in that case is we would take the base metal material and
Yeah.
we would design a particle that is the right size and shape to mix in with that metal, and we would give it a specific ID. In our case, it's a technology where we create an optical response, and once that's mixed into the powder, and we're talking like parts per million, even parts per billion levels, so very, very small amounts of this, then that could be scanned with a handheld scanner. And again, from if it's the raw powder, doesn't matter, or that part itself, I could scan it and pull up all of the manufacturing data associated with that material, like lot level traceability, source of origin, etc.
It's CSI.
That's so cool,
it's
man.
CSI for additive.
Right, right.
But what's interesting is how you identified. I didn't even think about that. And you're absolutely correct. From an additive perspective, how do you ensure that that part is where I bought that part because of 3D, the technology?
Sure.
You're able to sort of recreate pretty much anything.
Yeah.
It's getting to that point, and it's going to get to that point. And then you want that insurance that I bought it from Hexagon, and there's a validation in that.
Well, I mean, if you look at the broader scope, like why are we getting interested in a company like Smart Parts? So why does 6 Sense care? And if you look at it, yes, there's that particular point, which is that I can now trace that additive part and the powder and where it came from and a bunch of other things. That maybe even a composition of material, so you know how sustainable that part is in a bigger picture. You can do those kinds of things. But really where we think there's opportunity with Smart Parts is this idea of digital traceability from inception, from material to quality. So the fact that you can now, rather than having to have barcodes and laser etching and all the other crap that people tend to do, you tend to embed essentially the ID of what they do into the material itself. They have even prototype idea of serializing using the same material. So you can scan it and it will serialize the part for you with the composition of the micromaterial and nanomaterial inside of it. So the idea is this dream that somehow you have the initial material, and then at the end I can maybe be at a CMM and I scan it, and it tells me the full history of this part, where it came from, who touched it, who produced it. I think guys from Smart Parts have put at least the initial building block to get us there. So obviously this is not, like every startup, this is not a 6-month journey, this is a 10-year journey. But I have not seen anybody else out there who does anything similar that provides a promise of doing something like that. And so that's the bet you have to make kind of when we do these kinds of things.
And it's all about telling a story too, ultimately, to the marketplace. So what's amazing about Hexagon Manufacturing Intelligence is that your technology touches aerospace, automotive, over 90%. At some touch point in the manufacturing process, and then smartphones over 50%.
Yep.
And when you look at the implications of some of these technologies and connecting the dots, it's ultimately about looking for a new thesis, a new opportunity, but a new story. And as you look at these next phases and how do you ultimately tell your story, how are you going to help that part of it or operationalize it? Because taking this innovation takes the opportunity, you got to get it to the market. So how would you approach that and telling the story?
So the challenge, we have a challenge right now. So everything finished. We have 2 winners and a runner-up. And we're now, to be honest, we're struggling to essentially get the outcomes of the promise of what it is. And that has nothing to do with the lack of what Cody does or what I do or anything else. It's just the world is a complicated place. And the priorities of a corporate like Hexagon sometimes take precedence over doing certain things. And how do you fit that into the bigger picture? But I think it's important to always dream about something and to present this future that is possible. And you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink, obviously. So the idea is if we can provide a lead, at some point, it takes time, the companies will get there. No different than the horizon for most of the startups that we work with is 5 to 10 years from now. It's not like tomorrow some of them get lucky and things happen, but vast majority, it's a much longer horizon than what typically a corporate lives in, which is, oh my God, what's going to happen next quarter? So you have to change attitudes and culture, and I think doing this is to excite people about what Hexagon is trying to do, so that we get the momentum of people to try to push that through. Scott and I talked about get people excited about manufacturing. Kids in schools today don't go there and go like, oh, I wish I should go, be in manufacturing. Nobody does that. And it takes a village of us in order to push people towards that and try to get that excitement.
I look at it as a way of, we do need to do a better job at marketing, spreading that language or spreading that word out there, because I can't keep up with it. The velocity of a lot of this innovation is tremendous. Like, you blew my socks off when you said nanotechnology, and then of course traceability, and there's so many things that we just don't know exist out there but are happening, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is going to have that conversation, right? I just think it's exciting, and what you guys are doing is fantastic. Where do you see it going? Where's the future of that?
Well, I mean, one of the reasons that we've focused on the additive space with our technology, because, again, to be clear, we can apply our technology to any area of manufacturing. We're material agnostic, we're process agnostic. Additive is attractive to us for a couple reasons. One, because it's such an immature industry for manufacturing, right? And so we see the opportunity, a very real opportunity, to become the standard for that industry for material authentication, lot level traceability, proving source of origin of parts. Down the road, we have it in our roadmap, like Milan kind of alluded to get to individual part serialization. But just right off the bat, I see an industry that doesn't have an answer for these questions about how you authenticate the materials and where they come from. So there's an opportunity, and we've interfaced with folks like GS1. They're the global barcoding standards organization. So we see a play there, right, and an opportunity for our technology to just be the way you do it. Like, that's how you authenticate technologies in the additive space. And once we can prove that out, then I think it's a wide open field to start to address some of these other industries and say, okay, you guys are laser etching or you're RFID tagging. That's great, but let's add another layer. Like, let's add another layer of security to what you're already doing. There's nothing wrong with those things. They have their place, but let's go deeper. Let's embed this in your materials, in your processes.
And as you think about it, when you get to a market opportunity, it's hard to make the business case not to do what you're doing. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, there's a couple things going on. I want to make sure I give you all enough time here.
Yeah, thank you.
So Milan, we spoke. It was an introduction from Scott, and we got to learn and got me aware of Sixth Sense. We really talked about very openly the need, the innovator's dilemma. How do you get an organization and give it the startup mentality? How do you create something so that the organization doesn't kill it, so that you can balance that, sustaining innovation that every business needs to have to that disruptive innovation? So as we kind of turn the bend here, we want to learn a little bit more about Sixth Sense in the next cohort and how we can find out about you. But how are you, how are you getting through that journey just for yourself to be the evangelist and be the storyteller and drive that disruption?
I learned things in my life, which is focus on one thing at the time, because then you can actually make a difference on things. The other one is persistence and patience, because while I love smart parts, I'm going to have to go through 100 smart parts in order to potentially get to that golden thing that resonates with everybody along Hexagon journey. So you have to have some patience and persistence in order to kind of push this idea of innovation. Because people kid themselves if they think, oh, we'll find it one startup, it's $1 billion company, and immediately a unicorn, and we go, high five each other, and we go home. That's missing the point of innovation. Money is not the point of innovation. It is obviously nice for Hexagon to make some cash, but innovation is all about changing how you think about the world around you, and to look at the world from different lenses. And so the thing that we would hope to provide to people at Hexagon and outside Hexagon, I mean, Scott and I talked about this extensively, which is this idea of what we do is really cool, but it gets hidden under what I think people perceive as Charlie Chaplin in modern times, and I mentioned this to Scott, like somebody in a factory going like this. And that's not what manufacturing and factories look like. and there is a little bit of a perception problem as to what happens with those things. And if we can play a role where we take somebody who builds this awesome nanomaterial that all you do is a little scanner and tells you a bunch of stuff about that material, I don't know a kid that will like, oh my God, I just scanned it and now a bunch of information came about this. Think about different applications. I mean, something that he didn't mention, the thing that resonated with us, there are over 500,000 fake aerospace parts in circulation. And you sit there,
exactly
when he
correct.
mentioned
It's
that,
like,
everybody in the, when you guys watch it, if
Yes.
you watch it, just watch when Cody says 500,000 fake aero, everybody on this goes, what?
Whoa.
Because everybody flies.
Everybody flies.
And when something breaks, is that part legitimate and real? I was just on my flight here, an O-ring for a hydraulic pump somewhere broke. And they went to grab a part. Is it a real part? Is it a fake part? Where did that part come from? So imagine if you had traceability, that you can essentially easily scan it, and it will tell you where something came from. So to me, the larger story, manufacturing affects our lives. Manufacturing affects kids around the world. And if kids don't think manufacturing is cool, we're failing our jobs in order to do what I'm trying to do. So, and what Hexagon is enabling us to do. On a second note, Cohort 2 is already out. The challenge is on our website that we already mentioned. The application, if any startups end up watching this, we close the applications for on October 5th. And the big event will be on November 2nd, where we do initial selection. And the final is on February 1st in Amsterdam, out of all places. So that's what we're going to
Didn't get an invite to London.
That's
I'm hoping for Amsterdam.
We'll remedy things. We'll do a better job. And then I also want to bring up, now that Cody and everybody else are alumni, they're going to be helping us a little bit with the new cohort in order to kind of just guide them to things to do and things not to do.
I was going to say, it's like, yeah, you can do that, but
Don't
if
do
somebody
this.
comes by and says, you do that, don't do that, just sort of hold
Exactly.
off on that
because
one.
it's, I would say transparency and honesty are core principles of what we do. We also have the no a-hole rule too, so we don't want to recruit startups that are nasty and mean and narcissistic. I think it's up to us to create a society that we want to live in. And I think part of even Cody and the rest of the guys that were on our cohorts is to share their experiences, because it makes everybody better in the long run. So we have to be able to kind of offer those kinds of things to everybody out there. So partially, let's not be silly and say, oh, well, Hexagon doesn't have interest to make money. Yes, that drives us, but it also has to be a little bit altruistic in our appearance, because we want to pass those experiences to other companies and help them out.
And everyone's growing, whether you're
Yeah.
growing as an organization or as a brand, or in your commitment to sustainability
Yep.
and innovation, to growing a business that makes a difference in the world. And ultimately, I think together, Scott, we've got to help folks tell stories and get the word out. Because if you have an innovation, Drucker said the most distinguishing parts of a business or functions of a business are R&D and marketing. The rest are costs. So as we look at telling our stories, coming here in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, driving great stories that can make a difference in the world, and the hard work you're doing, and the introductions that Scott and I have had just to get to know each other, this is how the world is working, and this is all the spirit of what we're trying to do together is, make a difference. And really appreciate you guys coming
Thank
to
you
the
guys for
IMTS Plus
having us.
Creators Lounge. Scott,
That was good.
Any last parting words?
No, I have so many questions, but I know that we have time limitations. You're going to get peppered.
Okay.
And you're going to get peppered
forward
because I
to
want
it.
to know who was number 2.
Number 2 is another cool company called Rico, which does scanning of factory floors and automatic segmentation of parts. So that essentially planning a factory anybody can do.
All right,
So-
guys.
Very
There you
cool.
go.
Very
So
cool
on
stuff.
that note,
yeah, baby.
thanks again, guys, for joining us. We're going to be wrapping up this session of the IMTS Creators Lounge, and here we go. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye, guys.
What a whoa, hot mic, whoa. Oh, this is a fun feature. Whoa. Hi, everyone. We hope you are enjoying our live programming, these wonderful interviews that are improvised, live in the moment, friends connecting over years, sharing the things that they're passionate about. I would like to share with you something that I am very passionate about, and that is the phenomenal production company and the wonderful people that have been making this happen. This is a project of Industrial Studios, which is a project of Industrial Strength Marketing. They are a full-service, boutique, industrial-focused company that creates custom branded events like what you're seeing here. And I am joined by two of the fabulous ladies of Industrial Studios. I have Sarah Hancock and Sherry Wofford. Sarah, would you introduce yourself? Tell us a little tidbit about what you do for Industrial Studios.
Yeah, sure. I'm Sarah. I'm a project manager for Industrial. We are a full-service marketing company where we do video production, websites, social media campaigns, and everything in between.
Yes, please. I love that. Sherry Wofford, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, Sherry Wofford, CFO and partner at Industrial, going on year 15 with this great company, and just love what I do.
Happy anniversary. Okay, so ladies, let's talk mission statements. I love language. I love mission statements. My personal mission statement is to inspire, explore, and unite through light, love, and laughter. Hold for applause. Or laughter. Laughter works too. So I was looking on the website, and the core values of Industrial Studios and Industrial Strength Marketing are very inspiring. Sarah, what are your favorite core value, and what does it mean to you?
I think my favorite core value would be to deliver and delight. You know, we go the extra mile for our clients day in and day out, and we're always, innovative and thinking of what's next in this world.
Also, I love that delight is part of your company's mission statement and my mission statement. Amazing. What are your favorite buzzwords and why?
I think we work for life is probably my favorite. Yeah, we work for our families, our clients. We just work to make those that know us and work with us better for having known and worked with us.
Oh my gosh, what a wholesome sitcom moment. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much, all of you, for tuning in and enjoying all of this live feed. Remember to get involved, share your stories. Hashtag we are creators. We are all creators. It's actually branded behind me. Well done. Hashtag we are all creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. Stay tuned. We have another fantastic interview coming up next with Fabian Aelfeld and Duan Scott from Bits to Atoms. So don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome to IMTS Plus. I'm Fabian Allerfeld. I'm the host of Additive Snack and also part of the EOS team in focusing on additive manufacturing. Today with me, I have Duan Scott. And Duan, you are such an important piece of the additive manufacturing industry. You've been in it for a long time. And you've got so many projects going on. We discussed this outside the door for a second as well. What's the latest and greatest from the great Duan?
Well, cool. Thanks for the introduction and hyperbole that I don't need to do myself now, which is great. At the moment, what I'm working on is really around education. So the core thing I'm working on is the DFAM Substack, which is about educating people on design for additive manufacturing and getting others to help educate each other, because I only know so much and there's way more expertise in the world. So what I'm trying to do is like bring a forum forward so people can talk about design, because there's a lot of talk in additive manufacturing about machines, materials, and process, and not so much as I think there should be about design. So that's kind of my core focus at this point in time.
That's very interesting that you say education, because I think in that case we have the same mission, which is educate not only the additive manufacturing industry, but more importantly the industry out there here at IMTS who are just getting into additive manufacturing, are really trying to figure out how do I use that technology.
Yeah, we can't just stay in the bubble and sing to the choir. We have to go out and bring in new converts. And that's the thing, is to make design for additive normal. So now there's experts who, like, as Joris Peel says, are the design wizards.
Yeah.
But we want it to just be, as you learn for injection molding, as you learn for sheet metal, as you learn for welding or whatever, or even wood fabrication, you should learn some aspects for additive, and then you can deep dive from there.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure you've walked the show a little bit before you came to this show.
I just got here like maybe an hour ago. So
okay, so you didn't walk the show yet.
No,
but
not enough.
What are you most excited about when you think about IMTS in the next few days that you'll experience it?
For IMTS in particular, it's the bleed, as we say, from it's not an additive show, it's a manufacturing show. And although there is a little hallway of additive manufacturing companies where people can go and focus, they're also interdispersed throughout the whole event now. And I think that's really important to normalize it and to spread it beyond the niche, the bubble that we live in, and get it exposed to more people. And especially when it's reputable, like known names in manufacturing are doing it as well. It helps to normalize it and make it seem less risky for people who are risk adverse.
Yeah, additive manufacturing does seem like a risky endeavor when you don't really know the technologies, and there's so many different new organizations out there. And you put together a platform called the DFAM, and DFAM, by the way, stands for Design for Additive Manufacturing, the DFAM Substack. How does that help your mission to educate the existing industry, but also other industries out there?
For me, it's a way to get information out there with no gatekeepers and no filters. So I don't have to. I'm not backed by an existing company. I'm not. So I don't have to tell a narrative that helps any company in particular. It's more about what I think and what the community thinks is good to help move things forward in design and engineering. And because it's open, that means I can be a little bit more critical than I might be if I was working for a specific company.
Yeah, for sure.
And it means that people who I invite other people to write for the Substack, they're open to write whatever they want. And if I do any editing, it'll be very, very minimal, or just to give context. So I think having this platform for people to write about design is helpful, and how well it goes into broader industry, I'm not sure yet, because we've only been doing it for about 6 months. But so far, the feedback's been fairly positive.
Yeah, I really like the platform. As you said, it's unfiltered, so you get true information that is unbiased and scrapped of the marketing BS that we sometimes get in all industries, of course.
Yeah, and of course, you have to simplify a message when you're doing marketing so it's easily digestible, and you hide some of the less fun things about the technology. So I think it's important to expose that, but then still, not make it seem so risky to scare away the risk adverse.
That is a really good point. And, risk averse people need hand holding, and they need to really understand also what the state of the art is, which in additive manufacturing especially is very difficult. The industry is moving so fast. And that also has implications on design, right? If you think about design for additive manufacturing, in the end, really 3D printing allows to unlock the creativity within engineers, within designers, within product developers. But the technology is moving so fast that these design rules that are pretty fixed in other industries are fluid, right?
Yeah.
A few years ago, we
Yeah.
always said we had the 45-degree angle
Yeah.
rule, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That rule doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
So what's the latest and greatest in design for additive manufacturing that people out there who are trying to design their first additive manufacturing part can really leverage and use?
Okay, so the first part, do something easy. Like, don't set yourself to design the most advanced heat exchanger on the planet for a high risk environment.
Yeah.
Do something
Yeah.
simple. Make a bracket.
Okay. Yeah.
Hold your phone onto your bike. Do something dumb. Make a toothbrush holder. Like, do something dumb and get an easy win. Just understanding what's possible, and then work your way. And then make a jig. Hold something together to weld something, and like work your way towards like designing for the process and really making something real happen. And then as you get more and more comfortable with it, you can push the boundaries, and the 45-degree thing maybe doesn't matter anymore. Maybe it's 60, maybe it's 70, maybe it's 90. Maybe you can figure out a way to have some sort of heat sink to make it, an extended flat surface. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think that it's both the industry, companies, and individuals need to go through that journey. I think just jumping straight in is going to cause you a world of pain.
That is very true. And what's very dangerous actually is to jump into a project that is so complex and so difficult that you burn out. And the risk of a project failure, if you overdo it, can actually overshadow the whole additive manufacturing journey for a lot of organizations.
And it makes sense. So if you're doing it within a company, you want to impress your boss to get budget to buy the kick-ass machine, and so you push yourself as far as you can to try and make that happen. And in doing so, you risk failure, and you risk your boss, he or her, saying, "You just burnt this much time, and now we're back behind schedule. Machine that thing." So I think having that natural, learning curve is necessary.
That is very true, and learning curve is the perfect segue. To me, the biggest influence or the biggest tools you can pull to reduce the risk of getting into any new technology, whether it's additive manufacturing or artificial intelligence, or if you're trying to move towards digital manufacturing, is education. And you also recently joined the MIT team as a teaching assistant in their MIT X Pro program. Tell us a bit more about that, because I think that's super key to what you do and what your mission is.
Yeah, so the MIT AMX program is basically a professional workplace development tool. So it's a way for people to get an understanding of additive manufacturing in a broad sense, or to, if they already have an understanding of a certain technology, to broaden their understanding into other areas they might not know. And I did my first cohort this year only with them, and I was pretty blown away by the content, to be honest. Like, I've been studying this space for like 15 years, and I learned a lot going through all the content again. I was like, oh, wow, it's a lot to learn, but I think it's critical to have these courses, which this is a 12-week course. It runs over 12 weeks, and it's available to anybody around the world. And I think to get MIT level understanding and a basis of knowledge in 12 weeks to then help you understand where you can go deeper is amazing. And it wasn't possible 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And so I think there's more and more courses like this coming together, both from educational institutions and private institutions, which I think is a good balance. And it just makes that first step way less hard, because if you don't have this opportunity to do it online through a reputable source, you have to go through all that pain and dig through marketing BS to find what's real, and this sort of gives you a jump start on that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big fan of the MIT program. We've yeah, we're about to install a M100 at the MIT as well. So
cool.
we'll have some nice metal
Nice.
additive manufacturing at the MIT, and hopefully that can also then spur and give students and the faculty
Yeah.
access to metal additive manufacturing to accelerate that growth.
Yeah.
And hopefully also bring it into the MIT X Pro program.
Yeah, yeah. There's you can learn a lot online, but there's nothing like seeing the machine and seeing the process and post processing and depowdering and support removal. It makes you understand better, what's really involved. And it's not a magic box. It can do a lot, but you need to put a lot of work to make it happen. And it's the more intelligently you design for that, the less work it is afterwards.
100%. And if you talk to people who are just getting into the industry, they either have two misconceptions. The one misconception is it's a one push button technology. I design something, I press print, it's printed, done. The other misconception is additive manufacturing is not ready. It's not a manufacturing technology. It's a rapid prototyping technology. And the truth lays, right in the middle, where additive manufacturing is a serial manufacturing technology. We have parts in space. We have a part on Mars today on the Perseverance rover in their MOXIE system that generates oxygen out of the Mars atmosphere. That project, super cool, right? We have parts on every rocket that goes into space. We have parts on airplanes in the automotive industry. But what's interesting is that education is that big barrier. And we talked about the MIT, and those big universities are doing a lot. But how do we get additive manufacturing closer to the actual workforce that works in manufacturing every day?
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. If you look at the academic research on education for design of additive, there's a lot of happening in the postdocs and PhDs and some in the masters. And then if you look at what's happening, if you ever look on Reddit on 3D printing, it's kids doing STEM courses who have desktop 3D printers, but there's a bit of a gap in between.
Exactly.
And I think there's hope that, the AM Forward program from Biden should help spur the understanding that we need to have education in the middle space for it to be able to move, to jump across, because the leap from FDM to a DMLS machine is quite large.
That's a big leap.
So I think we do need more workplace development, and it's more broadly. I don't think it's such a big problem in Germany, but in the US, manufacturing jobs were seen as inferior for a long time, and since 2000, the amount of people moving to that space and trying to get a 2-year degree or 2-year education to get into manufacturing has dropped massively. And so there needs to be a move here in the US at least to help. Manufacturing can be a cool job. There's some cool, you get to use cool machines, you get to make things which are substantial and change people's lives significantly. So I think there needs to be just that de-uncooling of manufacturing.
Yeah, no, and you're totally right. I mean, today we have 500,000 open jobs in the manufacturing industry. And a study that I sometimes reference is a study by Deloitte that projects that rate goes up to 2 million by 2030, open jobs in manufacturing. So we have to not only bring people into additive, but bring people into this whole manufacturing industry. And one way to do that is to showcase cool applications, as you said. It's not, that boring, monotone job anymore. You get to create. Digitalization is finding its way into manufacturing, and we talk about digital manufacturing. So, young kids don't only have to go into tech anymore. Manufacturing, as you said, can be cool again and can be an attraction for young talents. And what I would like to hear from you is what are some of the most impressive and inspiring applications that you've worked on, that you've seen, that can help people understand the impact that additive manufacturing can actually have?
Yeah, so the inspiring ones are the sexy space, space brackets, rocket parts, combustor engines, all the wild, and Formula One cars, motorbikes, electric vehicles are all the sexy things.
Yeah.
But I think part of what's actually cooler is making normal things work better. So when most the hardware companies and software material companies do a case study. They want to show something of super high value and say we've saved millions of dollars and X performance and X better heat exchanger. But there's a bunch of things that just need to go inside of an existing machine to make it more efficient, which we can 3D print and save millions of dollars. So you can print a $35 part and make $1 million machine work a lot better.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of cool. It's like it's like punching way above your weight. If you can print a tiny little part, put it in and make something more efficient. I think that needs to be called out as being cool, as well as the sexy topology optimization, robotic, generative design components as well.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it really is. There's cool looking parts and there's impactful parts, right? One company that I think is incredible is Recarbon. Not sure if you heard about those guys, but they are working on a carbon capture and utilization system where they take the methane, so the CH4 from landfills, shoot it with a plasma, add some oxygen, and turn that into carbon monoxides and hydrogen. Super impactful application. They're testing right now in Tennessee. They have already 95% uptime. One of the core parts is additively manufactured. Without additive manufacturing, that technology would not work.
Yeah, that's it. And it's like there's millions of dollars of process going into that. There's a bunch of PhDs working on it, and there's a small additive part which goes, you can make it real. It can work now because you have this complex geometry which is only possible in this material, this process. And if you saw it on the show floor, you'd walk straight past it because you'd think, I don't know, is it some sort of filter or something? I assume it looks like, but it adds so much value, and the thing is, if we only showcase the sexy parts, then engineers won't understand that they can make these small, complex filter type devices or whatever the geometry is, which can achieve these performances, which unlock so much potential in other manufacturing processes.
Exactly. So what are some of the next events that you'll be at where you're doing exactly what we're doing right now?
Funny you ask, yeah. So at the moment I'm helping Tim Simpson at Penn State organize what may be the first design for additive manufacturing conference event / accelerator at Penn State on the 27th and 28th of September. So what I've seen being in the space for a while is that a lot of the events, sales event like IMTS, Rapid, AMUG is driven by the materials and machines companies. And it makes sense because they're paying the most money for the booths.
Yeah.
And so the conference sort of sways that way because you have the natural influence of commerce. And the design, the software gets put to the back a little bit and design gets put, it gets folded in small places. And so what Tim Simpson and I both came to at about the same time is we'd like to organize this 2-day intensive where people who are interested in the design process, which feeds every machine and every material, to look at what's state of the art, what's evolving new, and what can we share with others who are interested in getting deeper into that side of things. And so it's 2 days in person at Penn State. I think we have like 20 presenters from hardware, academia, software, and practitioners.
Mm-hmm.
No materials people. They must feel left out. But every hardware company has materials now, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Exactly.
And it's really just a deep dive to get everyone, up with the latest and talking to each other, and hopefully we can do this more often.
Okay, and anybody can sign up for that?
If you got money, you can come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's $250 for the 2 days, including meals, and you'll get a cool T-shirt, limited edition.
All right.
Printed in Brooklyn.
I think we have a speaker slot, so
you do, yeah.
Maybe I'll show up as well. I want that T-shirt.
Yeah.
So you said you're always looking at the latest and greatest. What is the latest thing that you've learned about the technology, or any technology, where you're like, whoa, I didn't know that, I didn't expect that?
What I'm impressed by is the continual advance in improvement and reliability of process and materials together from the hardware and materials teams, and it's what makes me think, okay, you guys have got this machine material side thing, I'm going to come over here and talk about design for a while, because we have to feed those machines cool designs to make those materials worthwhile now.
Yeah.
And so the main thing I've sort of, in the last year and a half, I'm going to say, is how impressed I am with the improvement in material qualities of parts. And so that's kind of, it's I think it's been a gradual improvement, but I think it's sort of reached a high point recently. It's been impressive.
Yeah, that's a good point. The industry had a continuous maturing curve for a while, but
it's ramping.
In the past 2 years, maybe COVID helped. Who knows?
Maybe
it really shot up.
Yeah,
it really shot up.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about how a part will perform once it's designed, because there's a bunch of PhDs and very smart people working on making sure that stuff works. And now we need to help engineers understand what is possible, and then get them thinking about how to design for it.
So when you think about design, and when you think about the future that you mentioned, what's the biggest impact additive manufacturing can have to create a better future for us, for future generations, and generations after future generations?
Oh, I think if I was to simplify it, it's reduction of use of energy, efficient use of energy, because I think if we, the simplest thing is, humans use way too much energy to do everything we do.
Yeah.
And we put ourselves in these bubbles where we have to be at 21 degrees all year round. It's insane. If any other animal we saw on the planet was doing this, we'd be like, let's kill those things, because they're going to screw it up for everybody. So I think we just need to be, we need to change as how we deal with energy as humans. And I think we as engineers and designers can do our part to force that a little bit, and help things be better for when people are too lazy to make the changes they should be making for themselves.
I mean, first of all, I couldn't agree more on the air conditioning. I grew up in Germany. We don't have air conditioning. I'm not sure about Australia.
I didn't have air conditioning until I was in my late 30s.
Yeah. I mean, now I like it at night. So one thing that I've noticed too is that not only hardware is advancing very rapidly, but also software. And I think one interesting company to mention is Hyperganic, who has developed a new way of designing, at least from my perspective, a algorithmic design approach, meaning input parameters are physics models, are certain manufacturing process parameters, and they really, in a different way, aid the human creativity like I haven't seen before. What is your viewpoint on these new types of tools that from my perspective can really have an interesting impact on making the technology more accessible and creating parts that really we haven't seen ever before?
I think one of the things I find two things I find interesting about Hyperganic in particular is they're not replacing CAD.
Yeah.
They're replacing the design process or engineering process to affect an outcome. So you're not thinking, let's make this less bad. Let's not have lines and curves you have to do. Let's just bypass that, because CAD was based on drafting, which was based on woodwork, basically.
Yeah.
And welding. And then the second thing is to not build a monolithic piece of software which everybody has to buy and then use the components that they want, which is infuriating.
Yeah.
So for as someone who's pumped CAD, and then you've got these 9 modules you have to hide because you're never going to use them in your entire life, the fact that a company or a provider or a design collective or engineer or an app developer can use these modules to create an application to solve a set of problems and not have any of the fluff and make the UX exactly as to what's required. It's pretty cool, you know, and it's a very software first approach, and it's this concept of of software driving design. It's kind of what got me into additive in the first place, is because I was looking at app developers can make money multiple times from one app.
Yeah.
And a designer, if you're designing something, once it's made, you can only get so much money. You could design something else to make money again. And you kind of, your scalability of getting in revenue from your, is this our red light? Our design is limited. But if you can design a workflow which makes objects continuously, which are customizable or not, then you can monetize that as an engineer or a software developer for physical products, which is really hard to do in other ways. And I think that's pretty cool.
That is really cool. And we now discussed new hardware, new design tools. We talked about new business models, as you said, and we talked about the impact that additive manufacturing can have on not only manufacturing but on the whole world. And we're here at IMTS Plus and also partially at the Additive Snack podcast. So in a few sentences, if you want to wrap up, what is the one additive knowledge snack that you want to give the audience out there on how to get into additive?
Okay, so if you want to get into additive, start easy, start simple, make something that's fun and kind of worthless. And then work your way up to make something that holds something, then make something that holds something of value, and then make something of value, and then design something that's high performing. Like move your way up that arc. It's like the normal crawl, walk, run thing, because the tendency is to run, fall, crawl, walk, run. So don't run first. Just take it easy, play, have fun, get addicted, go for it.
Love that. Don't run too fast and don't trip. So thanks, Duan. It was awesome to have you here at IMTS Plus.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
And if you are interested in learning more about Duan, check out DFAM Substack. And maybe even check him out at Penn State in a couple of weeks. And
if you can make your way to City College, I don't even know.
Not sure.
Penn State. In the next couple of weeks, 27th to 28th of September. And if not, you want to learn more about additive online, check out MIT's AMX course. It runs many times a year and is full of like really useful content to get started.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And we're done.
Fabian Allefeld and Duan Scott, the Creators Lounge, IMTS 2022. Stand by, don't go anywhere. We're going to show you some famous quotes from the manufacturing industry on IMTS Plus, the Creators Lounge.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom.
Okay, Chicago, it's time to go back to IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Today's next guest is going to be Wade Anderson and Brandon Glenn, but first, the video open for influencer Wade Anderson.
Hey, welcome. I'm Wade Anderson. I'm the host for Akuma's Shop Matters podcast, coming to you live from IMTS here in Chicago 2022. And joining me here today, I've got Brandon Glenn. Brandon is one of our regional managers with Akuma America. You're actually a senior regional manager now, correct?
I'm not sure what that means, but we'll go with it.
All right. So I almost hate to say this, Brandon, because this is day one of IMTS. We're 7 hours into it, 8 hours into the day, and I walked into this nice air-conditioned room, and I sat down on this couch, and I just realized how that kind of took a load off my feet, my back a little bit. Is it too early in the week to say it feels good to sit down?
It is. I think you ought to just pretend like you're still good because you got a lot of time ahead of you yet.
It's going to be a long week, but it's been great. We have been absolutely slammed busy from really the minute the doors open, the booth filled up, and it's been nonstop go ever since.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's good to see the manufacturing world is busy. They're out here exploring new solutions. I mean, they live inside of these four walls of their shop every day. It's got to be a breath of fresh air to get out here and see their comrades, understand what's going on from the technology side of things. So I think it's a win-win for them and for us.
Yep. We always say you know what you experience. So you know what your experience is, you know what you surround yourself by, and to your point, when you're in the shop all day long and that's what you know, you don't realize the amount of technology that's available at your fingertips all around you and how much new stuff. I mean, I work with all of our partners, so I'm surrounded by 45 different partner companies that are all the time bringing out new technologies. So I always feel like I got a pretty good pulse on where technology is going. I made one quick lap through here and was shocked at how much new stuff that I saw just this one afternoon from what's it been, 4 years since we've been here?
Yep.
So pretty incredible.
No, it's excellent. And you and I, we get to go in a lot of shops all year long. And that means some really great shops that do things exceptionally well, that are clean, that are well lit, all that stuff. We get to go in some shops that are a little bit rougher around the edges, right? But at the end of the day, we're seeing a million different ways to make the same type of parts. And so we get sort of that broad spectrum of what's going on in the manufacturing world. It's good for everybody else to just break out of their own shops and be here like we are this week.
Absolutely. So I want to congratulate everybody here with the Influencers Lounge, everything that went into putting this on. I think it's been interesting for me as we started this podcast back shortly before the pandemic started. This is not something that's, that I gravitated into. It was something we did as a company, and I kind of stumbled into it more than anything. But I've been shocked and amazed at the social media presence and how much that has grown over the last 2-3 years. And the main thing that I wanted to talk to you about, bringing you on for this episode, you're a younger guy in this industry, and talk a little bit about how long you've been in the industry, what your background is prior to coming to Akuma, and then maybe how you've seen the market change and how people use social media and just the presence of technology, of finding information, and how that's changed over the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, no doubt. I started off as a mechanical engineering student at University of North Carolina at Charlotte, and I got into the NASCAR world, which was a lot of fun. I worked at Hendrick Motorsports, one of the premium motorsports places in the world, really.
That's like every kid's dream job.
Oh, it was.
By the
It was
way.
an engineering playground, and so I was in the engine shop. We designed specific components for high-performance engines, but I get to hammer out a design in Siemens NX, and I'd make a print, and I thought it was a work of art, and I'd walk down to the machine shop, and the old machinist would tell me what an idiot I was and how I screwed this up, and you can't put that corner radius there. And so that's where I learned everything about how to actually make a part, right? It's one thing to design it, it's another thing to make it. But it was great. So coming to Okuma 11 years ago was a real natural progression because I was knee-deep in the CNC world anyway, and it's been a home run ever since.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So I think back to my uncle. I'll use him as an example. I've got an uncle that worked for Eaton Corporation, bought a lot of CNC machine tools back when the transition was taking place from manual machines to CNC machines. It was a manufacturing revolution, and he used his relationships with distributors for his knowledge base.
Yeah.
So actually, my first boss at Okuma was a gentleman named Gail Vollmer. And
I know Gail.
So Gail, a lot of people in the industry, especially if you're from the Midwest area or Texas area, you know Gail Vollmer. And so he used Gail to get information and research and understand machine tools. That was his library of knowledge. So that's that relationship between the engineering manager and the guy buying machine tools to an Okuma distributor at that time. That was what that relationship looked like. I think that dynamic has shifted tremendously in today's environment because of the presence of social media and the content that's available online.
Yep, no doubt. And we're all visual creatures, and so social media in its evolution has gone from more print to more visual, a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and we all just consume that stuff in our personal lives and our professional lives. So it's interesting you come to a show like this, and even 10 years ago, certainly 15 years ago, but maybe 10 years ago, there was still this point of that people were coming here to learn, and maybe they needed the builders, the distributors to sort of teach them and educate them. Well, today they come here and they might know more than we do.
Yeah,
right.
That's
They've already done their research, and but I did have a customer say, as much as I consume on Instagram, LinkedIn, at some point I have to validate what I Googled. And I thought that was a great line.
Oh, that is good.
Because, and these folks were out of New England, and they've got this in-house automated cell that's brilliant. And they can go find all the technology they want on Google, but at some point you got to figure out, is this the right fit for me?
Yeah.
Right? And so there's still, for sure, that relationship with a builder, with a distributor, coming to trade shows, getting out of the four walls of your shop. There's value there. There's no doubt. I mean, just grab anybody out of the aisle this week and they would tell you that there's value there.
Right.
At some point, you have to sort of narrow your focus on, okay, I've got all this stuff at my fingertips in the form of social and search engines and things like that. But how do I start to narrow the road to the right solution for my shop? And I feel like that's where we come in.
Yep. Excellent. Very good. So far, your time that you've spent here at the show, what has stood out the most to you?
Well, automation's a buzzword, and people outside of our industry, they might not recognize the term CNC machining or even manufacturing's got this certain connotation to it.
Yeah.
But boy, the people on the street understand what automation is, and they're like, oh, that's what people are doing nowadays. If you're talking about an Amazon warehouse or a CNC manufacturing facility or whatever it is, automation is the name of the game. So I see that everywhere I turn, and automation is certainly going in a direction that is more simplified, less complexity. I think the cost is being driven down. I think the burden on the operator and the programmer is being driven down. So that's a trend for sure. And then I think we overlook a couple things in the area of automation. One is that let's not forget the machine itself is a form of automation. Take a 3-axis vertical versus a 5-axis vertical.
Sure.
Where you're doing more inside the work envelope.
Yeah.
So it's essentially a form of automation. So we see more multifunction machines. There's no doubt about that. And then I would even throw in the term control automation. I mean, in the Okuma world, we've called them apps for years. There's certain little apps we can build and put on the control to help you be more productive, more efficient. But that's really a form of software automation or control automation. It's letting the machine do the thinking for you.
Yeah.
And so there's just small things like that, along with the bigger things like gantry robots and all the traditional stuff that we think of.
Right. Yep. Something that really stood out to me earlier, I had a chance to sit down and talk to Tad Yamamoto, who's the executive managing director for Okuma Corporation. And we did a kind of a live podcast, just a live feed in the booth. It was just a 15-minute conversation, fairly quick. And I know there was a couple of points when you're in a booth that's that crowded, sometimes it's hard to hear.
Oh, yeah.
But he made a statement, as you were talking about automation, something that really stuck in my brain, is he said that automation without reliable equipment is meaningless.
Oh, yeah. Well, Tad says a lot of profound things. I've got a few of his quotes kind of jotted down in my notebook.
That's why
too.
he's at the level where he's at, and I'm not,
Well,
right?
Amen to that, brother. Me and you both. So I would say the same thing, but in a different way, maybe. I would say when you automate, you have to start with a solid process, because when you automate a bad process, you just multiply your problems.
Right.
So I think that's pretty powerful. Tad was coming at that from a different angle, where he's saying, hey, lights out operation with a machine that's not going to run lights out.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to run it 3 shifts a day for 10 years or whatever the case is.
Sure.
That's another big Achilles heel of that situation, right?
Yeah.
So automation requires you to look far beyond just the piece of technology that's in front of you. But it's like, okay, what's my process going to be? Can I count on the service and support I'm going to get? All those things contribute to true lights out kind of operation.
Right. Yep. Then also look at some of the new platforms. I had a couple of conversations with people. I'm somewhat circling back to an earlier conversation we just had, but people came in and they already knew the machines that they wanted to talk about. So you can tell they'd already done their research online. They knew the equipment that was going to be here beforehand. I think a lot of that's being fed, automatically through distributors, things of that nature. So they come here, they know the machines that's going to be on the floor, they know the technology. Now they want to see it. But this is also a great opportunity to see the nuance pieces of information that's hard to see from a catalog or an online photo, things like that. Yeah. So one of the things I pointed out, a gentleman came up, we've got a new 5-axis machine on the corner of the booth. It's a M560 5AX, 5-axis, 500 millimeter vertical machining center. And as he was looking at it, he wanted to know what's different between this machine and its smaller brother, the 460 5AX. And we're talking, obviously, the big things that everybody's going to pick up on, travels, the size, the table capacity, things like that. Yeah. But I started talking about how the door was redesigned, because a lot of times chip volume, when you're doing high volume production on a machine like that, chip contamination can be a problem. And they redesigned some things on that door where there's some different seals and the way the window is recessed. There's some just really minute details on that. Nobody looking at that on a website is ever going to pick that up.
Nope. No doubt. And when people come to a KUMA or to a trade show, and I always kind of use the line at an appropriate time where I'll tell you the things that we can't put in a brochure.
Yeah.
Right? Like the behind the scenes kind of stuff at our office where we're doing things with spindles and boards to support customers. Well, the same is true for the small things you just pointed out on the machine tool. There are things we're doing to try to make customers more productive, but they're not glamorous. And if you put it in a brochure, it wouldn't make sense, or it wouldn't really have that wow factor. But you're right. You want to talk about automation and running unattended. And essentially, in this business, we say when you make chips, you make money. So the more chips we can make, that's amazing, right? That's the goal.
Yeah.
But as fast as we make those chips, we got to get them out of the machine too. So chip control is becoming more and more at the forefront. I'm thankful that Akuma kind of has an eye on that, because I know every model that we've updated here over the last 4 or 5 years probably has had an eye specifically towards chip management. And that goes into everything from how the shower coolant is plumbed. We got a shower coolant recessed behind the sheet metal in a lot of cases so that the piping's not exposed.
Yep.
That's less places for chips to hang up. The way cover designs are simplified. The less ridges you have, the less places you have for chips to hang up. We're using stainless steel covers in a lot of places because the coefficient of friction is lower than it is on a painted surface.
Sure.
And then chip conveyors are so important. It's so easy to look at conveyors on a machine quote and say, well, I'm going to save a few bucks by going with just a belt style conveyor.
Yeah.
That always comes back to kind of bite us in almost every case, right? Yep. So I think the right chip conveyor and investing in the drum filters and things like that is super important.
Absolutely. So we've got a new horizontal in the booth. It's got the I can't even say it, sludgeless tank. You can tell it's been a long day for me. And, again, seeing that, it's one thing to talk about it in the brochure or see it on the website, but I had the opportunity to talk through it with a customer who said, hey, I've heard about it, I've read up on it, but really explain to me how this works because I still don't quite get it.
Yep.
But once you can point it out and understand the flow of coolant and how there's no corners, everything's been radius, so there's no place for sludge to set and settle,
Yep.
create, eddies where sludge is going to settle in the tank. It's pretty amazing stuff. So these are conversations I hope, anybody that's listening to this, that's coming to IMTS, hey, look us up. These are the type of conversations we want to have with customers while they're here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And you sort of bring into focus sort of the maintenance side of things when it comes to machines. I mean, when people are procuring and buying machine tools, you get input from the shop owner, from a purchasing agent, the engineers, the programmers, the operators. Input from all those groups is so important. There's a lot of cases where the maintenance team doesn't get a chance to weigh in on those things. So,
right.
But at the end of the day, your maintenance team can make a machine really successful in a shop or potentially make it not so successful, right? And it has to do with their comfort level with that machine. How capable are they when it comes to service? Do they have the parts book they need? All those things. Well, geez, if we can make coolant tank maintenance easier for that maintenance team,
right,
they're going to like that machine a little bit better by default. I don't have to get in there and roll my sleeves up and get all that dirty stuff out of there. And it's the little things that make a complete solution.
I talked about that earlier in some of my earlier podcasts, but one of my first jobs, I ran horizontal machining centers. So that's where I kind of gravitate towards horizontals, but we machine cast iron, and every 3 months or so, we'd have to pull that tank out and literally take hammers and chisels and knock out. That stuff just sets up like concrete.
Yeah.
So that tank that we've got on that machine, we run it at OCJ in our Dream Site facilities. It's run for 2 years, and they've never had to clean that tank. It's pretty incredible.
Well, that's another thing I appreciate about Okuma is that we're not going to put something out there unless it's proven.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, the sludgeless tank, you and I have been seeing images and videos of that for a couple years now.
Right.
And they say it's at Dream Site 1, Dream Site 2, and it's, we've got this kind of runtime on it and this kind of performance. And we're waiting to see it in our market. Well, it's coming to fruition now, and it's here at the show.
Yep.
But they made sure that was good and proved out before they launched it out for consumption, right? So we know that when we put an Okuma into somebody's shop, that it's going to be a robust solution because of things like that.
So as we wrap up, one piece of advice out of all the years you've been coming to IMTS now, somebody new coming to the show, what's a piece of advice that you would want to offer somebody?
Well, I would say manufacturing is a double-edged sword. The great thing is you can do it any way you want to when it comes to process automation, which machine tool am I going to buy, who am I going to hire. It's a blank canvas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the good thing. Oh, by the way, the bad thing is you can do it any way you want to. So you can get analysis paralysis. You can. There's a million ways to skin the cat to make the part that you need to make, but is the way I'm making it the best way? And so there's just a lot there, right?
Yeah.
So I applaud people for being out here to network. I think that's important. I personally know of shops that are gaining new customers and building relationships through the networking they do at events like this. And I would encourage you to be selective about who you're doing business with, because the fact is, and I learned this from the great Steve Lesnowich, who teaches some great training classes at AMT, and I think he was a former president of Daewoo years ago. But he said, look, everybody makes good equipment. Everybody makes a good machine. So if that's a true statement, which it is, then how do you differentiate yourself? It's all about who you are as a company, what's your culture, what's your service and support network look like. And I think Okuma and our distributor team are second to none in that regard, right? But it's all about who am I partnering with on this manufacturing journey that's going to help ensure my success. And I think people need to just be really have high standards when it comes to that.
I love that. I latched on to Call Sign Chaos, General Mattis's book. He's got a quote in there about business moves at the speed of trust. Yeah, Mad Dog. Business moves at the speed of trust, and I love that. When trust is high, speed is fast, and costs go down. When trust is low, speed is slow, and costs go up. And I that's just such a great way to frame it.
So I've never read that book, but I believe every word that you just said, because we see that played out day after day in this industry, right? And
Excellent.
but trust is a worthy goal for
Yep.
all of us.
Excellent.
Yep.
Brandon, thanks for joining me here today.
It's a
and
real
we look
privilege.
forward to seeing all of you here at IMTS 2022. Till next time, we'll see you then.
We are live at the Nerve Center, the booth, behind the booth, next to the booth. That is, look, what a great conversation with Wade Anderson and Brandon Glenn of Akuma. Wade said something I really love. I just wrote it down just now. I said, someone give me a pen, quick. Business moves at the speed of trust. What a fantastic soundbite. If you've heard any sound bites that you enjoyed today and you want to share them with us, be sure to post any of your inspirations. Hashtag We Are Creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. Share your inspirations and your stories with us from our stories today. The people that are able to make these stories possible, the best crew in the history of ever, we have them here. Austin, Noah, Jason. Look at them. So fantastic. Look, this is where all the magic happens. All that cool tech, all those cool videos and graphics, this guy. All those sweet jams, this guy. DJ Jason. Yeah, so we're thrilled. We are also thrilled to treat you to another interview from the fantastic Mitch Free with Catherine Murray of MSC. Stay tuned. Cue DJ Jason. Drop the beat. we have another fantastic influencer interview for you, conducted by Mitch Free with the brilliant and talented Catherine Murray of MSC Industrial Supply. Let's see what innovation they have to discuss.
Hi there, this is Mitch Free, and I am live here with Catherine Murray, Digital Marketing Manager for MSC. Catherine, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Mitch. Thanks for having me, and thanks to Industrial Studios along with IMT. I'm super excited to be here and to be at IMTS. There's a ton of energy around us today.
There is. It was like we're in the fishbowl here, and everyone's peering in at us. So certainly it's a great experience. So far, quickly, have you been able to go throughout the show very much, or you've just?
So it's day one, and I've walked around a little. Obviously, we've spent some time at the MSC booth down in the West Building, and we have a lot of exciting innovations on display there.
Good.
And I have walked around a little, but I'm looking forward to the rest of the week for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to making my way down to the MSC booth as well. So, just to get us started, tell us a little bit about you and your journey to Digital Marketing Manager at MSC.
Sure. So I've been with MSC for 12 years, which seems like a really long time. And I can honestly say that it's hard to imagine working anywhere else. I really love the culture at MSC, the people, and I've really learned to love the manufacturing industry. It's challenging, it's evolving, there's a lot of innovation, and the people are great. So prior to being at MSC, I was at a startup and in the digital space.
A whole other set of learnings, right?
A whole other set. But I knew at that time that that's where I wanted to be. I wanted to focus in the digital space. And so I started with MSC 12 years ago in the e-commerce department, and I worked there for about 6 years. And for the last 6 years, I've been within the marketing department at MSC as my role, digital marketing manager. I'm responsible for content marketing and social media and all the fun things, all the fun stuff that comes with that, along with other responsibilities.
Yeah. I bet you've seen a ton of innovation, because when people think about the manufacturing industry and people, I know for a long time people thought they were laggards when it came to digital consumption or being on the internet. And so I get you've had to come up with a lot of creative strategies in order to reach the audience. And I think it's interesting that you, coming from an e-commerce background, you created all the content kind of behind the scenes, and now they're like, hey, make sure people can find it.
Right. So it's interesting. So MSC's story started about over 80 years ago, if you can believe it or not.
Wow.
And I think most people who are familiar with MSC, we're a well-known distributor in the space. We have over 2 million products available on MSCdirect.com, right? And so people know we sell a lot of stuff.
Right.
And our approach has really evolved over those 80 years and in more recent years. Everyone knows we have those products, and they can come to us. They can get it next day, right? We have fast delivery on all those items. But what we've really started to lean into is how we can be a mission critical partner to our customers on their shop floor. And one of the ways that we've done that is we've evolved our approach to marketing. Instead of saying, hey, we have this thing that we can sell to you, to the customer, they already know that. Right? They have much bigger problems. And so we're really now bringing our customers information and knowledge and solutions within our marketing. And one of the ways that we do that is through our Better MRO website.
Sure.
And more recently, and we'll talk about this a little later, I assume, but our YouTube channel. Right? So you can find all the stuff on MSCdirect.com, but we also have this great information to bring to you that's going to help you get ahead and get better in your operations.
Absolutely. And one of the things I think people do think about all the products that you can get from MSC is readily available, but there's a team of technical experts behind there as well that are very accessible. And I know in my business, we find that incredibly valuable. So as we think about the other values that MSC is offering over and above the product, I think that's a tremendous one to focus on.
That is as well. And when we're developing content to share with our customers, helpful information, tips and tricks, we actually go beyond our internal teams, and we're reaching out to industry experts and leaders in the industry. I know we're working with you folks. We're working with the folks at Industrial. And we have a lot of other partners, and you'll see that through the content that we develop.
Sure.
We reach out to SMEs to get their take. It's not our take.
Yeah.
It's the manufacturing industry, and we're out there getting all the expertise that we possibly can to bring our customers the best possible solution that we can.
One of the things that we're really focused on here this week with the Creators Lounge is creators, innovation. And I know MSC is an incredibly innovative company. And I'd love to hear about some of the 3, 5, however many innovative things you can tell us about.
So, Mitch, I think this one was a little bit of a softball because the story that we're telling at our booth at IMTS this year really is about innovation. And we have an innovation team at MSC, and they do a great job. And I'm not going to be able to tell the story as well as those folks, but what we have on display at our booth is we actually have 5 innovations. And, this is a little bit of a, you have to get down there, you have to go see it, right?
Okay.
So it's the West Building, like I said. But the 5 innovations that we're sharing it's products, services, and solutions, right? So it goes back to we're more than just a distributor, right? We want to bring our customers solutions. So we are showcasing MSC MillMax. We have another product, MSC Lens.
And MSC MillMax, what is that?
So it's an innovative milling solution that will bring our customers time savings and efficiencies like within minutes. It's very quick. We have somebody that goes in, and like I said, I can't speak to this as technical as some of the other folks, but they do a little tap test.
I'm very familiar with it. It is a tap test, which helps you really tune in your cutters to make sure that you're reducing any vibration and et cetera. And it tremendously improves the efficiency and longevity of the end mills. Absolutely.
Right, and we have a dashboard that's connected to it, and in just moments time, you'll find the optimal, speeds and feeds that you can run your machine or the application at. So that's a little bit about MSC MillMax. We also have TechMate, which I know you've talked to Jason Ray in another series here.
Jason Ray with paperless parts.
That's right. Yep, and we've worked with him on that solution. So that's MillMax. We have TechMate. There's the AccuPro ST series, which we've recently announced.
Okay.
So that's down there.
And that's a line of cutters, right?
That is.
Yeah, line of end
It's an
mills.
assembly. Yes, you have that right. And then we have our Machine Max Pro. And then what is the 5th one here?
So while you're, I was going to say, I'm answering some of these questions because I'm a customer and I use these solutions, so I'm very familiar with them. So I know the innovation that's going on there.
Well, so there's 5 of them. Go down to the booth and definitely check them out, and you'll see how we're helping our customers. We're making them better every day, and that really goes back to our value proposition.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we think about getting the word out, I'm very honored to be the host for season 2 of Tooling Up, and looking forward to creating lots of great content there and talking to lots of great partners. And one of the things that was really interesting to me was it's not something I had ever thought about doing before, but when it was explained to me that what we were going to have was 2 industry professionals having very authentic conversations about real solutions, it sounded easy to me because it's what I live every day, and it's easy to have those conversations. So I appreciate that opportunity, and I wonder, I'm sure you're thinking bigger than that even. So is there anything else you can share as far as other shows or content that you want to create?
Yeah, absolutely. But what I'd like to do is just back up a minute and just talk about our YouTube Tooling Up series.
Sure.
And so we started it about a year ago. It is our video series, and it's primarily on, you can find it on YouTube. And in season 1, I think we had about 25 episodes or something out. So there's a lot of content for viewers to go check in on. And what we wanted to do with that series was we wanted to bring our customers the latest innovations or information from the peers in the industry, right? Those experts. And so we partnered with folks from Oak Ridge National Labs, and then we also partnered with our suppliers on these, short segments, and it was an interview style format to bring our customers those innovations that would help them get better, help them be more productive, help them be more efficient, right? And solve their everyday problems. So after season 1, after all of those episodes, we learned a lot, but the one most important thing that we learned was it was successful and there was something there.
Yeah.
And so thank you for being our host for season 2. And we're just about to kick off season 2. I think it's on YouTube, so go check that out now, maybe the first episode or the teaser.
They can just YouTube search MSC Tooling Up.
Yes, they can go to the MSC channel and look for the Tooling Up series. It's very easy to get to. It should be right on the MSC YouTube homepage. And as we look into the trajectory for FY23 for what's ahead from a video series perspective, we're definitely going to be, partnering with you in season 2, and then we're going to be partnering with industrial studios in a bigger way. I would say what I can commit to at this time is we'll be rolling out another 2 to 3 video series.
Very good.
And we're going to go broader. We're going to go bigger.
Yeah.
It's going to be really exciting.
Good.
And what I can say to the audience and the viewers is that regardless of what your position is on the plant floor, we're going to be developing content that speaks to you, that's important to you, and that helps you do your job better every day.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, this content, it helps people, learn more about products, but it's also so educational. And we need that. We're struggling. We're struggling to find workers, right? And we need to be able to educate them, give them this content, and demystify a lot of things that I think people think that getting into manufacturing is a big hurdle or scary or something. And I think especially we were talking today about how women maybe think, oh, it's too technical, or can I get it, or will I fit in? And I think this content really helps break that down for them.
No, I agree. I couldn't agree more. One, I speak for women in manufacturing. There's a place if you're a woman and you want to come into this industry. There is a place for you.
Yes.
But I think the statistic is, I recently just read it, by 2030, we will have 2.1 million unfilled jobs in manufacturing.
Yeah.
So we need to demystify the mystery, the industry.
We have to.
I love that term.
Yes.
I see that. That could be a new series.
Yes.
Demystifying manufacturing.
Yeah.
You're onto something.
That's a good one. You're exactly right. In order to broaden that base, we have to make it more appealing. And I'm a big advocate of women in manufacturing. My wife is my partner in the business, and she is freaking incredible. And she's a woman in manufacturing, and we have a lot in our business, and we couldn't make it without them. And I think it's that exposure that does that.
And we need to hear more of those inspirational stories from people like your wife, from people like me, some of the other folks that I work with. I agree. I couldn't agree more, Mitch.
Yeah. So as we think about marketing in the industrial world and in the B2B world or the B2C world, can you draw any parallels or differences? Like, how would you say marketing to industrial is different from marketing to consumers?
It's a little bit of a gray line because there's so much consumption going on phones and in your personal life. I think that it bleeds into what you respond to just as a person in B2B.
Yeah.
I think you have to speak to your audience. You have to know your audience and be able to say, what are your pain points and how am I going to help solve those today?
Yeah.
Rather than just flash something in front of them that's exciting.
It's got to be relevant, right?
Right.
And if you look at all the platforms on which you can market and put content on today, from LinkedIn to Facebook to Twitter to TikTok to Instagram,
It doesn't end.
It doesn't end. And I think they're just going to continue. And I'm curious, other languages. Are you guys marketing in other languages at this point? Or
That's a good question. But as a North American distributor, we haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
But there's just so much opportunity out there that we can get to.
Yes.
But we're just not there yet.
Yeah. Interesting. So, as I think about MSC and the future of marketing, digital marketing. So, are you guys still doing print marketing as well?
We do still do print marketing. You'll find that it's in a little bit different of a way. We used to have that MSC Big Book that if you go into, I'm sure you have one or two in your shop.
Yes.
And we no longer print the Big Book, but we do print monthly brochures, sales flyers, and we send them out to our customers. Some people are still looking for that flyer.
Yeah.
And they see it and, oh, I need to order this, and they go to the web to go buy it.
Yeah.
So we still are doing print, but digital is the way of the future, and that's where we are, and that's where we're headed, and that's where the industry is taking us.
Right. What are some of your favorite online marketing tools? Content management system, monitoring analytics. What are the tools that you just love?
Definitely analytics.
Yeah.
So a lot of what my team does is we make decisions based in data.
Okay.
And at MSC, I can give you a great example of this. We have a rotational program of incoming talent, and they rotate through a few different teams within MSC to see what they like.
Yeah.
And when they come through marketing, the digital marketing team, they hear social media, they are so excited.
Yeah.
They're like, I can create this great post or this great video, and their eyes light up. And okay, go ahead, go create it. But tell me what it does at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Go look at the data and then tell me what you're going to do next.
Right.
And so analytics is very important to what we do, and we let it drive a lot of our decisions.
So people are looking to create that post that'll go viral, right?
Right.
But I think content marketing is more of small bites, very consistently, right?
It is. It's that digestible content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you guys create content, like how many different audience segments are you thinking about?
There are so many. I can't even count them. But every platform, you have an audience who's going to respond to the content in a little bit of a different way, right? On an Instagram, you have people who are very visual. On YouTube, you have people who are there for 3 to 10 minutes or whatever it is to learn something like a how-to.
Yeah.
On our Better MRO website, we have article and video content, and people go and read it, and they take away. So, and then you have different content targeted to different roles and different applications. So if I sliced and diced it, I couldn't even count all the different ways.
Yeah, no, lots and lots of channels. So, in your personal life, what are some of your favorite websites?
Oh, I'm a news junkie.
Are you?
So I won't tell my favorite news site because it gets sticky. It can get sticky. But I like reading what's going on in the world from multiple different angles. From politics to local real estate. What's going on in your community?
Yeah.
I like being informed.
Okay.
So I try to catch up on my news every day.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we're running out of time here. So, Catherine, thank you so much for joining me today, folks. Catherine Murray, Digital Marketing Manager, MSC, and what a great conversation. Thanks again for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was so enraptured with their fabulous conversation and the wonderful connection. What an amazing day of interviews, personal stories, passion, and innovation. We hope you've been enjoying yourselves, but we're not done yet. We are going to gather back all of our influencers, and we're going to have a chat wrapping up about the amazing first day at IMTS 2022. Thank you so much for joining us. Remember to share your stories and hashtag We Are All Creators, hashtag IMTS 2022.
boom, boom, let's go boom. Boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom.
Hello, everyone. I have gathered the brain trust that is all of these influencers in our goldfish bowl. Yes, do take a picture and do share it to hashtag We Are Gold Creators.
Go Cubs.
What an absolutely fantastic day. I am both delirious and delighted with everyone that I've met, everyone that I've talked to, everyone that I've seen, all of the joy, all of the excitement from around the world. It's so delicious. So, wow, it's been so long since I've seen you all this morning, and here we are. I think my first question is, what was a moment today that delighted you? A conversation, something you saw, something you heard, something you ate? I don't know. I had a sandwich. Scott?
Nanotechnology. That dazzled me. That just plain floored me. You look at the material, and it's like cornstarch. It's just down to that level, right? Yeah. And the ability, and that's just at the beginning. That's like there's so much more that can be achieved. Nanotechnology. This is cool. It is. Where is it going to go? I don't know, but that sort of dazzled me in a big way, and I'm easily dazzled. Not dazzled by Mitch. Say Mitch right away.
Nice. I love that you use the word sorta dazzle, just to take away the dazzle. I mean, I think that's straight on dazzle. Who wants to go next? Something that dazzled and delighted you. Yes.
I was blown away with deburring technology. Now, think about that. That is amazing stuff, because if you worked in a shop and you have to deburr parts all day, it's tedious, it is an inexact science, and nobody wants to do it. And I walked by several different solutions today that stopped me in my tracks. I walked over, and I just envisioned parts that are taking us hours and hours and hours, and then our customers still get them and say, oh, you forgot this burr, you missed this on the inside corner. All these places that are hard to get to. And my God, there are solutions for that. And I cannot wait to go spend more time with them.
Yes, I love that. Megan, Charlie?
Well, I'll just say that I really enjoyed getting to know all the people here. So, yes, at this actual Creators Lounge and all the people behind the scenes that putting this together, amazing job, everybody. Yeah, right? The main stage, I was on that a little earlier, and they're running that thing like amazing show, like show business is what we're looking at here at IMTS. But yes, the equipment, the cobots were big for me today.
I love it. I fell in love with the cobot today. We got footage about. Oh, I did. I fell in love with the cobot today. We got footage about it. We're gonna edit it. I can hear them groaning. I'm not giving anyone work till midnight tonight, but I am saying I did make friends with a cobot. I can feel them glaring at me from the back of the booth. Anyway.
Well, I go ahead, Megan, but I wanted to just quickly say, you inspire me. We have been able to talk women in manufacturing at all the different little segments around, and it's been phenomenal to see them working on in the industry, in the equipment, in the student center. So I got to go down there to Edge Factor today, and that was amazing to see what they're doing to create things for students. And I know you're doing a big thing there, so go ahead.
I'm actually going to be there tomorrow doing an interview. But that's one of the things that I'm really excited to see here is the amount of women that are already here. I remember coming here a long time ago, and I think there was like half of what I'm seeing today. So I'm really delighted to see that more women are stepping up, especially in leadership positions and actually making the big decisions on what's going on with their business strategy and how they're doing their marketing and all that other stuff. And then I just talked to someone from Universal Robotics. She does all of the training, and she brought me down to their training room that's here today. So if you are interested and you are robots and want to learn how to actually operate one, they're doing training sessions that you can register for. So check their booth out. But it's just really cool to see everybody coming together and hanging out with everyone.
Yes, I love that.
It's hard to follow.
It's not a competition, so
yeah, okay, that's
everyone's
good. That's
a winner
good.
here.
Now you make me feel better.
We're
Thank
all
you.
A plus
Yeah.
in this.
And I want to know where the
superheroes,
women in manufacturing reception is, because I definitely wanna. South Hall. All right, everybody South Hall. Perfect.
Everybody South Hall.
Yeah. What amazed me today, I finally saw a part that I've been dying to see for months now, and it's a so-called aerospike engine, which is a rocket engine that has been designed in the 60s, and concepts have existed for quite some time now. But with current manufacturing technologies, we were never able to make a working aerospike engine. And this company called Hyperganic, which is a new design company, they are redefining the way we design by creating a tool that allows for algorithmic design, meaning your input parameters aren't CADs managed by hand, it's algorithms, meaning physics models and printing parameters for additive manufacturing. And the part that comes out is this big. It's built out of copper, chromium, zirconium. It looks like a part from an alien spaceship. It's unbelievable. And yeah, I finally got to see it and touch it. So it is is actually yeah, you'll find it at the EOS booth where we partner with those guys. But yeah, you should definitely check it out. It's mind-blowing.
Which is in the East Hall, right?
It's in the West Hall,
West
actually.
Hall.
West Hall, that's where the additive manufacturing guys sit.
So basically, everyone go everywhere. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's so inspiring and exciting. James, what questions do you have for this panel of excellence?
I think the biggest question is first starts with a thank you. Thank you for seeing the opportunity to share your voice as creators, as people that represent a diverse view of this industry from us old timers, Mitch, who is coming here as someone that is spending a ton of money on equipment and the technology and looking at it from that point of view, to Megan and Charlie. The goal from day one was to try to represent, and not just the influencer team here, but all the creators we're interviewing, the most diverse view of what manufacturing truly is today and the promise of what it can be. And Scott, bringing that stalwart voice and passion for in the industrial sector,
Yeah.
and Fabian being the best dressed of all of us here and an advocate for the future of manufacturing and additive. So my question for y'all is, what has been your IMTS Plus Creators Lounge experience? And day one, what's your biggest takeaway from just being part of this vision to give creators of original manufacturing content a voice?
Also, I love tech-away, but it's your takeaway, your tech takeaway. I'm sorry, I'm here to bring the comedy.
So
it's
the tech
my
takeaway.
job. Your takeaway.
So I really, the Creators Lounge gave me an opportunity to walk a show floor and see something really cool, ask questions about it, and then schedule a time to bring them back to this booth, I'll call it, to hear their story. They were excited to share their story, yes, on the show floor, but also to get an interview recorded so that they can use that and share that. And that was really exciting to see how I talked to somebody about a robot, and then they said, and I gave them my card, and then they flipped it over and saw Empowering Women in Industry, and they said, hey, we're actually working on this. I want you to meet this woman in our company. So that was good.
That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop. But don't actually drop the mic, but that is a mic drop. Mic drop. A mic toss moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think what I enjoy is that, when you think of a creator, well, how do you define that? Is it someone who's writing stories? Is it someone who's creating video? Is it someone that's doing pictures? Is it a designer? Like, the hashtag that you have for this booth is we are all creators, and it doesn't necessarily mean what marketing does, but it also can encompass what engineers are doing and how they're designing things and the things that they need to think about to make a design actually functional, because engineering something is completely different from manufacturing it. And if you can't get the materials right or the tolerances right or whatever resistance that they need, it's going to be really hard to put that design into reality. So the two have to come together and to work together and flow together so that you can actually create something that's going to change people's lives. So it's not just us who are like on the marketing side of things per se, but it's the engineers. So you met Crystal Van Fleet. She does really cool renderings and animations. She's creating something. She's showing how things are put together and how they animate, and it's giving people a visual of how that technology works, and that's making connections like you said. So it's all encompassing. We're all creators, so we all have a story. That's what we're doing here at the Creators Lounge.
Already sold. Sold again. So cool.
I got to interview Jason Ray from Paperless Parts, and then Catherine Murray, the digital marketing manager for MSC. Both great stories that needed to be told and needed a platform. What Paperless Parts is doing for the digitalization of the workflow process in manufacturing, it's pretty incredible. And that's what helps us become more efficient as a country and as an industry, is removing out these paper and processes that are just laden with inefficiency. And it's great to hear that entrepreneurial journey. And then Catherine at MSC. MSC is such a great brand that we've known for so many years. And they had to totally rethink how they go to market. From being a company that I believe she said it was 80-something years old. You know, the internet didn't even exist when they started. And she and her team have done an incredible job of rethinking how to go to market, how to get their solutions and tools in front of people, and how to educate them about their use and things they didn't even know they needed.
I was going to throw it to you, actually.
Well, I was going to throw it to you.
Well, I was going to throw it back to you. And
Well,
Fabian.
Then I'll just
and
go
Scott.
while you guys figure it out. No, I mean, first of all, I think it was super incredible to watch all you guys in action because that's super inspiring. And yeah, definitely can learn a lot on how you guys run your shows. And yeah, I also got to say, I mean, I interviewed this guy, Duan. He's been in the industry for a long time, and he's got so many different projects going on. He runs his own website where he educates about design for additive manufacturing. He works with Penn State to organize a 3D printing conference. He's a teaching assistant at the MIT. He has his own consulting business. He does all of that at the same time. But then he had one mission that is educate and educate. And I think that's super inspiring because he's got such a good mission that in the end helps all of us. And I'm super happy that we can elevate his story here and tell the story of the great Duan from Australia with a fun accent.
Well, I have a fun piggyback on that, and then I'd love to know your takeaway too. Are you ready? No. Oh.
No, make it happen, Captain.
So speaking of mission, how does your mission for your company that has brought all of us together, how do you see that your mission and your vision is expressed by having all of us assembled here?
Yeah, great question. I think mission is most important, and our mission is to better those who design, make, and move the world. And what's beautiful about manufacturing and engineering is that we get to make things that never existed before. And I think as we look at the vision, ultimately what it means is leave people better than you found them. And what we're trying to do is honor and celebrating the power and potential of men, women, children, people from all walks of life. You know, just celebrate them and their power and potential. And that's the mission, and that's what we try to live up to. We're not always perfect, or we're sometimes out of bounds with our mission. And then, you know, we just try to move forward and be better. Scott.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, those are great stories. Those are great memories to live a lifetime. Because I know I'm going to like this. I really do. I think this is pretty doggone cool. Now, what has really been real interesting is the ability to be able to go from here and out into the field. And I call it the field. It's like a small country out there, and just do on the spot manufacturing technology, you know, speed dating, and the people who are real proud and passionate about what they do, bring them out. So you can just go, hey, tell me about this machine. Well, I don't like doing that. Tell me about it. Come on, tell me about it. And then see them just come to life and really have that passion. And then I did J-Track, I did Okuma, Haas. They're all there's just been spectacular. And you get great swag that's been manufactured by them, too. This is a bottle opener. Yeah, it's just cool stuff. You can have anything.
We're adding to are you adding it to the collection for the swag table? Are you keeping that one? Give it up for the table. It will not be here later, Scott.
That's a robotic arm that did that.
Oh my
So
goodness, that's amazing.
That is. There you go.
So cool. I mean, I definitely had a similar experience. I got the opportunity to hit the floor with my fantastic crew and just going up to people and just whoever made eye contact with me first. And I went up and I talked to them and I said, here's so funny. My question that I ended up asking everyone was, tell me about your favorite piece of manufacturing equipment. And the 3 people that we asked all across the small country, that is the 3 that, and they all said, that's like asking me to choose my favorite child. Each person said that.
And I was like, well, who's your favorite child today? You know, like which color of the palette do you resonate with the most in this moment in time? So I just think it's so delightful that everyone was like, oh my gosh, I can't pick. And I was like, well, then just start talking about something. So, yes.
Yeah, it's great. That's where the real fun happens. And then be able to see them light up and then recognize that they're doing incredible things out there. Now, Mitch, you take it for granted because you do incredible things on a daily. For me, it's like, no way. Like, there's like a huge machine out there that looks like a time travel portal. It's massive, right? And outside of the fact I'm going, you brought this in, but it does major work. It's like right there.
So we're going to pass the mic to you because we know you guys have to leave here in a second. And but we really to go out there and speak to women in manufacturing. So we're gonna give you the mic because we know you got something important to do. Tell us about it.
Yes, and I'll let you jump in here too. But I just want to piggyback on what you said real quick. There is a reason we're here, and one of those things is to shine the light on people who may not believe that what they're doing is super cool and valuable, and it is, and it helps run our world. And I think that that's really important to say because you're right, when we're doing our job every day, we don't think it's that great, but when we can kind of come up to you and ask you about it, then maybe you do see like what you're doing, and it flames that passion back up, right, of what you're doing in manufacturing. And so I've been inspired, like I said, with all of you. I'm really inspired by the niche, I guess, the category of women, making women in manufacturing move, and we're excited about going to the reception.
Yeah, so anyone who's interested, the Women Make Manufacturing Move reception is going to be in the South Hall. It's South Room 100A, I believe is the whole name of it. It's kind of hidden, but it's right across from the Hyatt entrance in the building. So if you want to meet all of the amazing women who are doing things and
like us,
making manufacturing move, you should come down there and check it out. I know a bunch of people are going to be there from the Women in Manufacturing Association, which is a great group to be a part of. And then they're going to have some presentations and a fun networking event. So come on by.
So we'll see y'all later.
All right. So fearless and going out there and making it happen all day long, all week long. Thanks so much for doing that. So we're going to send you off and get out there, stay on schedule, and we're going to keep chatting here for a second, right?
Bye, have fun
And
being
Scott, we're gonna
empowered
have
and
you move over.
empowering.
All right. So,
yes.
my goodness.
Oh, wait,
We have the two hardest working women at IMTS right here in Megan and Charlie. They are all over the halls, on-site events, off-site events, and they are absolutely fearlessly advocating not just for women in manufacturing, but for manufacturing overall, and so many aspects of it. Megan is going to bring a whole school bus of young high schoolers to the student summit here. And they're going to be stopping by the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. And she's had that heart, like we've been talking about it for about a month. And that's the type of passion you're seeing, Mitch. And what is your takeaway in terms of, your experience being here with the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, whether it's someone you're interviewing, but really the influencers. What's your influencer take been so far, having met some new friends?
Yeah, it is. I've been to the IMTS many years in the past, and I actually exhibited here a few years, and there was nothing like this. I think we weren't even thinking about what influencers were, or content, or how to distribute it via the web and social media. But being here and meeting the cool influencers that you have brought together, it is inspiring to see the stories that they're helping tell, right? About the power of additive manufacturing, right? For instance, with Fabian, like there are so many great use cases out there that the world engineers need to hear this so that they can design it. And I think what you were referring to earlier was generative design. Yeah. Generative design can do some of the most coolest things with these input parameters, and then you let the AI figure out how to design it. I'm fascinated with generative design. If you think about a tree branch and how it grows, right? That's very organic in nature, but then how strong these things are. Generative designs can look like tree branches, but they accomplish the same thing. It's like a solid piece of metal. And so sharing those stories are opening up people's minds, because with additive manufacturing, one of the greatest challenges is people are still locked into a mindset of traditional design.
Very correct. Yeah.
Yeah, can I, can that be manufactured? Can I drill that hole? Wait a minute, I really like to have that hole curved, but I can't drill a curved hole. And so he's empowering people to take the shackles off and design anything you want, and it can be made today. I like to think about additive manufacturing as no tax for complexity, right? Whereas in traditional machining, the more complex you design something, the higher the tax to get it made. So
It's actually opposite. The more complex, the lower the cheaper.
Exactly.
The more complex a part is in additive manufacturing, the cheaper it's gonna get. And that's a complete way of rethinking everything that we do as engineers. But once you do, and I liked how Duan put it, start with something easy, start with something dumb, but then you can really move into some really advanced concepts that can, which is probably most important to me when it comes to additive manufacturing, make the world a better place.
Yeah.
I
So
think-
telling these stories, getting these out there, with Scott, Fabian, Megan, Charlie, Wade Anderson, getting these stories out there, it needs to be done, and I'm excited to be part of it. My small little bit that I can do to just help educate the world about how cool manufacturing is and how the possibilities are endless.
To piggyback on that, I think what's really fascinating about all of the youth and teen opportunities available is that they have not been programmed with the limits that everyone else as creators has been programmed with. So there, I like to think of it in terms of their bandwidth. That bandwidth is free of, I can't, too expensive. How do I draft that? How do I print that? That's going to break under this much pressure. So they don't have that. So how phenomenal. It's like...
And they're digital natives.
Yes.
Every 3-year-old child today, probably by the time they're 5, know more about technology than a lot of older generations.
And they're unclogged with the you can't do that.
Yeah.
Like you can do that. And
Every-
it's happening.
Every 18-year-old kid knows more about any digital technology probably than I do, because that's just all they think about. It's all they interact with each other, with the world, and leveraging that and helping those guys and those kids to leverage manufacturing to make their ideas become reality. I think that can really have a huge impact.
I feel like it's an investment in creative perpetuity. Like you're just continuing to feed the fire that will nourish so many people.
I think about who we trying to communicate with, and if we're looking at who we're communicating with, how are we going to get their attention? And I think when we look at IMTS, it's a very simple thing in my mind. How much are we in our lives consuming versus creating? And when we look at our generation, that we are hyper consumers, we're on our mobile phones, we are watching podcasts, we're watching YouTube, we're watching TV, we're watching so many forms of content and media. The thing about manufacturing in terms of telling the story of manufacturing is telling the story of creating. And the balance of being able to create something is such an attractive opportunity in life. It's just an amazing thing to do. It's one of the biggest, most wonderful things of life. And so this is an industry of creation and obviously distribution and movement. And I think that's what's super exciting about geeking out on your show, where your lens is, you're excited about, additive and machining. And then we're excited about, like, how are we getting the message out? So when you're a creator, if you're listening and watching this stream or this show or on the floor, there's no limits to what type of creator. Creation is creating. And so whether we're geeking out on the details or we're talking about influence and reach, that is what makes this such a great opportunity. So Scott, you're a consummate creator, and You're out there getting the job done. What's your take on your experience so far today?
It's been great. I think that there has to be a sense of urgency on our part. I don't think that we can create enough or elevate the conversation enough or amplify this conversation enough, especially when it deals with manufacturing. There's a need. This messaging is a need out there because for whatever reason, some of it resonates, some of it doesn't, but it has to resonate. I remember when I was a boy and I was attending elementary school, we would have film brought in, right? And it's like, hey, how to bake bread and deliver it to. And I remember as a boy going, hey, that's pretty doggone cool. And it'll show the whole manufacturing process from baking, loading it on the truck and getting it to the store and how they really just made that profession special. This is special. And we just don't do enough of that anymore. We just don't. We've got to get more out there. And we've got to have that sense of urgency. And I think, to a certain extent, it can be difficult. It's uncomfortable. It requires a little bit more. But if you have the purpose that this is important to people, important to communities, important to countries, all that, you have to do it, whether you like it or not. You have to step out, and I think we just got to keep pushing that message and do it in a sense of velocity. Go. Oh, here, take one. Unless you want
Just
to talk with you.
no, yeah, maybe, but no, because I couldn't agree more. There is a lot of urgency. I mean, look, we're in a supply chain crisis.
Yep.
We're in the energy crisis. Look at Europe. We have global warming, which is a huge issue. All of these topics can only be solved by manufacturing and by manufacturing innovation. And we need bright minds to get into manufacturing, to change the way that we act today and to change the way that we even manufacture today, because we need to continuously evolve and we need to continuously and evolve faster. Right? We need more new technologies that can really get rid of these challenges and turn them into opportunities.
As I sort of dovetail with that, there has to be a spirit of collaboration. I don't have
100%.
Yeah, I don't have the answers. I might have a little sliver, but if I collaborate with other people, then maybe I have a bigger picture, a bigger slice of that pie. And I think there is a greater spirit of collaboration, but it's got to be more. It's a team effort here.
It's interesting, if you walk the show, you have competitors next to each other.
Yeah.
And there's no sense of competition, really. I mean, I talked to some of our competitors, and it's a friendly conversation. And we even talk about how can we advance manufacturing together? We're all in the same boat, right? There's a big enough pie to share. How do we do it together?
It's such a huge industry, and I think, what was the stat you used earlier about the percentage of the market that additive manufacturing has addressed?
We're at the 0.1% of the manufacturing industry. We have some room to grow.
So there's upside.
So there's upside. Yeah. So
the good news is, 3 years ago we were at 0.001%.
Wow.
So we grew 10x.
Right.
Yeah.
So collaboration is the only way to grow that market share and awareness. It's
correct.
This is not investment advice. Do not buy that ETF on this notice of 0.1% opportunities.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So as we continue, we're coming to the end of our first day, and I have a fun little wrap segment to do for us.
I can't.
Were you ready to wrap? No, it wasn't actually rapping. It was like as in concluding. But I saw your mic go up, and you're ready to drop bars, and that's for some. That's for dinner. That's for later. Okay. So it's called 5 Things. So I'm going to give you a category, and then rapid fire. I just want you to name off 5 things that you feel like fit in that category. So. I'll go first as a little bit of a demonstration. So the whole point of this is to go off the top of your head, without judgment, without thinking really, without clogging up your bandwidth with, am I saying the right thing? Because this is a lot of times, as an actor and an improviser, a lot of our inspiration comes from getting out of our own way and being in the moment, right? So as a creator and an innovator, you can't create and stop yourself at the same time. That just sounds like something you need Pepto-Bismol for. So the topic, just something real quick. First thing off the top of my head is a gift. How are you individually? How are each of you a gift? I'll start. How am I a gift? Funny, kind, brave, attentive, curious. Oh, Scott, you're a whole Christmas
that
tree's
means
worth.
I got to be in touch with my feelings.
Yeah,
I'm sort of watching the people walk by, and it's like a lava lamp.
They want to know about
And I
your
just wanna
feelings
stare
too.
at it. So 5 things.
How are
me
so
as a
here?
gift.
Here's you'll say one, and then I'll count one after to help you. Okay, how are you a gift? And go.
I'm good looking.
1.
I have a good laugh. I'm
2,
funny. I
3,
enjoy people.
4.
And I love manufacturing.
5. Oh, was that too hard? Are you okay?
It was because
we don't have any tissues. We just have hand sanitizer and water. Fabian, how are you? After each one, give me a pause, and so I can count with you. And feel free to you can count along with me if you want. How are you a gift? And go.
German accents.
1.
Here.
2.
I do get that a lot. Positivity.
3.
My knees hurt.
4.
Yeah. And I love additive manufacturing.
5. Vielen Dank.
Bitte.
I love that you see. Here's the joy about the improvisational element of it. You don't get to judge and flow at the same time. So I love that your knees were part of that. How I am a gift.
Me?
Yeah, you.
All right.
You were ready to rap. Let's talk. You get to talk about how awesome you are. And go. How are you a gift?
I love disco unapologetically.
1.
I love to look forward.
2.
2.
Well, this is 3. You. Those were
3.
2. Yeah.
3. I love the people I love so much. I always am looking over my shoulder.
Oh, 3.
For them.
Big feels.
I want to take care of them. 4. I'm someone that never wants to let somebody down.
4.
And then 5. It's family.
deep.
I love my family and my friends and my team.
5. Oh my gosh, I wasn't
And
prepared.
I said knees.
I love that I was the one that initiated this, and now, okay, and now all the feelings. 5 ways you're awesome. Go. 5 ways you're a gift is the problem.
Eternal optimist.
1.
I can't swim.
2.
I love to build up other people.
3. I did notice that today.
I am a champion for manufacturing.
4.
And I have good hair too.
5. That's it. So audience, wonderful. I hope that you've been tuning into us all day. We would love to know at the Creators Lounge, what are the 5 ways that you are a gift? I encourage you, make a post about it, share about it, hashtag we are all creators, hashtag IMTS 2022, hashtag, what's the industrial?
WeAreIndustrial.com.
Oh my, we are industrial.
So we just hashtag we are industrial.
Hashtag we are industrial. Wow.
Yeah. And we are all creators.
And we are all creators.
We are all creators.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for being with us all day. We are so honored, delighted, excited, encouraged, inspired. And I don't have any more adjectives left in my Rolodex of my brain. So we will see you tomorrow. Same booth, same place. Thank you so much for being with us today at IMTS 2022.
It's a wrap.
Woo!
Wrap it up.